Hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. So all you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. The Knicks captured Game 1 of the NBA Finals, but can they keep that going once the series shifts back to New York in front of their home fans? I still believe at the end of the day, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are going to find a way to get it done. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. The Pirates last night fell to the Miami Marlins 8-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon, 4:05. From PNC Park, it is Bubba Chandler up against Lake Barker of Miami in what is expected to be a bullpen game for the Fish. Coverage on The Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's going low.
Now, it's time to take a look around the links. It's time for Going Low with Chris Muller. Every Saturday morning, we cover the world of golf, both locally and nationally. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Brought to you by Cedar Brook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, Omni Bedford Springs, Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Conley Resort and Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania Golf Association, Hickory Heights Golf Club, Avalon Golf and Country Club, The Grand Resorts, Shooters Golf, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Going Low with Chris Muller is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, there's nothing like waking up in the morning and staring out at a beautiful, beautiful golf course. And that's what I'm doing right now at Chestnut Ridge here in Blairsville. I'm filling the gigantic shoes and the gigantic cranium of one Chris Muller. It's Going Low. Welcome to it. My name is Joe Starkey, and I'm here with Craig Menkins, PGA golf professional. Is there any better sight than this, Greg, in the morning?
No, this is beautiful. You look out there. I think that's is that part of the Laurel Highlands? Is that right? Yeah, I mean it's beautiful, and when the sun's up like that and you're driving down 22 and you better have your sunglasses on or you'll burn a hole in your retina, coming out here. It's unbelievable, but it is beautiful. And then you have not just 18 holes, you have 36 beautiful
36
holes.
out here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the smell of a fresh golf course in the morning.
Absolutely.
I had a good round out here, believe it or not. Good for me. I shot an 89 out here.
Oh, that is good.
You probably shot a 79 out here.
No, we used to have tons of tournaments on Tom's Run. There used to be all kinds of Western Pennsylvania qualifiers, things like we're going to talk about later. I don't know if they ever had the U.S. Open local qualifier here. They've had it at Scotch Valley. But I've had some good rounds here. I've had some bad ones too, but it's a great golf course, a great place to stay and play.
Man, what a treasure it is out here. You're right. We're looking at the Laurel Highlands. It's surrounded by hills, mountains, whatever you want to call them. And the golf course is in immaculate shape. And we'll be talking to the folks who run the place later on today. We have all kinds of things on our agenda today. Let's start with the U.S. Open coming up, Craig, shall we?
That sounds great, Jeff.
Shinnecock Hills, Long Island, Southampton. I'm a Long Island kid, believe it or not, even though I only lived there for 3 years. I was born in Northport, Long Island. I've always wanted to play this course. Have you played it?
No, I have not. I have not played any of them at Long Island. A good friend of mine, Johnny Clinchock, his daughter Sarah, worked in Long Island. Another PGA professional, Sean Farron, who was from the tri-state area for a long time, he worked up there also, in which I've heard great things. And you see all the pictures. It looks awesome.
Oh, my God. So this is the 5th time it's been at Shinnecock Hills. And it's the only club to host the U.S. Open in 3 centuries. 1896, I think Ron Cook covered that one. 1980, I had to get an early shot in. 1986, 1995, 2004, and this is actually the 6th time, 2018, and now this year. What do we know about this course, and whose hands might it play into, Craig?
Well, in traditional U.S. Open fashion, the golf course, as long as Mother Nature allows it, it's going to be rock hard.
Yeah.
The greens are going to be hard to get to.
Right.
The pins and the locations, and par is going to be of, great, what's my word for it? Great importance. I mean, par is really a good score on all those holes. If you remember correctly, the last time they had it here, the wind and Mother Nature made it treacherous. The balls were rolling all over the place. I believe this is where, was this where Mickelson hit the ball while it was rolling?
I don't know.
You don't remember that? I'm almost positive this is it.
I've done that, though. I've tried to hit the ball while it's rolling, especially in anger.
He putted it up, and it came rolling back to him, and he whacked it.
The roll of shame.
It was.
I do remember that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, because I could relate to it.
Correct. But it's really going to be a test, in which, and that's what the U.S. Open is. It puts such a precedence on having to hit the fairway, because you can't control that golf ball going into the green coming out of the rough. Number one, the rough will be so penal. It'll be 4.5 inches, and you just can't. If you can get it out, that's one thing. But then to try to control it going into the green is really, really gnarly task.
My God, we played at Sewickley one day, and they were hosting some sort of tournament, so the rough was extra high, and the guy just told us, don't try to make a shot. Just get it back into the fairway.
Hit a wedge or a 9-iron out and get it back in the fairway.
That was it.
Yep.
Are you able to line up in rough like that and crank it out 100 yards if you need to?
Joe, look at those arms. You think those things can – they can't crank it out anything. No, you have to – 8-iron. And you'll be amazed when you do that. Usually the fairways are hard. So you'll hit that 8-iron and it might carry 100 yards.
Yeah.
But it might roll another 50 for you, and then that's where your short game comes into play. Then you have to hit a wedge in there close and give yourself a chance to make par the old-fashioned way, earn it really hard.
Man, I'll say. So I have a bunch of questions about the U.S. Open coming up. One of them, Scotty's looking to complete the career Grand Slam.
Correct.
What are his chances on this course? Would he be your favorite going into this one?
Well, I mean, Scotty's literally the best golfer in the world, I think, in which he's had so many second-place finishes this year. I think it would be icing on the cake for him to have all those second-place finishes this year, but win this one and complete the Grand Slam. And when you look at that list of golfers that have completed the Grand Slam, it's pretty good company out there.
I happen to have that list. Gene Sarazen, Ben Hogan, Gary Player, Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, and Rory. Surprised Mulsey not on the list, but that's 6 anyway.
Yeah, correct. And Scott, you would think Scotty's going to get there, but you never know. There's a lot of great golfers that just missed one of these, including I believe locally Arnold Palmer. Didn't get one of them. He almost did. What was it? Did he win at Cherry Hills? Arnie won it. That's in Denver. You laugh. Yeah. The golf stats are hard to know, aren't they, Joe?
They can be. I do know this. The Sunday of the U.S. Open coming up is Scotty's 30th birthday, so maybe that'll be working in his favor. He hasn't won in his past 11 PGA Tour starts, but he has 6 top 4 finishes, including 3 runners-up. Who's your favorite then? If you had to bet everything you own on somebody winning this, who's it going to be, Craig?
I'd take Scotty. But here's the funny part, too. You have to watch these guys, week in, week out. There's a lot of them that are playing really well right now, including, like I saw Tommy Fleetwood is playing well at the Canadian Open, and he played well the previous week, and he was up there in contention. And it's amazing how golf kind of goes in streaks where these guys, they get hot.
Yeah.
And then it's look out. But the cream tends to rise to the top all the time. There's so many good ones. And Malsey's probably at home. And number one, congratulations to Malsey and his wife.
The latest addition to the family.
Correct. In which, he actually, maybe he's getting a little bit of sleep right now. But he always laughs at me because I always say Justin Rose always does really well in these events. These majors. He's up there. There's a lot of really, really good golfers. But back to your question, I would take Scotty Scheffler. I mean, if I had to pick anybody, I'd pick Scotty. Some of these guys that hit the ball really long in the U.S. Open, Joe, sometimes it doesn't always pan out. Just like the gentleman who won the PGA Championship at Aronimink, you didn't have to hit it long. You just had to hit it down the middle.
Yeah.
Then you had to control that ball going into the greens. And
boy, that sure helps, doesn't it? Whether you're playing at Bob O'Connor or Oakmont, hitting the ball straight is really helpful, I've discovered in golf.
Yes.
What about Cameron Young? It's his home state.
Yeah.
I saw where Golf Digest said he's been playing the best of anybody over the past 10 months.
He is. He has been. Yes, he has. And there's another one. He's been hot. And, he just won not too long ago. And his golf swing, he's playing really good. And that's a neat golf swing if you've ever watched it. Because when he takes it back, it's almost like he pauses up there at the top. But then it's a rip. He kills it. It's amazing when you watch these guys and what they do. And, it's one thing like when some of my buddies who might not be the greatest golf fans, they watch it on TV. They go, oh, it's boring. Look at them. It's easy. But when you get out there on a golf course and realize what they're doing and how far they're hitting it and how close, the accuracy, and then the putting and the chipping and the short game, it's amazing.
It is amazing.
It's mind-boggling.
To the point where a little speck of mud on the ball or something like that affects everything, right?
Yes, it can. Yes, it can. I mean, that mud you never know. And that's one thing. Usually, I mean, I know last year it rained at the U.S. Open here at Oakmont, but if Mother Nature hadn't done that, you don't have any mud on the golf ball. But there's so many things that go into golf that can change, and they call that the rub of the green, Joe. That's just what happens.
Yes, it is. A lot of things happen out there. Yeah. What about the guys that are always sort of at the forefront of everybody's minds? Rory and Bryson. What's the state of their games? What are their chances?
Well, I think Rory's game is in a little better shape than Bryson. But Bryson, it always tends to be how motivated is Bryson. He's got his YouTube stuff going on.
Yeah.
He's got, he gets feeding all the questions. His Live Tour, is the Saudi money going to, it's gone. What's he going to do? What's his future, what does it hold, in which the sport is better with Bryson in it. And the sport is better with him, trying to rip a ball over the trees and drive a par 4 and hit a shot that no one else even sees. And he is like the mad scientist out there.
Man, he sure is.
Yeah.
Building his own clubs and all this stuff.
Oh, it's totally, which is neat. And when I grew up, Joe, and I'm sure, if you followed golf through your livelihood, like I love all those old time guys that have, Arnie, Jack, Lee Trevino. I remember Chichi Rodriguez. I mean, I don't remember him winning anything. I just remember him being a character.
Fun, yeah.
Right? Yeah, in which those guys are, they're all neat. And then, Colin Montgomery, even he was out there. He looked about as miserable as always every time he played, but it was interesting to watch him, whether you rooted for him or rooted against him. That's the neat part. And that's the neat part with Bryson is he's got a crew, fans that love him. And I think he's got a crew that probably root for him to miss a lot of shots.
Right. But he has people interested in it.
Correct. Yep.
Craig Menkins, PGA golf professional, joining me out here. I'm filling in for Mulsey today. Mulsey's latest addition to the family arrived a few days ago. We're at Chestnut Ridge, and I don't care what course you're at, anywhere right now, anywhere. This is as beautiful as any of them. At least the view I'm looking at is absolutely incredible. Speaking of building your own clubs and all that stuff, Foxburg is a place where I've had a tournament with Jim Colony a couple of years running here.
Played with Jim Colony on Monday.
He's a cranky man, isn't he, at times? But very friendly.
He's very
cranky
friendly.
And lovable, I think is the word.
Hey, he hits the ball right down the middle. I can tell you that. It's
well,
down to,
yeah.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to get at here. Is Foxburg's the oldest continuous use golf course in the United States. It's out where? In Clarion County, somewhere out that
right
way?
Right off Interstate 80, right off the Allegheny River there.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Yeah. I love it. And they have a little museum there with the first golf clubs. You mentioned Arnie and all those guys. That was, 100 years later. Mm-hmm. But the sweet spot on these clubs used to be the size of a pea. Oh, yeah. Like how did they do it, Craig? And how much easier is it today?
Well, that's Joe. It's unbelievable when you see the old stuff. And in my 28 years of being a PGA professional, we had a tournament with our members where they shipped us the old clubs, they shipped us the old golf balls, and for our 100th anniversary, we played an old style golf tournament.
What was it like?
Oh, so fun, but it's totally different because you couldn't spin the ball. I mean, you could spin it with the short shots, but the long shots you couldn't get the elevation like you do today. Everything's changed so dramatically. They've actually made it easier for the average novice golfer to play golf now versus like when I was a kid, I couldn't even dream of hitting a driver. You'd look at a driver, it was 8 degrees, 7.5 degrees persimmon head, and it not only was a sweet spot of pea, but the driver head itself was so small.
Yeah, like it's unreal to look at. How did they do it?
It brings swing and miss into the equation real fast.
It sure does. Yes, it does. That's already in my bag, but yes.
But now you look at a driver head, and they're humongous, right? Which makes it fun, and everybody can get out and enjoy the game a lot more.
Right.
And which it really helps us as PGA pros when our job is to get people to love the game and get them to, get out and play no matter what ability. Let them play to the best of their ability, anything to make them happy and get out here and do it more often. In which usually once they get started, the biggest thing with golf is if everybody could wake up here at Tom's Run and Chestnut Ridge, they're coming out for the love of the course. But a lot of places people don't get to play a beautiful place like this every day. But as long as they have 3 of their friends with them, that's what's most important with golf. You go play with all your buddies.
Exactly.
Yep.
Man, it was about 5 years ago, Craig, and I hadn't really never played 18 holes of golf. Had never done it.
That's amazing.
And there was a guy, our daughters played softball together. He belonged at Montour Heights. He's like, you got to come out and play golf. I said, I hate golf. I don't want to be anywhere near it. I'll embarrass you. I'll embarrass myself. I'll embarrass the club. We'll be hours behind. So we went out. That's a difficult course.
Montourites is difficult.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, especially get on that back 9 back there.
Yeah, I hit, and I hit over 18 holes. I probably shot 180. I hit one good shot, and I was literally up at night thinking about how that shot flew off the club.
And what it felt like.
And within probably a month, I was getting fitted for clubs. Then I was playing in the winter outside. I mean, I became a golf addict.
That's awesome. That's how it happens. Now, here's the funny part. You just said you hit 180 shots, and you remember.
Something like that,
I remember when I was 7 years old, and my dad and my grandfather took me out to Great Trail Golf Club in Minerva, Ohio. And my mom asked me, she said, you can go to the mall with your grandmother and I, and go shopping, or you can go with your dad and your grandpa. Well, I'm going with Dad and Grandpa. And I kept bugging him. My dad said I bugged him every hole. Let me hit one. Well, on the second hole, I grabbed a fairway wood, and I swung, and I missed. But then the second one, my dad said I caught it right on the screws. It went like 100 yards down the fairway, 7 years old, and I was done after that.
Exactly.
Been playing ever since. Yep.
You've probably witnessed as a pro who you probably get people out there for their first rounds of golf.
Oh,
and you've
absolutely.
probably witnessed that moment where this guy's hooked now, this woman is hooked now, right?
Yep, absolutely. Oh, you do. And the funny part is just what you said. When guys come in the golf shop afterwards and you ask them, Chad here will verify this, Randy over here, when they come in and you ask them, how'd you do? I didn't do really well, but let me tell you about number 13.
Right.
I hit it up there to a foot away, made a birdie. And then, and
exactly.
That's what you remember. And here's the best thing about golf, and no matter how good you do, you'll shoot your personal best. There's always one spot where you could have had a stroke better.
No doubt.
Yes.
No doubt.
Always. No matter, you can go, I played so good, but I missed a 3-footer on number 16.
Right.
Yep.
My 78 could have been a 76. Should have been a 76.
That's exactly
That's
right.
the golfer's lament. Of course, there's also, at least for me, golfer's delusion, where on the ride home or with a buddy right after the round, I'm saying, man, yeah, just what you said. If I had made that 3-foot putt, if I didn't get screwed on that bounce, what I never talk about, though, Craig, is the ball that went into the trees and bounced back on the fairway. And if that doesn't happen, then I'm 5 shots higher, right? I never talk about those shots.
Instead of making a par on that hole, you would have had a double bogey or a triple bogey. Yeah, correct. Nobody ever talks about that.
No, those are the ones we don't mention. The U.S. Women's Open you wanted to talk about today.
Yes.
Nelly Korda's been waiting a long time to win that. I think she's been trying or had been trying since 2013, and she finally did it.
She finally did it. And she did it in interesting fashion. We were talking about it here earlier. Her last putt, and you didn't see it, did you?
No, I did not.
No, it was a 4-footer. And that thing went around toilet bowl style. 360 that went in.
Wow.
And the interesting part is Charlie Hall, who was in second place, she's come in second, and I think five majors. And I forget if they were all to Nelly, but there was a lot of them. I was watching, on the Golf Channel, and they were talking about it. And she played great, and she always tends to play great in major championships. But Nelly, she's the Scottie Scheffler of the women's game.
Yeah.
And she is a really, really, really talented young lady, and I think she's a great ambassador for the LPGA, and happy for her to finally get that win. Because I think once people like her, once they get that first one, the U.S. Open, that is, she's already had other majors,
right?
But once she gets that one, she might turn it loose.
That's usually the way it works. That's why I always wanted my Buffalo Bills just to win one of those 4 Super Bowls. If they win the first one, then they probably win another. But when you don't get one,
I know,
you're waiting forever, and you're feeling it when the time comes again when you're close, right?
You're absolutely right. You're the first Buffalo Bills fan I really know that's a true Buffalo Bills fan. You're from Buffalo.
It's tragic, I know.
It is tragic. I never forget, when I was a kid and I'm watching those and I'm going, you got to be kidding me. I go, this is unbelievable.
I played with a guy yesterday, just wound up with him at Quicksilver. Mm-hmm. Got matched with a guy from Dallas. So immediately I'm like, you're a Cowboys fan. He's like, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That was his first words to me, were an apology.
See, and I always related to, like in the Super Bowl, my parents are from West Virginia, so I'm a big West Virginia fan. Daryl
Yeah.
Talley, wasn't he your linebacker?
He was awesome. Number 56.
Correct.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He was your linebacker. So I rooted for them,
Yeah.
because they had a little West Virginia tie in
Oh,
there.
yeah.
And, oh, man, I couldn't believe it. That one kick, what was it, wide right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Wide right. Yeah.
man.
47 yards. Speaking, I mean,
Hey, and I couldn't name that kicker, but I know you can.
yeah. Norwood, I believe, is
Yes,
the last name.
yes.
It's the same thing with golf when we talk about equipment upgrades. 47 yards back then was a long field goal. Now it's a chip shot.
Well, think about that. And think about it in golf. Think about when you relate that to golf, 47 yards. It's not even close to a full shot.
Right. It's a
not-
chip shot.
It's here. You can almost spit on the green from 47 yards, right? And in football,
Yep.
the guy couldn't kick it through the uprights. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It just puts it in perspective. It really is amazing when you think about it.
Going Low, sponsored by Bowser Chevrolet, our friends over at Bowser. Drove right past the place on my way out here with my Chevy Equinox, which is running very nicely, I might add. So we're out here at Chestnut Ridge. Oh, my gosh, what a place. Craig Bankins and myself, I'm filling in for Malsey. We have some other stories to talk about. Neil Shipley and Jake Salone. I hope I'm saying his name right. He's come out of nowhere here. He's actually out of Peters Township. He's 28 years old. They are both going to the U.S. Open. They're going to be practicing together. They played together when they were younger, or against each other, I should say. So, Jolie, did we get Jake yet? What's happening here? Nothing yet. You're going to have to call him. I texted him yesterday. He said between 7 and 8 was good. And then I said 7:30 work, and I could imagine him being very busy right now. So I haven't heard from him. I think we need to pick up the phone and call him, because I think he wore a pirate hat when he qualified for the U.S. Open out in Maryland. He's a great story. He went to a playoff hole there and put a 9-iron, I think, 160 yards to within 7 inches of the pin, and then
Secured his spot.
secured his spot. What a story. We'll talk about that coming up on Going Low.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Brazil has been a trendy pre-tournament pick, but has a challenging opening match in Group C against Morocco. Morocco is the highest-ranked African side entering a World Cup since 1994. Neymar is working his way back into the Brazilian team from an injury. Morocco will be confident after beating Brazil in 2023. I'm Mike Conti.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The United States men's national soccer team opened up their World Cup action by defeating Paraguay by a final score of 4-1 in Group D action at SoFi Stadium in California. Paraguay had an own goal in the 7th minute. Falarin Balogun scored twice in the first half, and Gio Reyna capped it off with a goal of his own in the 98th minute. Team USA's next match will be against Australia next Friday at 3 p.m. at Lumen Field in Seattle. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek and Allison Park is the #1 golf club fitter in the area. Not only do they have the best two fitters, Jim Lynch and Zach Stein, they only do their fitting outdoors on their driving range. If you get fit indoors, you're not being fit. You must see Ball Flight to be fit properly. They also do fitting the day of purchase, so there is never a fitting fee. So when you're ready for the best club fitting experience, set up your appointment today. Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990. Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than $200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Tired of not getting the tee time you want? Endless searching just to get one that works for you? How about planning your rounds for the whole summer? Conley Resort and Golf now has a virtual wait list. Get notified when your desired tee time is available. Booked up? Get notified even when there's a cancellation. Just visit ConleyResort.com and enter the favorite times to play. They'll notify you when it's ready to book. All from your mobile device. Just golf and relax and beat your buddies and let Conley's handle the tee time searches. Visit ConleyResort.com and get notified of your next tee time today.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Now I have to go play golf.
Back to more Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome back to Going Low. Joe Starkey here filling in for Mulsey. Craig Menkins, PGA golf professional. Mulsey's usual accomplice here is with me today. We're at Chestnut Ridge, Tom's Run. My God, is it beautiful out here. All right, let's move on to golf etiquette, Craig, and little sort of sidebars. We're with Randy Thomas, who's on the golf staff here, and Chad Crouchick, who's a teaching pro here. And Randy mentioned that a lot of times guys don't rate their round on a score, but how fast they play. I compare that to my dad, and I inherited this. Not caring if the home team wins, but wanting to beat traffic, right?
Yeah.
After the game, it's the same thing.
Yes. We all know that guy that goes to the Pirate game and he goes, well, we got to get out of here by the 7th inning. And so,
Right.
We don't. And I go, what are you talking about?
That's the whole idea of you go to the game to leave the game. It's incredible.
It is incredible. Yeah, it's like a conundrum. Like I don't know.
But do you know guys who do that?
I know guys
that rate their day of golf based on how fast they play rather than the score?
100%. Randy's 100% right. There were guys all the time, and the best was I always had a guy, and he's the best. Jim Dunn. He was always the first guy out.
Yeah.
And I'd have some people come in and they'd say, hey, you think Mr. Dunn would mind if I'd go in front of him? And I'd smile and I'd go, why don't you ask Mr. Dunn? And Mr. Dunn would look at him and I go, how'd that go?
Not well.
2 hours, 45 minutes, they'd be done with 18 holes with his two buddies.
Right.
Yeah. And, Mr. Lyons and Mr. Molino, and they'd fly around the golf course, and I'd laugh. And I'd go,
I love that so much. The best round of my life was at Bedford Springs. I was they let me out as the first guy, and I was the happiest I've ever been for any period of time in my entire life, just flying along that golf course, just me, in a rhythm, making shots. It felt so great. That's what I want. I think I'm one of these guys.
No, you could be, and it's fun. Now, in Western Pennsylvania, teeing off first in the morning is only good for about 3.5 months.
Right.
After that, forget about it.
Exactly.
Right.
Another question on golf etiquette. I've run into some situations on the golf course where I am golfing alone, and the people in front of me won't let me in front of them. They don't even acknowledge my presence. So I become inwardly angry and stubborn. Is it my role then to say to them, hey, do you mind if I play on? Or should I give them the silent treatment? Why aren't they letting me play on? Is it up to them to address me and say, hey, buddy, go ahead?
So, and here's what happens. If they have a bunch of groups in front of them, you're stuck.
Yeah.
There's no place to go. There's no place to go. And a lot of times the guys, like if we're playing and we have somebody behind, because nobody wants to hold anybody up, we would always communicate to you and say, hey, listen, you're welcome to go in front of us, but we got walls of people. Now, there's other things, too, you can do. I used to do all the time when we played, when someone fast came behind, and we would tell the gentleman, hey, listen, why don't you just skip ahead to the next hole and fly, and then you can come back here if there's not that many people on the golf course. There's multiple things you can do. A lot of people, though, would say the single really has no rights out there, but common courtesy is to let the faster players go through.
Okay, so this is enlightening. So the single is viewed as something of a menace on the golf course?
Oh, and even the twosomes. I've heard it from my members before, and I have to play devil's advocate because I want everybody out here, right? And
now I know everybody's mad at me when I'm out there playing alone.
Well, here's what would happen. Imagine this. I'm the PGA pro behind the counter, and I get this foursome come in and go, who put that twosome out there?
Yeah.
And I start laughing. I go, well, I put the twosome out there. Well, they're standing back there holding their hips, putting their hands on their hips, and they messed my shot up on on number 16.
Yeah.
I have to laugh and, try to smooth things over.
Now I'm starting to rethink a lot of things here because I go out alone all the time. And if they let me out alone, I don't mind playing with anybody, a threesome, whatever. But a lot of times they let me out alone. And now I realize why I'm feeling some aggression coming back toward me, even unspoken.
Here's another thing. So imagine that foursome. And they have a match with each other. Let's just say they have a friendly wager.
Right.
Two of them playing against two of them.
Yeah.
And you're back there.
You're back there.
You're back there, right? And you get the two guys that are losing money. Those are the guys that are coming in and complaining to me. Starkey's messing me up out there.
Now I see the other side of it. I've wondered now all these 5 years why there's this unspoken aggression toward me. Okay.
Yep.
Here's another one. You ready for this? Country club invites. Now, believe me, I'm eternally grateful for people who have invited me to their clubs. And I always say, anything you want me to pay for, I'll pay for. Our meal, anything else. 99% of them say, don't worry about a thing, maybe tip the person at the turn, things like that.
They take care of you.
They take care of me. Montour Heights, not the same guy. A different guy invited me one day. And when I got there, he said $150. I said, no problem, I'll pay.
Right.
But then we went to get something to eat. And he texted me days later with the receipt and things like that. And then he said, did you get a candy bar at the turn? And I said, I don't remember if I got a candy bar at the turn. I said, I'll pay for anything. And he had the itemized receipt from our meal. And this kept going back and forth. And finally I said, just give me a bill, a total, and I'll pay you, and I'll even include a tip for you. I just, let's end this. I want this to end. I don't remember if I got a candy bar at the turn. It was unbelievable. Did he break golf etiquette there?
Oh, I don't know how this round came about. I don't know if he invited you.
He did.
I don't know.
He did. He did. He called me and said, I've got a spot. Would you like to come out and play? And I said, yeah, I'd love to.
I'm going to say I haven't. Usually when you invite a guest, usually they're your guest. Usually you take care of them.
That's, right. Now, I've never come at this from the other side, but that works.
Did you beat him bad? Did you? What happened? Why?
No, I don't remember. All I remember is we had like 4 people eating, and the next thing I know, I'm getting an itemized bill in my texting.
It's to each their own, I guess. I've never witnessed that working in the private industry for a long time.
It was incredible. But let's move on to more important things. We have Randy Thomas and Chad Krawczyk here. We're going to talk to them about some cool things happening at the golf course. Chad has some things starting here. He's also has a youth program starting Monday.
Big youth program.
And then immediately we just got a text from Jake Salone from Peters Township, who has qualified for the U.S. Open.
Oh, great.
So how do we want to do this, Jolie? Now I'm scared. I don't know how we're going to do it. Jolie?
Jake was hoping for 7:40.
Well, it is 7:40. Why don't we go to some commercials now? We'll come back with Jake and then talk to Randy and Chad. Does that sound good?
Good.
Thank you, Jolie.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. After falling by a final score of 8-3 to the Miami Marlins in the first game out of their 3-game set, the Pittsburgh Pirates look to take Game 2 on Saturday afternoon. First pitch is scheduled for 4:05. We'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 3 o'clock. Bubba Chandler is on the mound for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
If you're looking for a fun round and a new spot in your rotation without spending all day on the course, Suncrest Golf and Grill is the place to play. North of Pittsburgh and just minutes from downtown Butler, Suncrest offers a fun, challenging course that's perfect for after-work rounds, weekend games with the guys, or settling a few bragging rights. When the round is over, stick around for cold drinks and the perfect place to relive every shot. Want to play 36? Don't forget our sister course, Conley Resort and Golf, and make your weekend complete. SuncrestGolf.com. Grab your buddies. Book a tee time today.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Okay, golfers, we're here to talk about golf.
Helping you with your golf game. This is Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to Going Low. It's Craig Mankins, PGA golf professional, with myself, Joe Starkey, filling in for Mulsey. We're at Chestnut Ridge. You couldn't ask for a better morning for golf. And man, do we have a treat. Jake Solon of Peters Township just qualified for the U.S. Open. So he's either on his way to Long Island or he may already be there, for all I know. Let's go to the phone line. This is powered by Bowser, the show today. Jake, how are you, sir?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Not as good as you. You're on your way. Where are you right now?
Yeah, to answer your question, we're flying out today at 9:30. So we're getting ready, my family and I, and we're going to head to the airport here shortly.
How would you describe your state of mind right now? Obviously, this is a dream come true, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm excited. I got through on Monday, so Tuesday and Wednesday it didn't feel real, to be honest. And then once I got back to my family's a member at Valley Brook Country Club, so I play and practice there throughout the summer. And once I got back there and saw all the familiar faces, it kind of sunk in that I am playing in the U.S. Open.
Jake, Craig Mankins here. So you're at Valley Brook with one of my great buddies from Slippery Rock, Mike Papson, who is your pro there. Tell me a little bit about, because anybody that's played college golf and, aspired to be on, qualify for any professional tour level, tell us just a little bit about your journey of what you've gone through to get there.
Yeah. Mike Papson's a great guy. He does a lot for the club, and he's a good dude. But to answer your question, I started at a smaller Division I school in Lawrenceville, New Jersey.
Were you a Rider, correct?
Rider University, yeah. Yeah, I was. And I wasn't that good in high school, to be honest. I got better and better throughout college, and then I transferred for my fifth year. We had a COVID year in 2021, and I transferred to the University of Oregon. And that's kind of when I realized if I wanted to do this for a living, I had to get a lot better. Those kids were significantly better than, the competition I was playing against in the Northeast. So it hit me that I got to practice a little harder if I want to compete with these boys.
That's great. I talked to a little bit. I'm good friends with your high school coach, Dave Kuhn, and we've been texting, and he texted about, how a little bit about your past there, and which tell us a little bit about what you're thinking heading into the U.S. Open here, and what's your game plan? How are you going to attack this? And tell us a little bit about your thoughts there.
Yeah, I'm going to take it one step at a time. Like I said, we're flying there today, so kind of just get comfortable. Once you get on site, it's probably going to be overwhelming at first. But yeah, just get comfortable and figure out a game plan. I'm going to play today a couple holes, and then I'm going to play 18 holes Sunday and Monday. And then once Tuesday comes, it's just fine tuning your game, hitting balls and getting your game in a good spot to compete come Thursday.
Yep.
Jake Solon going to the U.S. Open here from Peters Township, 28 years old. How about your relationship with Neil Shipley? You guys going to play some practice rounds together? I imagine you've crossed paths on golf courses before, yes?
Yeah, I know Neil. We played some high school golf together, some amateur golf growing up, and I see him every year at the 10 Memorial. The Nettles family does a great job. They host an event in honor of their father that passed away. So I see Neil there. And it's always a good time. He's a good dude. I might reach out to him and play a practice round this week, that's for sure.
I think, Jake, if I'm not mistaken, you were representing your Pittsburgh sports roots at this qualifier in Maryland. Is that right? Did you have a Pirates hat or some sort of pirate gear on? And might we see something Pittsburgh at the U.S. Open?
I did have a Buccos hat on Monday in Maryland, so that was a good luck charm.
Anything planned for the Open?
Sure. As of now, I do not have anything planned for the Open. No, but the hat will be with me.
The hat will be with you. That's good. And how about you going to the 6th? I think it was hole number 6 there in Maryland. And what'd you hit, a 9-iron, 160 to within 7 inches of the hole? Is that what I'm seeing here? Take us through that.
Yeah, so I finished my 18th hole in regulation probably 30 minutes prior to that. And I knew going up the last hole that I needed birdie to get in, or birdie to get in outright and par to get in a playoff. So I had about 45 feet, and I almost made it. So it was kind of a stress-free par, and I realized I was going in a playoff. We went to hole 6. It was 166 yards, a little into the wind off the right, and I hit 9-iron to 7 or 8 inches, which was enough to get it done.
Jake, that's awesome. You hit a big word there, stress-free. That's the thing about golf. The more you can keep stress out of the game, right, it makes it really fun. And I loved your quote. I think you put in the paper, you said you hit it to 7 inches. You said your mother could make that putt. And I'm sure your mother probably has some skill there too. But I thought that was
She's got a little
fun.
golf background. We used to tee it up a little bit when I was younger, but she hasn't played since, so I don't know. She'd still make it though.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. Well, we wish you, Jake, all the best, and we're proud of you representing Western Pennsylvania out there when you get to the U.S. Open. So just let your clubs do the talking and enjoy that experience, and we're rooting for you to make the cut and continue on with your career.
All righty. Thank you guys for having me on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. Great luck out there. Man, that was incredible, huh?
That's pretty neat. Yeah, that's really neat. I mean, young fella, imagine flying out to Long Island. That's pretty cool.
A dream come true.
Yeah, well, and especially when he walks up on the practice range, and you'll see names, Scotty Scheffler.
Right.
You'll see, they'll have names on. It's pretty wild.
Well, back to Chestnut Ridge here, because this place is beautiful in its own right as we look out here. What a course Tom's run, Chestnut Ridge, and with us, Randy Thomas from the golf staff here, and Chad Krawczyk, a teaching pro here. Randy, let's start with you.
Hey.
My God, this place is immaculate.
Yeah, I tell you what, our staff out on the course has done a wonderful job this spring. Really getting in great shape. Mike Howells, our superintendent, does a wonderful job. Making sure that it's very playable, and make sure it looks nice. And it's a great place to come out and just to enjoy yourself. This morning I'm looking out here. We got one of our groups. They had 28 guys. We got another group in that had 4 groups. They had like 16, and that's a big thing. If anybody's looking to get their group out here. Your end of the year league thing, something like that. We get everything to offer to you. Come on out. We'll set you up on the course. We've got the restaurants. Just everything here is just fabulous. and it's kept in really good shape.
Yeah, I know one of the things you just mentioned is all the things you have to offer. I went to school right here at IUP, and one of the things I always remember about Chestnut Ridge, Randy, is the service and how nice you guys treat everybody. Not only was it a great golf course, but it's always great to come here. It's always a great experience.
Yeah, we make sure we have the carts out, make sure they're clean. You bring a group, we always make sure that they're set aside. They got their names on the carts. It's all. There's no question. We can point you where you need to be. Yep. We got a nice big range. It's really it's a great facility. And we really enjoy having the groups that come here, year after year after year.
Yep.
And we like all the new ones that come out, too. That's the name of the game. So that's why we're here.
Man, I can't wait to get out here again. Meanwhile, Chad, the teaching pro here, you've got a lot of things going on. Yes?
Yeah, we do.
Tell us about the youth program coming up.
Yeah, so, we got started with it last year. We were fortunate enough that we had 64 kids in it last year, and the goal was to get to 80 kids this year, and as of this morning, when I checked, we have 90 kids signed up for Monday morning. So looking forward to that. It's going to be an exciting time. 7-week program. I meet every Monday morning, kind of go over the essentials. And the last week they get to play anywhere from a few holes up to 9 holes, depending on their skill level. And it's just a great time to get the kids out here, and be able to see 90 kids out here is going to be pretty awesome.
When you have somebody who's never swung a golf club, what is the first thing you tell them?
So my golden rule with junior golfers is to use your lead foot. If you think about most sports, baseball, things like that, we hit off our trail side. Golf is the complete opposite, where you have to use your lead foot more. Biggest thing you'll see with beginner golfers is kind of sitting in their right foot. So lighten your right foot or trail foot is one of the biggest things I'll tell them. And then grip is obviously going to be first and foremost.
One of the neat things, Chad, I was talking to Randy, and Randy said, and you've been teaching the young golfers for a long time, like myself, and I remember this part where you now have some of your younger golfers from before coming to help you.
Yes.
With the kids.
Yeah.
That's a neat.
Yeah, it's exciting.
I'll tell you, the biggest realization is we're getting older.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
But it is neat to have those kids come back and then give back to the game that they love.
Yeah, I think it's a great thing to see that kind of the full circle kind of moment, seeing when they're young kids. I have one kid that's in college now playing golf, and it's like you think back about when we first started. Mm-hmm. It's like he was just a little kid, and now he's taller than me. And it's crazy to see. It's really awesome. And then I think in that respect, to have the older kids here to kind of show the younger kids, like, this is what you can kind of do and aspire to be towards. And
sure.
Yeah, and I think it gives the older kids some responsibility too, which they like as well, a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chad Krawczyk, the teaching pro here. You're also launching your own enterprise, is that right?
Yeah, so fortunate enough, in downtown Blairsville, I'm going to open my own indoor facility. It's going to be called White Rose Golf. It's a premier indoor training facility. There will be 3 TrackMan bays, indoor putting green, full-service golf shop. Really looking forward to getting that going this year. It's going to be exciting.
That's pretty cool. Randy, anything to add here at the end? This is this hour went by fast. I could stay here. I could stay in this seat all day. Of course, I'd be tempted to go on the course, but this is beautiful.
Well, we can make that happen, But just a couple things. Things coming up. We'll have our annual club championship coming up the first weekend of August. Last year, we had lost our longtime old pro, Dave Kuhar. And we made the decision here at Tony Ricchini and the golf shop and Randy Moskal that they changed the name of it from the club championship to the Dave Kuhar Championship.
And Joe, you didn't have the pleasure probably of meeting Mr. Kuhar, but he was, when anybody thought Chestnut Ridge and Tom's Run, Dave Kuhar was associated. Yeah. He was great. When I started when I left Indiana Country Club as assistant and went to Punxsutawney, I came down, because you always got input from all your PGA pros. That's what they do. They mentor you. And I came down to Mr. Kuhar and, with Dan Braun and went up. And that's really a neat thing. I'm glad to hear that they changed it that way, because all of us in the PGA, we miss Dave. Yeah. And he was a bright spot all the time when he came out here to Tom's Run, Chestnut Ridge.
And then on top of that, I was mentioning to Craig a long time, a local treasure, we'll call him. We lost John Caruso last year. And John actually played in talking about opens, he played in the 88 Senior Open.
Yeah,
wow.
Medina.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. And the whole thing, that John was 87, and I don't know that once he reached 87 that he never shot over his age. I forget. It was like over 500 times.
Wow.
Or more.
Wow. That he shot his age or better.
Yeah.
I can't wait till I'm 100 and I'm shooting my age.
There you go.
Thank you guys for having us out here. This was fantastic.
Yep. Come on out. Bring your group. We'd love to have you.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
And all the listeners out there, you guys need a place to play on a Monday through a Sunday. Come out here. It looks absolutely. You can tell right now, like I'm looking at the bunker right there. You can see how well it's maintained, and the golf course looks fantastic.
I'll tell you, since the last time we played, Craig, I've gotten really good at bunker shots. I went down to Duke University, and I swear, I'm not lying, I played 3 rounds and probably took 30 bunker shots.
Did you?
And I was angry, but I also got really good at bunker shots. That's the best way to do it.
That's
is
good.
To hit into the
It's
bunker.
Practice. Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, and the fun part, when we played at Longview, like Malsey told me, Starkey gets mad out there. Well, I didn't see you get mad. I was laughing.
Not that day. No, we had fun that day. Yeah.
No, we had lots of fun. And I laughed. I said, Chris, I go, Starkey killed it. I go, he was bombing his drives out there. And it was kind of chilly, wasn't it?
It was a little chilly,
It was
yeah.
chilly. I remember.
Beautiful course as well.
Yeah, really beautiful course. But you did great. And I mean, and for you just to be, how
5 years or so, yeah.
Oh, you're doing tremendous.
It's funny how that works. When I play well, I'm not mad.
No.
It's amazing.
Next year, we were missing one for the Tri-State PGA Media Day, in which we appreciate, and a shout out to all you guys. Thanks for all you do, for everything you do in golf. But we got to get you in on our team with us. Hathorn,
I'm ready.
Mahler. We'll win that next year.
I'm ready for that.
Yep.
Craig, this was a pleasure working with you today.
It was great, Joe.
That was fun.
And I think we have a couple more.
We do.
Yep.
Malsey on paternity leave, and congratulations to the Malsey house.
Malsey might get blisters on his hands changing diapers.
He might. Thanks to everybody out here. What a place. Chestnut Ridge. Jolie, thank you. Thanks to the folks at Bowser Chevy. As always, it's going low. We'll talk to you next week.
A great lawn doesn't happen by accident. It takes the right expertise and the right team. That's why more homeowners trust True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. As the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, True Green knows what it takes to make grass look like a fairway. Their local specialists analyze your lawn, build a plan, and handle the hard work with routine visits throughout the season. And it's all backed by the True Green Satisfaction Guarantee. Visit TrueGreen.com today to get a golf course quality lawn. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
That's the sound we like to hear. It's time to book your trip to the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio, and play your choice of 4 of the best courses you'll find anywhere. Our stay and play deals are unmatched. The most popular is our 3-round, 2-night stay and play, which starts at $549 per person during the week and $647 on the weekends. And ask about our off-season rates too. Visit thegrandresort.com or call 330-856-8825 and book the golf trip of a lifetime. Golf at the Grand Resort in Warren, Ohio.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Looking for something different to do this week? Head to Shooters Golf in Wexford. Whether you're planning a night out with friends, date night, or a party, Shooters has something for everyone. Enjoy interactive golf bays powered by Top Tracer technology, great food, ice-cold drinks, and a fun atmosphere no matter your skill level. Plus, check out their outdoor patio bar featuring fire pits, private heated cabanas, and live music every Wednesday and Friday night starting at 7 p.m. With indoor and outdoor entertainment, Shooters Golf is your go-to destination for food, drinks, and fun.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at CedarbrookGolfCourse.com. That's CedarbrookGolfCourse.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Uh-huh. Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford in Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all of that at SchultzFord.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I finished a 5K in 94th place. Right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing. I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards. Like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day, like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain, I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies and temperatures in the 80s this afternoon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates yesterday fell to the Marlins 8-3. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05. It's right here on The Fan. Coverage at 3 o'clock presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates up against Lake Balker of Miami in what is expected to be a bullpen game for the Fish. More headlines at 93.7thefan.com. Right now, it's Panther Inside.
We talk about the game, and that's all we talk about.
It's time for the Panthers Insider Show. The Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliances. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. The Panthers Insider Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Welcome to the Panther Insider Show. I'm Pat Bostic. As previously mentioned by Joel Nelson, we're here for the next hour. And we're going to take your calls. Open the phone lines right off the jump. 412-928-9370. A lot to get into today, as we always do. Rumblings across college football. We are 84 days away from Pitt football getting underway. The meat of the show, and we've done this, but we haven't really got down to brass tacks, is we're going to look at every single game, and we're going to categorize must win, need to win, would be nice to win for Pitt football this year. And we'll come up with a record, maybe a floor, maybe a ceiling, and we'll discuss it. And again, I want to get your thoughts, 412-928-9370, as we sit 84 days away, less than 3 months away from the start of college football, pro football shortly thereafter. The Pitt athletics season has come to a close officially, with track and field NCAA championships concluding and a couple of Panthers earning honorable mention All-American status. Nia Crawford with a record shot put throw of 52 feet, 4.5 inches, 21st in the event, honorable mention All-American. She joined her teammate, Emeka Ugwu, who also placed and was an honorable mention All-American
in the shot put throw as well. Also, Lorenzo Carrier had just an unbelievable season for Pitt baseball. We chronicled their run. We talked about them getting snubbed, and we really congratulate West Virginia on what they're doing. Man, I mean, that is a run. The Panthers beat West Virginia 23-1, a midweek game, I get it. But Pitt really put a push, a late-season push, and put their chips in to have an opportunity to make a regional. Didn't do it, but Lorenzo Carrier earned All-American status, first-team All-American by the National Collegiate Baseball Writers of America, third-team All-American by Perfect Game. Listen to these numbers. It's one of the best seasons in Pitt history for the transfer Carrier. Started in 57 games, played in all of them. All 57 games. He hit 387 with 77 hits, 69 RBI. So 69 RBI on 77 hits, 67 runs scored, 57 walks, and 20 home runs. He also hit 15 doubles. Slugging percentage is 784. So, I mean, what a year. All-American status, and obviously he has a future at the next level, and really just a terrific season, a legendary season in a lot of ways. One of the better ones I can recall individually for a Pitt baseball player, and really he pushed this Pitt team to that winning season, that 30-plus win pedestal that they reached. And by all accounts, Mike Bell and company are doing a terrific job recruiting right now and putting together, assembling a transfer portal class. Again, the competition year for Pitt Athletics is done, so we officially shift our attention to 2026-27, and football gets us underway with that. But the accolades continue to roll in for the Panthers and for Lorenzo Carrier and those track and field athletes that concluded their season this past week. Really, really heady stuff by all of them as they, in some cases, conclude their career, and we turn the page to 26-27. Big time weekends throughout the month of June for Pitt football. And I got to be careful what I discuss. And again, we're opening up those phone lines at 412-928-9370. Been a while since we've heard from you, and we want to do that on the fan hotline. You can also text us at 412-928-9370 as well. Pitt football recruiting, these official visits are a big part of the summer now. And it's been a couple of years, I don't know how many exactly, that the calendar changed and June became an opportunity for summer official visits. And that's really when a lot of the activity takes place in terms of commits and visits and so on and so forth. It's also camp season, so it's a busy time for Pitt football before a little bit of a lull in the month of July. Coaches will take some time away, and then early August, it's training camp. And we're sitting 45 days or so, 48 days, whatever it is, from August 1st, and Pitt football getting underway. But recruiting is where the attention is right now. And some recruiting rankings start to come out. It's really early. A lot can change, but Pitt with a top 25 class by a number of different measures and via a number of different outlets. There's been some legacy commits, which is really cool to see. A lot of activity in the state of Georgia and Texas. It's something to watch and keep an eye on. And I think it goes underappreciated in today's college football, obviously, because all the attention in college football right now is on Brendan Sorsby. We'll get to that, the Texas Tech quarterback, and that whole situation, if you want to call it that. But it's on transfers and how you can get older. Pat Narduzzi and his staff, we've mentioned this on the show, have continued to recruit high school players, and they've gotten into areas that they haven't been in years past. Texas, Georgia, Florida has been a hotbed for Pitt over the years, but Georgia and Texas in particular are states that Louisiana, that the Panthers have not traditionally gotten a number of players from. But I think it's an interesting dynamic from this perspective. You're a high school player right now, and you see your position every year. I mean, it used to be the case that you could predict when you were going to play based on the depth at a position. There wasn't a whole lot a team was going to do 10, 15 years ago to add anybody into the depth chart. There might be a position switch here or there, but if you were an incoming freshman, you kind of knew, there's a returning starter at that position. The starter graduated. There's going to be a competition, and you knew where you were in the pecking order when you enrolled in May or July, whenever you came in, or June. Now, if you're a high school player, you don't really know until the end of the transfer portal window in January. Let's say you commit in July, you sign in December, And you could have two people thrown ahead of you on the depth chart by the time you get to campus in May. Let's say you enroll in the first summer session. So if you're a high school player and a school is heavy into the transfer portal, and Pitt is towards the bottom third of college football in terms of the number of players they lose to the portal, and by virtue of that, the effect of that cause is not as many players taken in the transfer portal. So it's more predictable as a recruit to see where you sit, see where you fit, where you have an opportunity to play. Are you going to redshirt, if that's going to be a thing anymore? We'll see what happens with the 5-for-5 rule. But Pitt is an attractive place for high school players. And it may, now I don't think it vastly changes Pitt's place in the pecking order in terms of, are they going to go out and get a bunch of 5-star players? But it may allow them to creep up a little bit. And we're starting to see that manifest itself these past couple years with a higher level player that is looking to play faster. Not many schools are saying, aside from the blue bloods that get the blue chips, that, we're going to play freshmen here. Pitt's starting quarterback last year was a true freshman for the majority of the season, and their most productive runner was a true freshman. They had true freshmen playing on the defensive side of the ball, and Sean Lee and Josh Guerriere. It's an interesting niche for Pitt to kind of create, and they've always done this, but I think it's more unique now, certainly because of the advent of the transfer portal and NIL and dollars driving, talent to certain places. So it's something to watch. And again, I think, it may not be manifested in a bunch of 5-star players and a top 10 class. You may see some incremental improvement. I think we're already seeing that in the quality of player, the reputation of the player, and what happens to Pitt's recruiting classes over the years because they prioritize freshmen. So that's something to watch over the next couple weeks. Again, a big recruiting weekend for Pitt this weekend as well. Not quite as many players as a couple weeks back, but we should see some Pat signals flaring up this morning with some commits coming the Panthers' way by way of high school and high school recruiting. So earlier this week, Joel Nelson, I was in Vegas, and it was not for pleasure. It was for work. It's NACDA is a convention for college athletics professionals, and I'm sharing this because of a very ironic situation I found myself in. And it's one of those moments that are so ironic and so by happenstance, but also unlikely. So I'm in Vegas. I fly in early Monday morning, and I'm staying at the W or the Mandalay Bay, the whole convention center there. There's thousands of college athletics professionals converging upon Vegas. Ironic, isn't it, that college athletics, you can't bet in college athletics, but we do our convention in Las Vegas. Makes a ton of sense. And so I get to my hotel, room's not ready. Take my bag to the bellman, do a little bit of work, and decide I'm going to mosey on from the hotel across. You have to go through the casino and over to the convention center area. So this is, 10 in the morning or so. And my timing, again, I've been in an Uber. I've been in a plane, an Uber. I hadn't really looked at my phone. So I'm entering the casino floor, and this story gets better as I tell it, by the way. And I look at my phone as I'm walking across the floor, and I see an ESPN alert that a judge in Texas is going to make Brennan Sorsby eligible after a 2-game suspension to play for the Red Raiders this season. Not surprised by that at all. Today's philosophy in college sports is if you don't like the rule, find a judge that will usurp it. Texas Tech has done that. Just so happens that the hearing will be 2 weeks after the national championship game, provided there isn't recourse before that. So I look at my phone, I see that, and then I look up, and I see a gentleman walking towards me with a couple folks flanking him. I'm on the casino floor of Mandalay Bay in Vegas. I get an alert on my phone about a player in Sorsby who, if the NCAA had one jurisdiction that they still really ruled the roost in, it was in gambling. You cannot gamble if you're an amateur athlete. Brennan Sorsby gambled on 40 games as a freshman at Indiana. He went to Cincinnati. I mean, it's a lot of money, $90,000 or so. I'm pulling from a memory bank here. I look up and that gentleman's walking towards me. And I'm like, that guy looks familiar. Who is that? It was Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, walking right past me. I'm in the casino floor of Mandalay Bay, a casino, walking across, going to a convention of college athletics. I get an alert on my phone that a judge in Texas is allowing Brendan Sorsby to serve a 2-game suspension in play, and the president of the NCAA is walking past me. I really wanted to say, like, sir, what do you think of this? Because it's just the NCAA has just lost their way. They have no recourse anymore, and it's a shame. And what it's doing to college sports isn't good. But it was one of those like struck by lightning moments where it's like the place I was at, what I was there to do, the alert on my phone, and the president of the NCAA is in a casino, walking out of the casino, and the one rule they could enforce and had success enforcing had just been broken and allowed to be broken. And I think it's a travesty, frankly, that Brendan Sorsby is going to be able to play. And I expect him to be able to play. I think in college sports, the rule book has really been thrown out, and this is I don't know if this is the straw that broke the camel's back, but I think the back had already been broken. But this is the final death nail, provided there isn't significant congressional intervention, which I think there's a chance of, if my personal opinion. But for him to be able to play, how do you then enforce any other rule? Revenue share cap, the CSC and NIL deals, transfer limitations without congressional help. And that's my biggest issue right now with all the bickering going back between ADs and conference commissioners and so forth, is you have an issue with one element of the Senate bill when 80% of the elements would solve a lot of problems. Nothing will be perfect. And if we can't get to a consensus on that, then it's going to be the Wild West for a long, long time. But I wanted to share that story because I thought it was hilarious and ironic. You may not find it so. For me, living in it every day, it was like literally like in the Bermuda Triangle. That's how I felt. We're going to get into this Pitt football schedule, and I'm going to go like, this is a must-win game, should win this game, need to win this one. I think Pitt can get off to a really good start this season. Once again, it's backloaded. Want to get your thoughts, 412-928-9370. How you feeling with 84 days until kickoff? What do you think this Pitt football team can do? Give me a record. Give me a low. Give me a high. And what are your concerns? What are you optimistic about? Let's fill those phone lines up at 412-928-9370. And you can join us at the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at the Robinson Town Center. You can help local fire departments with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. The Fan 5 Alarm Marathon is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and More, and Myers Law Group. More Panthers Insider on 93.7 The Fan after this.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's, and by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The defense of the U.S. men's team was in question before the start of the group stage, but the offense answered, scoring in the 7th minute, followed by 3 more to beat Paraguay 4-1. That secures 3 points to start the group stage of the tournament. Next up for the U.S., the Socceroos of Australia on Friday the 19th. With your match day recap, I'm Fernando Carlos.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The United States men's national soccer team opened up their World Cup action by defeating Paraguay by a final score of 4-1 in Group D action at SoFi Stadium in California. Paraguay had an own goal in the 7th minute. Falarin Balogun scored twice in the first half, and Gio Reyna capped it off with a goal of his own in the 98th minute. Team USA's next match will be against Australia next Friday at 3 p.m. at Lumen Field in Seattle. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Voss TV and Appliance is my game plan for quality appliance and exceptional service. Pat Bostic here for my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, a trusted third-generation family-owned business. Voss carries many big-name television and appliance brands and provides helpful and honest guidance on product selection. Voss also has the best prices and most reliable service in the area. Get Voss TV and appliance on your team today. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's 412-650-VOSS or visit VossTV.com.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept, it's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
PGT Trucking celebrates 45 years of flatbed excellence. Established in 1981 in Beaver County, PGT continues to lead the trucking industry by providing safe and trusted transportation solutions. For their flatbed truck drivers, PGT has been named a 2026 Best Fleets to Drive For company, receiving the award for 4 years in a row because of their top driver pay and home time options. Learn more about PGT Trucking at pgttrucking.com.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
We gathered real Pennsylvania seniors and asked them how they would benefit from an extra $1,000. Here's what they had to say.
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs.
My groceries, heating costs.
Medications. Sure, I could easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rent rebate program, eligible seniors and adults with disabilities could receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Let's return to the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beautiful day today outside. Not as humid. It was sticky last week. Some thunderstorms last week. Going to cool off a little bit. We'll get your fan weather later. You heard it from Joel at the start of the show. Phone lines are filling up, 412-928-9370. I'm going to put my prompt out there and go through this schedule real quick. Talk about these must-win or should-win games. Need to win games if you want to be a contender, and then a couple bonus games that could put you over the top. And we'll set maybe a floor and a ceiling. I don't like to pick games per se. It's not my style. But I do want to go through this schedule with 84 days till kickoff, and I want your thoughts on it at 412-928-9370. We're not going to say these are guaranteed picks, because that would be disingenuous because they're not guaranteed. However, any guaranteed pick is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, family owned for over 60 years and the lowest prices in town, guaranteed. See my friends at Voss for all of your kitchen appliance needs, your TV needs, sound needs. They're the best, and they have the best prices in town for sure. All right, let's go through it. Pitt opens up with Miami of Ohio. We know that. Miami of Ohio was 7-7 last year. Competed for a MAC championship, and they return a lot. Early lines have Pitt a 16.5-point favorite. Crazy, there's lines out on that. I think we can all agree that's a must-win game for the Panthers in their season opener. It's a game I think they will win, and I think they'll win it relatively comfortably, but not the easiest of starts when it comes to a mid-major opponent, and the Panthers have tripped up in years past playing those types of teams, whether it was Akron, whether it was Western Michigan, whether it was in 2021 was Western Michigan. Akron was, I think, 2014. Who else? Ohio, Bowling Green in 2008. There's been a number of them. Can't take it for granted, but it's a must-win game. There's no question about it. And I think these first 7 all fall in that category for me, and I'm going to tell you why. UCF, sub 500 season last year. Scott Frost is back in town. They've lost their luster in Orlando from the late teens with their national championship, quote unquote. Still a talented football team, a Big 12 opponent, a home opportunity for Pitt on ESPN2. It's a must-win game. It's a must-win game if you want to be a relevant top 25 team that's competing for an ACC championship. Then you open things up on a Thursday night, short week against Syracuse, and Panthers play their first 4 ACC opponents were all at the bottom of the league last year, and Syracuse was at the bottom of the league, and Fran Brown's got his quarterback back, but I'm still not sure they can come into Pittsburgh and beat the Panthers, and shouldn't beat the Panthers. So that's a third one. Bucknell, FCS opponent, must-win game. And this is where things get interesting. So let's say you're 4-0, and I think the Panthers should be 4-0 after those first 4 weeks. And this is being completely objective as best I can. And I'm going to get to Tony and Beaver Falls in a second. It feels like the third year in a row that the Panthers' schedule is backloaded. At Virginia Tech. This is a Virginia Tech team that fired Brent Pry only to rehire him as defensive coordinator. James Franklin's brought a lot of energy into that program. It's Lane Stadium on a Friday night. So consecutive ACC games on a, not on a Saturday. They got Ethan Drunkenmeyer, quarterback, transfer from Penn State. I think it's going to take James Franklin a little over a year to flip this thing. And I think Heinzel's the better quarterback. I think Pitt's the better team. Give Franklin a lot of credit for what they've been able to build in a short amount of time. But I would put this in a must-win category. Again, given this assumption that Pitt's going to compete for an ACC championship. Is it a must-win game in terms of is Pitt going to be a double-digit favorite going into this game? Are they going to be a road favorite? I don't know. I think it depends what happens those first 4 games, particularly the Syracuse and UCF games, and what Virginia Tech does for that matter. But I think there's a very high likelihood the Panthers get to 5-0. Then you got North Carolina at home. North Carolina team that's been an abject disaster under Bill Belichick. Not for a lack of talent. They've changed some things down there, obviously. But I don't think this is a team that's being expected that has a lot of expectations in terms of what they're going to do in the ACC. And the Panthers have them at home. And then they travel to Boston College. And this is a Boston College team that was at the very bottom of the ACC. And there's not a whole lot of hope for them to be much better this season. It's on the road. The Panthers lost at BC a couple years back after they lost Eli Holstein for the year. But this is a must-win game. And we're sitting there at that point, 7 games in. And I think there's a high likelihood, there's a very realistic path to sitting at 7-0 as you head towards the latter part of October and things get real. And you travel to Miami. And you take on Darian Mensah and Fletcher, the tailback, and all the other pieces that the Hurricanes have assembled, coming off of a runner-up finish in the national title. This would be a nice-to-win type of game. If you win that game, and I'm not trying to conjure up or manufacture excitement too early, but if you win that game and you get to 8-0, I think you're a fringe top 10 team at that point. I'm speaking purely in hypotheticals, and you might be shaking your head at me. That's fine. I'm speaking in hypotheticals. Could the Panthers lose any of those games aside from Bucknell and in those first 7? Absolutely. Got to play well. But should win those first 7? I think the answer is yes. The one that I would throw up as a toss-up would be Virginia Tech. On the road on a Friday night, a lot of excitement. Tough environment. Hard place to win. Miami, we go on the road down there and beat them. Ooh. The hype train will be rolling. And then you got Georgia Tech coming to town to close out the month of October. Alberto Mendoza at quarterback for the Yellow Jackets. Panthers let Tech come back a little bit last year, but really outclassed them in Atlanta in what was a de facto play-in game for Georgia Tech. I think Brent Key's done a really good job. I think Pitt's the better team and they're at home. 8-1, 9-0. Ooh. Florida State at home. Will they be better? It's a back-to-back home games. Will they be better? Revenge will be on the mind. I think this is a need-to-win game at that point. It's a need-to-win type of game. If you're 8-1 or 9-0 at that point, you're right in the thick of it. Then you go to Louisville. Another transfer quarterback. This one not as accomplished, more veteran though. On the road, been a house of horrors for Pitt down there over the years, last few. It's where Eli Holstein got hurt back in 2024. Panthers went right down the field, threw a pick in the end zone, and that was about it. Need to win? Probably second most difficult game on the schedule, in my opinion, outside of Miami. And then you go to Cal to close the year on Thanksgiving weekend. Trap game. Could be in a driver's seat. Could be right there. Are you not? JKS, the quarterback for Cal, is a good player. Coaching change up there. They're getting tougher. Not an easy one. But Correct me if I'm wrong. We'll go to Tony in Beaver Falls. 8-4, 9-3 at the floor? Ceiling? I'm not even going to say what I'm thinking. Let's go to Tony in Beaver Falls. Tony, good morning.
Morning. Great show as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, you basically said what I was about to say, which is 8-4 for sure would be disappointing if it's less than that, and 9-3 is probably doable. Anything after that would be beyond great. It's like you're saying, it's all hypothetical, but that's the expectations for sure. 8-4. But if I can ask a side question,
yeah, absolutely.
NIL, and how much? Where's Pitt with everybody else in the ACC when it comes to spending? I know it's like, I don't know, tens of millions probably per school, but where do they rank? And are they doing all right with, getting that money to spend, or do you think they're behind? Or I might be putting you in a bad spot asking that.
No, you're all good, Tony. I'll answer your question, and I appreciate your call. I'll let you listen. So, it has been publicized by Alan Green that Pitt is fully at $20.5 million, the full rev share cap. So the way none of this is released, right? So no one's releasing their itemized expenses on revenue share. But you have a cap, and Alan Green has said publicly in a session with reporters a week and a half ago or so that Pitt's at that cap. Roughly 75% of that is going to be football. I'm rounding that based on the school, but across the country, about 75%. So we'll do the math here. About $15 million is football. I think you're seeing average rosters across college football significantly north of 20 million. And that's above the cap. And that's when Alan talks about local businesses and NIL opportunity. And I think this, and you're going to hear more this week about it, Pitt, it has made some significant strides in that area under Alan Green's leadership. Structurally, from a prioritization standpoint, and then in going out and acquiring resources to deploy above the cap. But I think the ACC, I would say Pitt is firmly in the middle of the pack, maybe upper middle pack in terms of roster spend, football and men's basketball. And that's been a sliding scale over the years and has improved over time. But obviously, you talk about two tough games on the schedule. I would venture to say this, in football and basketball and anything, playing Miami and playing Louisville. And Florida State is right there too. But Miami and Louisville are two of the biggest spenders in the league. I mean, their basketball roster at Louisville is going to be absurd in terms of spending, just by what you read and where they're coming from. They've never shied away from finding ways to have an edge, put it that way. I'm not saying they cheat. I'm just saying they find an edge down there. They care about winning. Louisville, that city cares about Louisville athletics, football and basketball most notably. In Miami, we know what happens at Miami. They've got billionaire backing. So those are why those are two tough games, and those are two schools you're never going to necessarily. You're not going to try to compete with dollar for dollar. It's a race to the bottom. But Pitt's doing fine, Tony. Pitt's doing really good. And I think getting better, and will continue to get better. But I agree with you on the numbers. I'm keeping the phone lines open at 412-928-9370 as we wrap up the final segment. We'll debrief a little bit on this, and to get to the top, we'll talk about the differentiating factors. That's what we'll do. And I'm going to keep those phone lines open. I got 8-4, 9-3 probably my floor. 8-4 probably the low end of the floor. And to get to the top, to get to 11-1, 12-0, I mean, which again, I don't see the Miami and Louisville games are the difference. 10-2, and then if you underperform, I'm not saying that you show up and you're 8-4. That's not the case at all. I'm going based on what I believe to be true, and we'll keep discussing that next. And also want to discuss the fan lunch, which will be, you can join fan hosts for lunch at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th from 11 to 1. Stop by for hot dogs, subs, chips, cookies. That sounds good. And more courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, Oakmont Bakery, and Firehouse Subs, Butler Crossings. This is all part of the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, which is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. June 17th at the Wexford Fire Department, June 18th at the Robinson Town Center. You can help local fire departments with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE, that's F-I-R-E, to 412-207-3456. Wrapping the show up next, it's the Panthers Insider Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your Fan Headlines. After falling by a final score of 8-3 to the Miami Marlins in the first game out of their 3-game set, the Pittsburgh Pirates look to take Game 2 on Saturday afternoon. First pitch is scheduled for 4:05. We'll have the North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli beginning at 3 o'clock. Bubba Chandler is on the mound for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ready to kick off summer in a new GMC? Head to Joe Ball GMC for Truck Month, where the inventory is huge, the savings are even bigger, and qualified buyers can score rates as low as 0% financing. Plus, save big across their entire lineup of new GMC vehicles. Hurry in today or go to joeballgm.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. So all you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. The Knicks captured Game 1 of the NBA Finals, but can they keep that going once the series shifts back to New York in front of their home fans? I still believe at the end of the day, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are going to find a way to get it done. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins. A deep breath and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey. But we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris, and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe, a private group tour of the city, a dinner cruise along the Seine, a pep rally with a black and gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
It's back and right where it belongs. Downtown Pittsburgh, in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Ali Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
BetMGM isn't pulling any punches when it comes to you enjoying fight night. Before you lace up your gloves and get ready for action, be sure to log into your existing BetMGM account to receive an MMA odds boost token on the house. It's easy to use. All you have to do is add a qualifying MMA bet to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win the bet with your MMA odds boost token attached, you'll get extra winnings. Don't miss out on the old 1-2 punch of combat action and BetMGM this year. Go for the knockout and claim your MMA odds boost token on the house. Step into the ring for fight night with the chance to win a bigger payout on your next MMA bet. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities. This is our time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a contribution or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Julian Gray and Associates, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, and Leon's Billiards and more. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, back with more of the Panthers Insider Show with former Pitt quarterback Pat Bostic on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back to the Panther Insider Show. Wrapping the show up. We're going to go out to one of my favorites, my neighbor. Let's see if he's positive this morning. Russ and Mount Lebanon. Russ, good morning.
Hi, Pat. You're not going to be happy. I'm not positive. I'm looking. You're really sugarcoating this thing. I base it on the fact that Pitt has been. They've been ranked. They've finished the season ranked in the top 25, like 6 times since '83. So that shows you a history right there. Based on that too, they were ranked preseason, I think, 24 times going into the season, and they've actually been ranked at the end of the season 4 times. My biggest problem with this, I don't like the schedule because there's too many teams on this schedule that have to win games. You're looking at Florida State, North Carolina. You're looking at even Syracuse, who Pitt's like 18-3 again in the last 21 years. So that kind of something could happen there too. So those are the things that really scares me, and those are all home games. They play terrible at Louisville. That's a given, and I can't see them being competitive against Miami because they weren't last year at all. So that's my. I just look at the history and seeing a team that since '83 has been ranked at the end of the season 6 times. That really it makes me not positive about this at all. I mean, I'm looking at maybe 6-6 or something like that. I can't see them. Plus, they lose games they should win a lot. I mean, there's games that they have wins they should win, and they just blow them, and it happens every year. So I don't know. That's my feeling. I just can't see it being it's going to be like a normal Pitt season. So I'm not excited. So
I appreciate the call, Russ, and I appreciate you making time this morning. I'll let you listen. I'm not surprised, Joel, in Russ's opinion. And Russ, to be clear, I don't hold it against Russ. I think Russ knows what he's talking about, and things could certainly go the other way. And really he sets up my point, which is this. Pitt's best season since 1983 was 2021, when Kenny Pickett had a terrific senior season. I feel, they don't have Jordan Addison, but I feel as good about Mason Heinchel as I did about Kenny going into that year. And frankly, Kenny had a good 2020. He was projected to be a mid-round pick and decided to come back. I didn't think he was going to be at the Heisman podium. He was in New York. And he took it to another level. And I think Mason Heinchel can do just that. And the level he was at last year is pretty darn good as a true freshman. I look at it through that prism, and it's overly simple, and my job's not to be simple as an analyst. But really, when you boil football down, How are you up front on both sides of the ball? And do you have a quarterback? Everything else is bonus and important. Receivers, eligibles, things like that. DBs to cover. But, college football nowadays is about scoring points. It's about throwing a football. Obviously, you got to be balanced. And a lot of four-quarter games. And the team with the better quarterback often wins those games. And I'm just really bullish on this kid. That's the root of my mindset here. Now, what could derail it, right? Is the lack of experience at linebacker and on the perimeter, aside from Lovelace, going to hold Pitt back on defense? Do they get production from their edge guys? I think the interior defensive line's good. Do they get production from their edge guys, Crothers and so forth, Jaden Moore, Jimmy Scott? Do they get production, Ghost Neal, from that group? Obviously, kicking and punting is brand new. There's some things that could go wrong here. Are they not as good up front as they think they are? They did not get better. Are they missing a piece outside? Yeah, there are certainly questions. Not walking into this thing with a bona fide ACC championship roster. Some guys are going to have to develop, grow into roles. There's no question. But I go through, and we did this already. I'm not going to do a repeat exercise. I don't see a quarterback on this whole entire schedule that I feel like is better or will be better than Mason Heichel. Call me crazy. That's my mindset. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It is going to be beautiful today. Going to be beautiful. High in the 80s, mostly sunny, not humid. Chance for some storms tomorrow afternoon. Should be a really nice weekend for everyone. And a big sports weekend. We got the NBA Finals tonight, 3-1 lead. How about that Knicks game the other night, Joel? That was crazy.
People were calling it the basketball equivalent of 28-3 Falcons and Patriots.
I mean, did you see Charles Barkley after the game? That was terrible. He was like, that was the worst display of basketball I've ever seen. I guess San Antonio took 8 straight threes, up 29 points and missed all of them.
And then the De'Aaron Fox play at the end, too, going for a shot when he could have dribbled out.
Yeah, no question. We got Stanley Cup Finals, 3-2 Carolina tomorrow night. Now, I want your thoughts on this, and this is a Pitt show, so I didn't want to prompt this, but thoughts on there being UFC fights on the White House lawn tomorrow too.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, they got a whole get up there. Looks pretty awesome. You got Ilya Taporia, you got Alex Pereira fighting tomorrow on the White House lawn. We'll see what the weather does down there. I'm sure it'll be humid. It's always humid in DC. You got the World Cup, the United States with a 4-1 win. They got a lot going on this weekend. A great sports weekend, great weather weekend here in the city of Pittsburgh, and a great morning. Great way to start things off with a Panther Insider Show with you every Saturday. We appreciate you calling in, Russ and Tony, making calls. We'll be back next Saturday again from 8 to 9, as we always are, on the home of the Pitt Panther, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Hail to Pitt.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
West Finance HMF low APR tier 1-2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. With tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1-2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life. Ouch!
checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson, 4 fan headlines. Pirates last night fell to Miami 8-3. The Marlins have won 9 of their last 10 and 6 in a row. Game 2 this afternoon, 4:05. It is Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates up against Lake Barker of Miami in what should be a bullpen game for the Fish. Coverage on the Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey.
Now, it's time for Bucko Talk.
Can you believe it?
Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Stone & Company. This is Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, good morning. This is Bucko Talk. Happy Saturday morning to you. We're going to try to salvage a wonderful Saturday morning. I know it's a struggle. I walked into the studio today. Pat Bostic was finishing up and said that bullpen. And I agree, Pat. I agree. The bullpen, the pitching staff, this season, you guys have listened to me for a long time. I am not an alarmist or somebody who overreacts to things. And I'm, by and large, not reacting to this yet. But, I mean, we can see it. Can look at this team and see some good things. I look at the offense. I see a group that has improved quite a bit. Even without O'Neal Cruz, Connor Griffin, this group is capable of scoring runs. But I'm looking at the bullpen, and before, as I was preparing for the show, just jotting down names, where they started this season, how things have evolved.
and it is just not in a place right now where you feel great about it. You can't. Last night, latest example, an 8-3 loss to the Miami Marlins. To a degree, I understand struggling against the Braves and the Dodgers, the two best teams in Major League Baseball. They have been lights out. I thought getting back against some somewhat normal competition might help the Pirates. Granted, the Marlins have been very good as well. You heard Joel in the update. They've won 6 straight, 9 of 10. The Marlins are not the Marlins of past years. Sandy Alcantara was excellent last night. But the Pirates continue to experience bullpen/pitching issues. The bullpen is the more pronounced of the two, certainly. But if we step back and think about what this team was supposed to be at the beginning of the season, seriously, try to transport yourself into the offseason, spring training even. I remember sitting in this seat talking about if the offense was just a little bit better. It's the worst offense in baseball last year. If we could move this group up to 19th or 20th, with this pitching staff, things were going to be okay. The offense has moved up a heck of a lot more than 19th or 20th. Once again, very legitimately a top 5 offense in baseball. Latest number, they've scored the 5th most runs in Major League Baseball, behind the Dodgers, the Nationals, the Brewers, and Atlanta. And this is where we're sitting. We're sitting at 35-35, and right now, in the thick of this stretch, where after an 8-3 loss last night, the Pirates have lost 6 of 7. They're 3-7 in June. The bullpen has a 6.53 ERA since May 7th. On the season, that group has a 4.57 ERA, 22nd in Major League Baseball, allowing 25 runs over the past 4 games. Overall, the pitching staff, it's not great. You need more. Again, some numbers. A 6.29 over the past 15 days. That's 28th in Major League Baseball during that span. 13 blown saves, only 4 teams have more. The Pirates have 6 losses when leading after 6 innings. You can go through the starting rotation, and I've gotten this plenty on social media and via email. Which pitchers have genuinely taken a step forward? And I'll give you Braxton Ashcraft. He has improved. I know last night was not his best work. The time before that was his worst start of the season, but by and large, if we're going to look at who has legitimately gotten better, I would say Braxton Ashcraft. Through 14 starts, a 3.30 ERA, I'm good with it. 19 walks, 90 strikeouts, not the fight I'm willing to pick. But Mitch Keller right now, going to get into that much deeper in this show, a 5.14 ERA in 14 starts. That is red alarm, 5 alarm, red alert, whatever the heck the term is. That's concerning. Paul Skeens, it's worse than it was last year, but carrying around a 284, I'm not going to worry about that. Paul Skeens will be an all-star. Paul Skeens will be fine. That's separate in that discussion. Right now, their third best starter, at least by metric of ERA, is not in the starting rotation. That's Carmen Mlodzinski. He is a long man, bulk guy, whatever. Carmen, I think, should be a chess piece at this point. I could go a couple different ways on Carmen, honestly. If they wanted to put him back in the starting rotation, I wouldn't argue with it. If they wanted to try to make Carmen a late inning, high leverage guy, I wouldn't argue with it. I'd see the use in both of those respects. And honestly, with bringing up Antoine Kelly, as the Pirates did yesterday, and I liked what Kelly did. I know he gave up a home run. It wasn't on a terrible pitch. Guys are going to give up home runs. He's around 100 consistently with his fastball. I think he's got the stuff to be up here. I think he's earned the opportunity. I want to see a little bit more of him. I'm okay with that sort of deployment for Carmen Mlodzinski because if you can backfill with Antoine Kelly in that long man role, so be it. I also understand the argument to say Wilber Dotel probably needs some time in the minors to recalibrate a little bit. It's been a lot in a short period of time for Dotel. His past 2 outings, he's allowed 10 earned runs. Some command issues plagued him last night. But anyway, I started that discussion looking at the pitching and the pitching taking a step back. And by virtue of the pitching taking a step back, the Pirates have taken a step back. Now, nothing is ruined. I'll say it that way. Choosing my words carefully. At 35-35, the Pirates are not out of anything. Would you like this first 70-game stretch to go better? Of course you would. They would have wanted this first 70-game stretch to go better. You can lose a season within 70 games. I don't think you can win a season within 70 games. They're 8.5 out of first place. They're a game back in the wild card. It is what it is, really. I mean, I hate that cliche, but nothing is outside of their control. Nothing is outside of their reach. But we need to start having real, hard, honest conversations about what's happening here. Like just waiting and hoping and thinking and, all of the solutions being, the short ones away that you can grab. I think we're past that. Drastic times call for drastic measures. And I'm not calling this drastic, but I'm also not calling it, early season sample, blip, whatever. This season matters. They have to win. People's jobs are on the line, all of that stuff. This has been long enough in a regime change. Again, I started this show by saying I'm a pretty patient person, probably a too patient person, if I'm going to critique myself. And I'm sure a lot of you listening might have that critique, and that's fine. We're all wired different ways, but I'm not an overreactor. At the same time, if I can sit here and say, it's time to go, it's time to do something, it's time to not be passive, I hope you can understand that that's, not coming from a place of overreaction. 35-35 needs to improve. Sitting here looking at the Cubs at 36-34. If we're going to make the determination that the Pirates are done, their season's kaput, all that stuff, then what? The Cubs are done? I don't think so. There's a lot of season left. A lot of stuff can happen. I'm not going to make the determination that the Padres are 2 games over 500 good. They're probably a much better team than that. That's my way of saying there's a lot of season to be played, but you can't continue doing the same things and expect different results. At some point, you're going to have to make a move, make a change, do something drastic, address a problem. And we've had enough evidence here to see what some of the problems are. They're not offensive, and here's how I would contrast that. They're without O'Neal Cruz and Connor Griffin right now, right? Does that mean they need to go out and get somebody? No. I think your solutions can be internal. They've done a good enough job figuring that out. And actually, to the Pirates' credit, the way they've been able to backfill some of that stuff has been pretty good. Rafael Flores the other night comes up, gets 2 hits, an absolute bomb of a home run. Good for him. I like it. Tyler Callahan didn't have a strong game last night, but before that started out 5 for 13, showed some pop. Great. Brandon Lau's been fantastic. Brian Reynolds has been a lot better lately. He's he's over 800 OPS wise. So is Ryan O'Hearn. Great. They're getting a ton of offense from their outfield. Spencer Horwitz has been a pleasant surprise. The Pirates I can't look at them and say any of the problem is offensive. But I can look at them and say the problems are bullpen and pitching related. The group that they started the season with, think about this for a second. Gregory Soto, Dennis Santana, Justin Lawrence, Isaac Mattson, Johan Ramirez, Mason Montgomery, Hunter Barco, Jose Urquidy. That was the bullpen on opening day. Who among that group has matched expectations and or exceeded them? My argument would be Gregory Soto, and you could take issue with spending that much money on a back-end setup guy / closer. Certainly understand that. But Soto, 4-1, a 3.38 ERA, he's pitched in 30 games. I'm fine with it. 12 walks, 34 strikeouts. I'm not saying it's a gigantic problem. Has it been a gigantic strength? No. But has it been a gigantic problem? I'm not going there. Dennis Santana, yeah. That was a guy you were expecting to be at the back of the bullpen, part of that two-headed monster. Probably one of your best pitchers on staff, your best reliever over the past 2 years. I think that's he's certainly in that conversation, if not number one. An ERA of 4.82, and that's after a couple pretty decent outings recently. Justin Lawrence, DFA'd, Isaac Mattson in AAA. Isaac Mattson should be back here, by the way. An ERA under 2 in 9 games in Indianapolis. That's Isaac Mattson isn't your, be-all, end-all solution, but I think the best version of this bullpen includes Isaac Mattson coming up here and contributing. Johan Ramirez, a 4.42 ERA in 29 games. I'm fine with him working the 5th, the 6th. When a game gets sideways, you need to cover 2, maybe even 3 innings. There's a role on a team for a guy like that. Mason Montgomery, I think, has been fine. He's had some bumps recently. I'm still comfortable with him being in the bullpen. Obviously, Hunter Barco, Jose Urquidy did not work out. So right now I'm looking at, of 8 guys who started the season, 1 who has maybe exceeded expectations, 2 that have fallen slightly short of them, 1 who's still in the majors being Santana, who's fallen way short of them, and 4 guys who are either DFA'd or in AAA. That's a problem. That's a problem. Wilbur Dotel was good for a little bit. I don't know if I want to sit around and find out, at least not immediately, whether these past 2 outings were an aberration or whether maybe some seasoning in AAA might help. I am willing to hear out Antoine Kelly. Evan Sisk has been fine as long as it's low leverage. And Carmen Mlodzinski, once again, to me, is a chess piece. Do you want to use him as a starter? If so, who do you bump? Do you want to use him as a long man out of the pen? Okay. I think we need to talk about having a little bit different deployment there. Or do you want to use him as a back-end guy because you don't have any of that from the right side? The Pirates cannot let pitching derail their season. When we went into this season thinking pitching would make their season elite. We just can't. And I mean, there's, of course, the idea of an external addition. I fully endorse that. I'm also fully aware that it is June 13th. We can sit here and say that should happen, that should happen, that should happen. If you have a halfway decent reliever on a halfway decent team, unfortunately, that guy's probably not available. So again, I hold out hope that they do something. They certainly need to. But can you get somebody who's going to legitimately contribute? What's that cost going to be? How soon can it happen? Does one pitcher solve the problem? I'm not sure if one does. But either way, point remains, we can't just sit idly by and expect something to suddenly take a magical turn upward. I can believe a little bit more in the starting rotation. The rest of it concerns me. I put out a question on Twitter. If you don't follow me, please do, at @JMackey_PGH. What's your biggest concern? And how about a solution or two? What do you want to see happen? I'd like to have a lot of this show be a conversation back and forth. Phone lines are jammed right now. We're going to make Joel Nelson work quite a bit behind the glass producing. We're going to have a conversation back and forth about what's going on here. I normally have a writer on in the 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to forego that for the sake of having a bunch of phone calls and have a conversation with you, the listener. I do have a conversation with Pirates team historian Jim Tredenich. The Pirates unveiled their 2026 Hall of Fame class this week, and I talked to Jimmy T a little bit about that, what went into the decision-making. If you haven't seen it, Wilbur Cooper, Jack Wilson, and John Candelaria comprise that class. So we'll get into that after the 10 o'clock hour. But right now, your phone calls about what's going on with the Buccos. Let's start, as we usually do, Tony in Munhall and then Chuck in Uniontown. What's up, guys? Tony, you are first. How are you?
Good morning, Jason. How are you today?
Good morning.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about Donnie Kelly. I think I hear a lot of criticisms that he can't manage a bullpen. He doesn't have a bullpen to manage, in my opinion, right? That's the deepest need is the bullpen. I've been talking on the show for a couple weeks now about Antoine Kelly. We finally got to see him. He looks okay. I mean, yeah, the home run last night barely hit that, almost was foul, right?
Yeah, it was 344 feet, Tony. I'm not willing to crush Antoine Kelly for a fairly well placed pitch. So be it.
Right, I got you, and I think that we need more of that. I think maybe today we see Dotel go down and Matson come up. I guess you have to wait so many days, but I'm sure that's already passed with Matson.
Yes, it has.
So that'll work. And then outside, the one thing they're not doing a lot of this year when guys get DFA'd, like I really thought maybe Bailey Salter had some success here, and we're in a desperation point, but it looks like they're not going free agents, guys that are cut. Looks like they're trying maybe to work a deal and maybe try to fix this internally. But I agree with you. The bullpen is the biggest problem. They got a shot. And then one final point, third base. Right, I don't want to criticize Nick Gonzalez too much because he's hitting the ball real well. But the defense has been awful this week. I mean, that ball last night should have been caught. He might have been out of that inning with that line drive. Tyler Callahan came over as a third baseman. I'd like to see more of him as a third baseman. Maybe Nicky G a little more short, possibly. I mean, there's a way you can get his bat in the lineup somewhere with second, short, or third. And what do you know about Murph Gray? And I'll hand up and listen, because Murph Gray was drafted last year out of UCLA, I believe, a college player. So he should not be too far away. Thanks, Jason. We'll talk to you next week. I'll be traveling, but I'll still try to call. Thank you very much.
Safe travels, Tony. Appreciate you, man. Murph Gray is in high A, I believe. Nothing against Murph Gray at all. He was actually 1 for 2 yesterday with a double, 2 walks, and a ribby. He's had a really good start, and I'd like to see them move him a little quicker, just maybe not necessarily up to the major league club. I mostly agree with you on Callahan, Gonzalez, etc. The hill I'm going to die on, I mean, I'm not going to put Brandon Lau on the bench. Clearly, he's in the lineup every time he can possibly be in the lineup. And, if you want to get a little bit more flexible with playing Callahan and moving Gonzalez to short and sitting Triolo, fine. Great. But it doesn't address the biggest problem on the team. They're scoring runs consistently enough at a big enough clip that they should be winning more games. The problem has been the bullpen. So we need to find some solutions there. I agree with Tony on a couple points that he made. Isaac Matson, wouldn't be surprised if he's back up with the team today. We don't have any news on that yet, but it is time. Dotel would be my corresponding move, send him down to work on some things, and that's fine. Need to keep active on the external additions, or get active, however you want to describe it. I do think they're trying, but need to see somebody in here, need to see some sort of improvement. It's a combination of all of those things, right? There has to be internal improvement. There has to be people in the organization stepping up. Antoine Kelly could be one of those things, and you need to get some outside help. A need has identified itself very clearly. I want to see the Pirates address it. Chuck in Uniontown, you're next, man. What's going on, Chuck? Good morning.
Good morning, Mac. You're not going to like what I have to say.
Oh, Chuck, stop that. I like everything you have to say. Come on, man.
No, you won't. Mac, first thing, Kelly's got to go. There's better... You know what I told you. The manager I want is still in the game. He's still in the National League Central. He's coaching first base for the Cardinals. It's time you get a fresh approach in here. You need change. You see 300 miles to the east, in the other corner of the state, they did it. Look what Don Mattingly did. After Rob Thompson, a manager that had taken the Phillies to the World Series 3 years ago, and they got rid of him. Part of the trouble with the Pirates is they wait too long to make changes. You see, when you lose 6 games after leading after the 6th inning, that's gone on too long. Something has to be done. And the sad part of it is, baseball people at large finally were positive about the Pirates before the season started. Improved the offense. A little bit, more upbeat. They went out and got people, which they didn't do before. But perhaps, and I hate to say this, the Pirates aren't as good as they thought they were, or they hoped they would be. I mean, they thought the bullpen was going to be a strength. And look, it's turned to dust.
Yeah.
The starting pitching, I was worried about that because what if the starting pitching, while still good, was not as good as it was last year? But they need a fresh approach. They need a voice from the outside, someone to come in, because you can't keep doing the same things over and over again and expect different results.
Yeah. All right.
One more thing, Mac.
All right.
I wish not only the Pirates, baseball people in general would stop paying so much attention to these confounded analytics. Baseball is played by human beings. Baseball is not a great game when you look at a computer sheet and tell you what to do.
Yep.
Baseball people needs to be staffed by baseball people making baseball decisions. Thanks.
Fair enough, Chuck. Appreciate you. Yeah, and thank you for the call, Chuck. But here's where I'm at with this. And Chuck can say that I'm not going to like his comment about getting rid of Donnie Kelly. He's probably not going to like my response. They're not getting rid of Donnie Kelly. I don't think they made this move, brought Don Kelly back to fire him after a 500 record. I just don't. I don't think that's anywhere in the solar system of possibilities right now. You can sit here and say that guys need to perform better, completely fair. You can sit here and say that they need to go out and get somebody, completely fair. You can sit here and say they need to step back and take a look at how they're deploying people, completely fair. I don't think that the firing the manager is, one, going to happen, and two, I don't think firing the manager completely fixes all of the problems. And not to go down the Mitch Keller rabbit hole earlier than I planned to, but control has been a big issue for Mitch Keller. Would firing Don Kelly help Mitch Keller's control, or is it just on Mitch Keller to execute pitches better when he gets ahead in counts, to put guys away? Is it going to fix the Pirates' inefficiency from their starters recently to fire the pitching coach? They're not going to fire the pitching coach halfway through the season, not even halfway through the season. I'm not defending the recent performance. I understand what the recent performance is. It's numbers, it's facts. But I'd like to at least step back and think, like, while Chuck was talking, I looked up the Pirates starters ERA in March and April. In March and April, they had a 3.82 ERA. That was ninth best in Major League Baseball. Over the past 6 weeks, I'll maybe look that up during the break. That has slipped, and that hasn't been as good. The marking point has basically been a month back. I think it was May 15th is what I've seen a lot of stats cited. It's kind of dragged. It has dragged. It needs to be better. It's a long season. I'm not excusing it. I'm not saying everything's okay. I'm saying it needs to improve. But they're just not going to fire the manager or the pitching coach. And even if they did, that's not a surefire solution. All right, we'll get into more of your calls next. First, I want to tell you the fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. This is Bucko Talk. It's a Saturday morning. We're venting together. Thank you so much for the participation. If you want to call, get in line. We've got a lot of calls, but try to squeeze everybody in. 412-928-9370. Joel Nelson producing. He's friendly, I promise. You can talk to him on the other side of the glass. And back with more of your calls next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Marlins were 8-3 winners over the Pirates last night. Miami has won 9 of their last 10 and 6 in a row. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon at 4:05. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates up against Lake Bacher of Miami, which should be a bullpen game for the Marlins. Coverage on the Fan begins at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Breeze Airways is your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville. To celebrate, we're giving you and a guest a chance to win passes to the Bourbon and Beyond Music Festival in Louisville, round-trip airfare for 2 from Pittsburgh to Louisville, and a hotel stay. Enter at breezetomusic.com. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Send a postcard home from somewhere new this year and book at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice. In partnership with Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to Pennsylvania residents age 21 and over. Enter by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on June 20th, 2026. Approximate prize value $3,850. Complete rules and prize details at odyssey.com/rules. Enter at breezetomusic.com.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. So all you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. The Knicks captured Game 1 of the NBA Finals, but can they keep that going once the series shifts back to New York in front of their home fans? I still believe, at the end of the day, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are going to find a way to get it done. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now. Double bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Adam, summer's great unless you're the dad in charge of every project around the house.
You mean my second full-time job?
Exactly. That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the new security system.
No tools, no ladders, no watching online tutorials at midnight.
Their experts handle the installation while you enjoy your summer.
Now that's a project I can get behind.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Thanks to the Good Feet Store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting, and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, welcome into Bucko Talk. Saturday morning, Jason Mackey with you. Joel Nelson producing. We're going through the state of the Pirates after an 8-3 loss to the Miami Marlins last night. Pirates have dropped 6 of 7. The concern is obviously real. Have a whole bunch of you lined up, jammed the phone lines to talk about this loss and probably a lot of other things going on in Pirates land for perfectly understandable reasons. This episode of Bucko Talk, of course, is brought to you by Westminster College. You can register for a summer information session today. That's my alma mater. Love that place. Westminster.edu for details. All right, next up, we have Greg in Youngstown. What's going on, man? How are you? Greg. Last chance. Greg, are you there?
Can you hear me?
I got you.
Okay. This is urgency time now, and I'll tell you why. Our team MVP's gone next year, Brandon Lau. He's gone. They go on strike. We lose O'Hearn. We lose probably Reynolds, Cowler, and Skeens is probably going to get traded then. So they got to win this year, or they got to figure out their sellers again, because there's no middle road going forward next year if there's a strike. So they better get some relievers and try to win this year. If not, then you're going to pedal well and get some really good players, because it's either you're going to go all in or you're going to have to do the same thing again and move some of these pieces for the future.
Yeah, I agree with you, Greg. I mean, you would have to take a long, hard look at what you're doing contract-wise if you're not winning by the trade deadline. There should be urgency. You need to get it done before August. Couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah, I mean, I love Brandon Lau. You can't lose a 40-home run guy, but they seem like they are going to lose this guy for some weird reason. They don't want to sign him. So you lose him, and you lose O'Hearn and Reynolds and Cowler and probably Skeens. You're in a lot of trouble in the end.
Yeah. All right. Thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, I'm not going to, trade all of the guys that Greg mentioned if they're not in it. But, I mean, guys on expiring contracts and the type of season that Brandon Lau is having, you probably have to have an unfortunate conversation or an unfortunate look in the mirror. Excuse me. I don't want to see it go that way either. I want them to extend Brandon Lau. I think Brandon Lau's been fantastic. He's been a huge leader in that clubhouse. But, if you were definitively out of it, then, you kind of have to. That's why the urgency is now, and you hope that you're in it, and you hope that Brandon Lau benefits your team, and you want to add to that team. Hence the urgency of now. The trading Keller idea, I don't know about that. I mean, we're having conversations about what is wrong with Mitch Keller, which are valid based on how he's pitched recently, but I don't know what that value would be. They're not going to trade Skeens if they're out of it at the deadline, and I really doubt they would trade O'Hearn. But, I mean, a guy on an expiring deal, yes, that unfortunately that's the reality of the business for a team that is not competitive, so hopefully they are competitive. Speaking of that and how you get competitive, of course, it's going to involve the bullpen. Steven Glenshaw wants to talk about that. What's going on, Steve?
How you doing, Jason?
I'm all right. How are you?
Good. Hey, a historic date for the Pirates was May 12th, 2026. And what happened that day was a starting pitcher went into the 7th inning. So I'm taking this a little bit differently. Our bullpen, any bullpen, you look across the league, they can't come in the 5th inning every night. Our starters cannot pitch into the 6th and 7th inning efficiently. And that's an issue. it's okay to have a starting pitcher pitch 7 innings.
Yeah.
And that taxes our bullpen constantly. Today, Chandler's pitching. We got 4 innings out of him, probably. Realistically, 4 innings based on past performances. So you can't do this every night. And the way I look at it, the way we're structured, you might as well bring up all your starters in the minor leagues, pick your best ones and bring them in, because they're going to have to throw 4 or 5 innings every night out of the bullpen. And it's tough to watch, like Skeens. Even Skeens throws so many pitches. They're not going to let him pitch into the 8th inning. I mean, these guys are not efficient starters.
I don't disagree with you. I mean, it's a problem across baseball. Like, I'm not just going to isolate on the Pirates, but I agree with you. I'd like to see them be more efficient. The bullpen has been overworked. Right now, they've thrown the 7th most innings, 273 2/3. The bullpen, and we've talked about all the issues they've had. Like, that adds up to not good things. Starters need to go deeper into games, 100%.
Yep, and May 12th, that's a long time. I mean, watching that pitcher for the Marlins last night, that was like a dream. So
I liked it.
I also wanted to give out a shout out to my niece Hannah today.
All right, thanks, man. Appreciate you.
Sir.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, an obvious point. I mean, starters need to go deeper in games. The Pirates have racked up a lot of strikeouts. That's nice. The 4th most strikeouts in Major League Baseball. I want to see the efficiency too. I mean, I'm not asking them to be Jacob Misiorowski. Joel, did you see that, by the way, what Miz did last night?
I forgot to mention it to you. That's that is something else, man. A complete game, 1-hit shutout with 15 strikeouts, and it's a Maddox. That is amazing. That might be the best, unless there's a pitcher who throws a no-hitter this year. That's going to be the best in it. He got a game score of 100, right?
Yep. I mean, even like, I know that no-hitters are cool and historic. I don't know if you get more dominant than that. That's insane.
That is, and
Maddox with 15 strikeouts.
And you know me, you know I love those complete games.
Oh,
especially the Maddoxes.
Man, I'm with you. I think strikeouts are overrated.
I want to see I'm curious what his first pitch strike rate would have been if he's getting 15 strikeouts in a Maddox. Any 10 strikeout Maddox is like impeccable.
Man.
So I'm very curious what his first pitch strike rate would have been. That would have been off the charts.
I know.
What a performance.
I know. Emulate some of it, man. I mean, that's one fix here. Like, this is an unsexy thing to say because everybody wants so-and-so fired and trade this person and whatever. Fill up the zone more. Challenge hitters. Don't nibble. I actually talked about this on my podcast today. It's not complicated. Throw the stuff over the plate. If they hit it, they hit it. I've seen too many guys nibbling. Braxton Ashcraft admitted to that last night. Like, I don't know whether it's a misexecution of pitches or thinking a little bit too much, trying to be too fine. I'm not sure. A lot of your guys have good stuff. Maybe they need reminded of it. Throw it over the plate. I like quick innings. I don't need to see strikeouts. I want early, weak contact. Don Kelly talked about that as well. I mean, it's not like I'm the first person to come up with that theory. I'm well aware, but like, maybe remember that it's not all about the strikeouts. I would not mind seeing that. All right, let's go to Vince in Weirton wants to talk about Don Kelly. What's up, Vince?
Well, I've listened to Chuck for many years now. I'm 66 years old. I've been a lifelong Pirate fan. Lived in the Midwest for 20 years, right in the middle of Cub territory. I've always been a lifelong believer that the Pirates, they win with good managers. And Clint Hurdle, he had a good run here, took a team with less talent, mind you. He had a couple good pitchers. They had less talent than what this team has. And he delivered. Now, I'm not rooting against the Pirates. I think they're a 500 ball club. I think that Donan's got to get a lot more out of these players. I agree with, what he said last night, Chuck said last night. There's a little difference between anger and apathy. Pirate fans are angry, especially us old-timers. We're angry because there's changes, and if it's true what he said last night, that the president of Pirates organization at the time they were making some managerial decisions, talked nutting out of hiring who Chuck wanted to hire. that just shows you internally, if you keep doing the same thing, I agree with Chuck. You're going to get the same results. Maybe Don's he's a baseball guy. He's been under some good coaches, but they've got to break the mold somewhere. And I do agree, fresh eyes bring new ideas, a new game plan. And I just don't see the Pirates. Even the only godsend they have is they're playing in the Central Division, and they can actually place in that Central Division. They have a shot to make the playoffs. But when they get up against the elites, they're nowhere to be found.
So, Vince, let me jump in there. So your solution is to fire Don Kelly and hire somebody
Not right
else.
now.
Okay.
Not right now. I'm saying give them the end of the year. I'm going to put it this way. If they keep going on a slide, let's say they endure a couple 10-game losing streaks between now and the end of the year, they're not in bad shape right now, as bad as these couple slides have been. They've got the assets. Now, Cruz is out right now. But I will say this, and I said this for 2 months straight. Ozuna was a bad signing. They could have spent that money on a bullpen arm. They could have got some bullpen relief. They took a guy that was over the hill. Atlanta's a great organization. They would have never parted with him if they thought he was good.
Yeah.
And Walker and Reynolds is not an elite outfielder anymore. He's a hell of a hitter, and they got guys. They got enough guys on this team that can hit the ball for contact. They're not hurting the DH position. They should not have it. They had sign a guy for that kind of money.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
All right, Vince, appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, I understand the Ozuna signing. There's no defending it right now. He's not producing enough. And you can look at what the narrative was around the Pirates adding another pitcher. You can say they should have added. I have no rebuttal. It's a perfectly valid point. I guess I'll just add to that, and I know this isn't going to change anything, but those of us in this position, somebody hosting a show, somebody covering the team, we get asked a lot about what's going to happen with the pitching. My response to that oftentimes is we'll see that when we get there. There's no such thing as having too much pitching. I think this is a reminder. There's no such thing as having too much pitching. I think everybody can probably agree. You wish the Pirates had more pitching right now. They're in a tough spot with Ozuna. I personally, I was on with Andrew Filipponi on Thursday. We were talking about Marcell Ozuna, and I've got a tough time seeing how he even gets on track at this point. Like, based on what the Pirates want to do with the DH spot, what they should do with the DH spot, where are those at-bats going to come from? You need to play the guy to get hot. You need him to get hot to take, this sort of frustration away. When Cruz comes back, you're probably going to want to give him a DH day. Reynolds, they try to give DH days to now. O'Hearn's still coming back from the quad. I know it's not much of a factor, but you try to give him a DH day here and there. Brandon Lau takes one off the knee. You try to DH him a little bit. And if you have younger guys, as Marilyn Valdez might be one, or you're trying to work out the Gonzalez. Oh, and I forgot Connor Griffin, a gigantic one. Shame on me. And Connor Griffin coming back from, an elbow forearm whenever he gets, how are you going to get Marcell Ozuna a stretch of time to get hot? And he's not a charity case. They're not in charity territory. They're not in, it's just a slow start. We have to play this guy. No, they're in the thick of it. They're 35-35. I had a caller a few calls ago talking about, if they're out of it at the trade deadline, moves that they sort of have to consider. At least one being Brandon Lau. I disagreed, of course, with the idea of trading Skeens or something nuclear. But how do you not look at a guy on an expiring contract if you're well out of it? You have to be in it. And to be in it, you need production. So anyway, I'll keep my thoughts, at least try to keep them to a minimum. A lot of calls here. Troy in Mount Washington next up wants to talk about Bucks pitching. What's up, Troy?
Jason, what's up, man?
Not too much. Good morning.
Morning to you as well. I got two questions for you, but first, just because I'm hearing a lot of Don Kelly stuff, what do you want to hear from? You think they're not going to move him, but what do you want to hear from Don Kelly when I heard him after the Dodgers game and he said, we were a couple innings away.
Yeah.
And I just got this like weird mentality from that. And the way I look at that series is we were a couple innings away from getting completely embarrassed, not a couple innings away from winning these games. I think there's two sides of the coin there. And I'm not giving the Pirates any excuse for this, but if you're going to ask me the two best teams in baseball, the most complete teams, and you're going to ask me the hottest team in baseball right now, those are the last three teams that we've played. So it's not giving an excuse, but yes, I heard a caller say earlier that, we're going to lose to these top-level teams. Well, if we're losing to top-level teams, but we're handling our business against teams that are around where we are or lower than us, that's going to put us in a position that we need to be put in. But I'm just curious, and I have one more question for you, but I'm just curious, what do you want to hear anything from Don Kelly, anything more specific when he's talking in these post-game things or interviews?
I have a couple points to that, Troy. I mean, number one, I don't know if it matters what Don Kelly says. And that's not to diminish Donnie's thoughts, but I mean, it's just you want to see results, man.
What do you want to hear?
I just want to see him be honest.
Okay.
I mean, if anything, I'd like to see Don Kelly rip into somebody or get upset, even if it's me.
Right, me too.
I want to, I want to see the emotion. I mean, I've seen Don Kelly upset and seen the emotional side, so like I don't need to see it on a stage, but like I think that would connect with fans, for fans to see that he's upset. But at the end of the day, I don't think if they're playing poor baseball, some fan's going to be like, well, okay. I mean, it's okay because Donnie was mad. They want to see the team play better.
But that's the thing, and it's like, and it goes to the Ozuna when a lot of people are talking about it. They're playing poorly, what we think, but I didn't think the Pirates are going to hit like this. I didn't think that I didn't think the Pirates thought that they were going to hit like this.
No.
And to say that, we're playing bad, it's like we get Ozuna at the time because what did we not do? We didn't hit the ball. So, of course, you're going to try to load your offense. No one expected for our offense to be this good. And, frankly, we are good. Our offense is good. And the pitching this bad, and I wanted something completely different from the Pirates from the jump that I knew they were never going to do. I wanted them to go out and sign a certified starter.
Yeah,
starter.
I agree with you, Troy, and thank you for the call, man. I appreciate it. I agree with that, and I'm not going to sit here and say that I was against the Ozuna signing because that's revisionist history, and I'd be wrong. I was in favor of the Marcell Ozuna signing. I liked it, so I'm wrong now. Yell at me, throw things at me, whatever you want to do. I was in favor of it. I thought it helped the team. I thought, as Troy said, it addressed a clear area of weakness. I was wrong. But I will say this, that I all offseason I was consistent in adding another starter. And I think a lot of you were, and I wish now that they would have added another starter. And if that would have taken spending less on a DH to add that starter, okay. I would have really liked to have had a Jose Quintana, Tyler Anderson, whatever, some sort of veteran starter in the rotation. And I really want that guy now, the way the pitching situation has gone. But to sit here and say that I was against the Marcell Ozuna signing from the jump, I wasn't. I was wrong. I think a lot of people were wrong. All right, the Berg Proud Challenge is gaining momentum. We need you. Join the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles in June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind Berg Proud shirt featuring all three black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign to raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today for pittsburghfoodbank.com.org/OdysseyPGH. Joel, what would you do, man? We're hearing a lot of outside opinions. What would you like to see the Pirates do to get out of this?
I mean, you got to at least make an effort, right? They've called up Dotel, they've called up Kelly, and maybe things aren't working out with Dotel, and he needs to go back to Indianapolis for some time. Get Mattson up here, too. If we're talking about those internal options, all right, you got Antoine Kelly, nice. Go get Isaac Mattson back. That would be nice. And then, I don't know, you got to you got to kind of overpay for some relievers, right? We're not talking Mason Miller, nothing of that extent.
I know.
But maybe, I know Miami's on the up and up right now, and they're actually facing them, but maybe some of their guys from their bullpen, just some maybe under the radar relievers who are having quiet, good seasons, who teams may not be thoroughly tracking, that the Pirates can maybe track and get before other teams start to notice as we get closer to the trade deadline. Just at the end of the day, maybe try make an effort from non-internal options, external options.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joel. And I mean, the logic is the same with Ozuna, right? Like the Pirates had to take a chance. Maybe this isn't a good endorsement, but I mean, it's true. The Pirates had to take a chance and overpay a little bit for Marcell Ozuna because they were dealing from a position of need. They needed offense. He was a designated hitter. He was supposed to come in here and produce. Right now, the Pirates need pitching. They need relief pitching. They need to pay to get somebody to come in here and produce. You hope the results are better, certainly. The results haven't been there with Ozuna, but there's urgency. You have to win. You have to figure out a way. I realize it's not the most economical price or efficient price you can pay right now for a reliever, but you need help. You need help. And I can look at their roster right now and think of some things internally. Like, I'll even hear Dennis Santana out. He's got enough of a track record the past 2 years that I'll continue work, try to rehab him and hope that there's something there. I'm going to keep Yohan Ramirez in lower leverage roles, maybe for multiple innings. I'm fine with that for now. I'm bringing up Isaac Mattson. That's part of it. Going to see what he has. He's been so good for this team. I at least want to take a look. And Carmen Mlodzinski, again, I keep saying this, is kind of a chess piece to me, and I am curious if a late-inning deployment might work out. I wouldn't even have a problem, honestly, Joel. This is an extreme move. You bring in Carmen as your closer. You say, come in, max out, fill it up, be as weird as you want to, and deploy Gregory Soto as your setup guy and tell Carmen, like, hey, man, closers get paid.
If you're not going to be a starter, when you want to be a starter, the next closest thing you can,
next most prominent role.
Next most prominent role. Yep, that's it right there, would be the closer.
I know.
And I mean, with this kind of offense, I don't know, there seem to be a lot of like potential save opportunities for Santana / Soto. And if you're Carmen Mlodzinski, I mean, if you become the closer right now, you might have like, I don't know, a beehive of opportunities to go get 10, 12, 15, 20-some saves with this kind of offense.
I mean, it's an extreme measure. I certainly understand it. I mean, you could look at Bubba Chandler as the I don't know. I mean, I would not sit here and just keep doing the same sort of nips and tucks and expect something to change. I think it is required to sort of step back and say, what can we do that is realistic but is also not small? Like, again, a comparison. I've gotten a couple calls about firing Don Kelly. They're not going to fire Don Kelly. We can throw that one out. You're allowed to feel whatever you want to feel. It's not my job to tell you how to feel. But like, I can tell you they're not going to fire Don Kelly as a solution. I would be stunned if that happened. I have zero inkling that's even remotely possible. But, changing the deployment of some guys is a reasonable discussion. All right, I got to get to a break. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, sunny skies and temperatures in the 80s. Beautiful. Love it. Going to be a great day for a ball game. My son has one this afternoon, and then I'll be heading over to PNC Park for Game 2 of Pirates and Marlins. This is Bucko Talk. We're only halfway through. More of your calls when we come back, plus an interview with team historian Jim Trudinich about the Hall of Fame class of 2026. Stay on the line. We'll get to you when we get back here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Marlins last night picked up their 9th win in 10 games, an 8-3 victory over the Pirates. Game 2 this afternoon is at 4:05. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates. Coverage on The Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Commemorative Fan 5 Alarm t-shirts are now available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Get your 2026 shirt while supplies last. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, Leach Insurance, and Target Freight Management.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noble-Stein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fans' 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's. Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm going to have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh, in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg.
The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When the call comes in, firefighters must be ready to respond. The same is true for their equipment. Glick Fire Equipment Company answers that call. Glick is a proud family-owned company based right here in Pennsylvania. They provide the fire trucks, the ambulances, and EMS response vehicles in your town. When every second counts, Glick Fire Equipment must be ready to respond. The Glick Fire Equipment family salutes all the first responders across our great Commonwealth. Visit glick.com to learn more.
Oakmont Bakery. Whether you're hosting a graduation, planning a wedding, or a family picnic this summer, Oakmont Bakery would love to be a part of your special day. With expertly decorated cakes and cupcakes, cookies customized in your colors, sandwich rings and breakfast platters, with an endless selection of dessert cakes, pies, and pastries, open 7 days a week. Remember, at Oakmont Bakery, we create delicious memories.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different? You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams. What kind of help? Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price. That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong. Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk. It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry. That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else and the expertise to make it happen. Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join 93.7 The Fan at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th for the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Make a donation to the cause, and you'll get a free lunch from 11 to 1. Hot dogs, chips, cookies, beverages, and more. The community lunch is courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, and Oakmont Bakery. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
A sunny Saturday ahead with high temperatures in the mid to upper 80s. Partly cloudy tonight with lows in the mid 60s. The chance for showers and thunderstorms on Sunday. Some could be severe with highs in the low 80s. Showers and storms Sunday evening, then taper off with lows in the mid 50s and mostly sunny Monday with highs in the mid 70s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for Fan Headlines. The Pirates yesterday fell to the Marlins 8-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon. Bubba Chandler takes the mound for the Pirates up against Lake Balker of Miami, which should be a bullpen game for the Marlins. Coverage on the Fan begins at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now it's hour number 2 of Bucko Talk.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
All right, this is hour number 2 of Bucko Talk with Jason Mackey, Joel Nelson producing behind the glass. We have a lot to talk about, and we have a lot of wonderful people willing to talk about it, willing to wait on the phone lines as we sort through it all. Thank you so much for waiting. Rob in West Mifflin, this is your time. I'm sorry the wait has been so long. A lot of calls this morning. Happy Saturday to you, sir.
Same to you, man. It's all good, man. Yeah, it's a few things I want to say, man. But I'm not going to call here and say fire Don Kelly, man. I mean, like you said, you said, is the Cubs going to fire, their manager or anybody? I mean, there's a lot of teams around Major League Baseball with high expectations and sitting around 500. But I'm going to say this about last night's game. When Dotel came out for the 6th and gave you a clean 6, he wasn't supposed to come back out for the 7th. Just for confidence, just for his mental confidence because of what he just went through with the Dodgers. I could be wrong about that, but I wouldn't have put him back out there for the 7th match. What you think?
I mean, I would have gone to Montgomery sooner. That's what I'm surprised they didn't do. They had Montgomery warming up. I thought it was pretty clear early in the 7th that Dotel did not have it, but I would have at least put him back out there because his lane is a multiple inning guy, and if he can give you multiple innings, then that's a great situation. So I wouldn't have pulled the plug after 1 inning.
Yeah, I mean, like I just said I would have pulled the plug because of what he just went through. You want to give him a clean inning to get his head back together. Okay, try to reset, just a mental reset. But I keep calling the shows and I know we don't have the answers, but I'm trying to get in Ben Cherington's head and see, like, what are we waiting for? Like, this is the chance to win. This division is very, very winnable. Everybody's on a trading block except Seth Hernandez down there to get some bullpen help. I'm not going to cry about the offense, and we know Ozuna stinks and all that, so I'm not going to even keep taking up airtime with that because the offense is in a good position, if you ask me, with or without him. But Carrington has to make some moves. We can't sit around and keep waiting because the more we sit around, the more we hand the ball to somebody in the bullpen after the 5th or 6th inning, the game is over.
I know.
We're watching the season just disappear in front of our eyes, Mackie, and I think that he should not sit pat on his back pockets and just wait, man. Sometimes you have to overpay.
I know.
Sometimes you got to overpay, man. And I always say prospects are prospects. That's what they are, they're prospects. You can always get some back. You'll get more back when you trade Paul Skeens in 2 years. 2 years if you do have some key guys that you don't want to get. You might not get the same one, but you're going to get the same quality guys. It's not better, Mackie. So, like I said, I'm not going to call and say fire Don Kelly or whatever. My issue is go out and get some arms, man. Because like the one caller said, Brandon Lyles might not be here next year or earned, and I don't know why they don't throw 5 years, $100 million at Brandon Lyles right now. He might jump on it. He might not, but that's my big gripe, Mackie. I mean, it's the same old story. Everybody knows the bullpen, but I don't understand why he's sitting pat, man.
Yep. Man, I thank you for the call, Rob. Really appreciate it. Nail on the head. You need to go do something. I understand to a point, and that's not right now. This point is past. Please understand that. Trying to figure out internal solutions and take a look at things and maybe try things a different way, and you want to put Carmen in the bullpen. Dotel was looking good for a while. You think you have a solution there. They're trying to do a couple different things. Like, it hasn't worked. It hasn't worked. We're 70 games in. You're 35-35. This team's strengths and weaknesses, they're plain to see. And if just isolating on the starting rotation for a second, like, you're not going to do anything with Mitch Keller. Like, that's very clearly a ride-it-out situation. You obviously don't want to do anything with Paul Skeens or Braxton Ashcraft. With Bubba Chandler, I'm kind of TBD. Like, if you're going to open for him, I want to see, honestly, what he does today. I understand the logic to a degree, what they're doing there. And Jarrett Jones, I don't have any problem with how they're deploying him. Like, the starting rotation, by and large, I get it. I think that's I circle that as a perform better. But I look at the bullpen, and do I suddenly believe that Yohan Ramirez is going to transform into a lockdown eighth inning guy? I don't. Do I suddenly think that Dennis Santana is going to transform into a lockdown eighth inning guy? I don't. They don't have anybody. The closest thing you have is Isaac Mattson, and somebody that has pitched the eighth inning solidly before. You need that guy. You need that guy. And I understand that the price is high. People that are out there, they don't want to give them up. This is a time where you don't have a ton of leverage. You need to go get that guy. That is a very clear weakness that has been identified. And I don't know. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse at this point. Rob completely agrees with me. I think a lot of people listening agree. So I'll just shush it and we'll get to some of your calls. Again, Newt in Aspinwall wants to talk about the team. What's up, Newt?
Hey, good morning, Jason. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. You sound fantastic.
3 quick points. First of all, I agree. Bring up Mattson, but I say DFA Santana. We were lucky to get 2 years from him.
What does that do, Newt?
Well, I have a move.
Okay.
Trade for Colorado Rocky veteran reliever Antonio Senzatella.
Okay.
The Rockies have the worst team in the league, and he's 6-0 with a 2.11 ERA, pitching half his games in that park. He's 31. So it's not like he should cost a lot. Send him one prospect. Send him Florentino.
I love it.
I
don't think you have to pay Florentino.
Anyhow.
I don't think you have to pay
overrated,
Florentino.
Jason, most of them. Well, send him one top, quote-unquote, top prospect and acquire him.
Yep.
My second thing is accountability. We got rid of Oscar Marine and brought in Bill Murphy, the slow walker, and the entire, as you beautifully laid out earlier in the show, the whole pitching staff, not just the bullpen, has regressed. And he seems to go unscathed. I think he needs held accountable to some degree here. And the last thing, you're going to laugh, but I've been saying for years, I've been texting in for years, and if you go back and watch, you'll see I'm right. Mitch Keller cannot handle hot, humid weather. I don't know if he's fair-skinned, whatever. I have sisters like that myself, but he cannot pitch when it's hot and humid. That's why he always melts down, no pun intended, in the second half of seasons. But recently, we've had unusually hot, humid weather this early in the year, and he was pitching great early. He cannot handle. If you watch his body language, he just can't pitch in that kind of weather.
So what leads you to believe that? What stats are you basing that off of?
Well, I don't have stats, but I'm using my eye test. Earlier in the year when it was nice and mild, he's pitching good. Every year he pitches good in the first half of the year, and when it gets hot and humid, he melts down.
That's weird because early in the season I had people emailing me telling me Mitch Keller can't pitch in the cold. So which is it?
Well, you tell me. I mean, you saw how hot and humid it was his last start, and he was awful. He's been awful. It's been hot lately, unseasonably hot. And if next time he starts and it's hot and humid like that, you just watch and see if I'm right. He sweats profusely. He looks like he's dead out there. And hopefully his next start, if it's mild like it's supposed to be on Monday, I bet you he pitches good. So it's a watch and see. It's an observation.
It's an observation that he can't. Okay.
Well, I just think he physically struggles in that kind of weather.
Yeah.
I know it sounds dumb, but watch. I know.
So I just randomly picked a sample size. I went from May 13th through, as you were talking, May 13th through August 3rd of 2024. Would you like sum total? There were 14 starts there. From May 13th to August 3rd, would you say that the weather was probably warm, like right about the same time, the sample size we're talking now?
I would say for May and June here in Pittsburgh, it's generally not ungodly hot at times. It's usually
right, but warm, I mean, you're looking at okay. I mean, I'm looking at a 2.5 month sample size from 2 years ago. Do you think the weather is roughly the same as it is now?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he had a 2.48 ERA during that time. So, the issue could just be that he needs to pitch better. And I'm not trying to seize on that line. It's just it's interesting when I am told, by two convicted people, neither one having the stats to back it up, saying he can't pitch in cold and he can't pitch in the warmth. Maybe he just needs to pitch
that's a
better.
fair point. I need to go back and I'll do some research. It's going to take me some time, and I'll look at specific days when the weather was like that. But you're right. Over the giant sampling like you're using, I know it makes me look stupid.
No, it doesn't make you look stupid. And I thought Antonio Senzatella is a perfect addition. Like, that's the exact guy they should go get and overpay to get him. A team like the Colorado Rockies, you have no use for that guy.
No, he's having a great year in that park, and he's 31, so he shouldn't cost a ton.
No.
You're going to overpay. If you're going to have to give up a prospect, so what?
And if
there
you're
may be no baseball next year, right?
Right. And if you're the Colorado Rockies, you're going to say, okay, make it worth my while. He's a good pitcher. We know what we have here. They're going to ask for a lot, as they should.
Right. And
that's the situation you're in.
He's always pitched well against us, just like Alcantara. Seems like Senzatella has always pitched well when he was a starter. He was a starter at one time.
Yeah, he was. He just converted to the bullpen this year. He's been really good.
Yeah. I think he'd be a great setup guy to pair with Soto, and then to your earlier point, make Carmen the closer. With those two guys as a setup, you've improved your bullpen right there. And then Matson as like a seventh inning guy.
Yeah.
Along with Montgomery. All of a sudden, that might turn around.
I'm all for the drastic measures, man, at least within reason. And the Bill Murphy thing, by the way, I get a lot of like, they need to fire this guy. It's all this guy's fault. They're not going to fire the pitching coach 70 games into the season. I mean, you can sit here and say it's Bill Murphy's fault. And I'm not saying it's only you. I'm just it's a point for me to address, and I'll just move on. Actually, Newt, thank you. Go. Yeah, whenever I do that, I don't want to have the caller feel like I'm ganging up on them. It's generally just like the tipping point of a narrative that I hear a lot, and I've heard a lot on social media via email, calls here that this is all Bill Murphy's fault, or they need to fire Bill Murphy or whatever. I mean, it's 70 games into a season. Like, if we're going to make sweeping declarations on where teams are, where storylines are, who's done what job, that's why I brought up the Pirates had a top 10 starting rotation through March and April. And since then, it's not been good. So, which is real? Are they a top 10 rotation? Has it not been good enough? Sure, that's a completely fair criticism. They expected more. They have more talent than that. But, I mean, if we're going to make that determination, we're going to say that Chicago Cubs are 2 games over 500. They're a 514 team. I don't think when the dust settles, that's going to be reality. Look at the Phillies, 37-32. Is that going to be where they settle, a 536 winning percentage at the end of the season? Probably not. We're going to let all of it play out. The Padres are 35-33. Are they a better team than 2 games over 500 when you play 162? Yes. So why am I going to use 70 games as an arbitrary barometer to determine the success or the failure of the pitching coach? I'm not. I'm going to try to look at the first 70 games objectively and say, have they met expectations? No. Do they need to be better? Yes. Do they need to be more efficient? Yes. Has some of this been just pitchers performing poorly? Yes. Does Mitch Keller need to throw more strikes and fill up the zone more? Yes. I'm pretty sure Bill Murphy is not coaching guys to say, you know what? Try to throw it outside the zone. That's going to be our strategy. Again, not defending Bill Murphy. He's in charge of the pitching staff. It is underperformed. Feel free to criticize appropriately. But just instantly firing the pitching coach is not going to solve all of the problems. I can guarantee you that. It's funny how Matt Haig was the worst coach in the history of coaching last year, and then all of a sudden they get better players. Nobody's screaming about Matt Haig. Sometimes it's the players, too. All right, let's go to Sean in California. Wants to talk about Bill Murphy. Interesting segue. What's up, Sean?
Murphy, I do think there's some issues that need to maybe be looked at with Murphy's coaching, because it has. But here, I know it was Bill Murphy, but here's the thing that's bothering me, and I've been listening and just listening and being a person that represents NFL and college players and major league guys. I just sit back. All this stuff about we need to trade, we got to do this. Why aren't they trading? You have to have a trade partner to trade. You just can't. It's nice to go say I want to go buy a new car if you don't got to say. Okay, great. We know what they need to do, but let's go get the guy from Colorado. Well, Colorado must have to still trade him. What do you think? You're just going to call up and say we're going to make this trade, and this is. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Okay. So guess what? I think they know what they have to do, but it's nice just to say, well, I'm just going to, it's not like you go into Walmart and you're just going to say, okay, I need a new TV. I'm going to go buy it. Like,
no, I get you. Well, yeah, I get it's a dose of realism on the other side of the spectrum, Sean. I appreciate you. And, but it's also fair if you're sitting here and looking at the same problem saying you need to add, you need to help. Like, if you want to get something done in your professional sports team, you can go get something done. You might pay through the nose, but you can get something done.
You can, but you just can't think it's going to happen like tomorrow. Like, they can probably get things done. And you also have to know that when you're making a trade, it is about the 80% now and 20% there. I mean, you also don't want to get fleeced because let's be honest, they have a good, and let's also be honest with this. They're a game and a half or 2 games out of the playoff right now. They were just coming off of a 6, they won 8 out of 10 or something like that.
Yeah, they're 1 game out of the wild card.
Yeah, they're 1 game out of the wild card. They are literally, they're on a bad streak. They may go on an 8-game streak. They've done it a few times. I mean, look at the Cubs, for God's sakes. What did they do? 10 wins in a row, then 10 losses, then 10 wins. Okay, so you know what? And let's also remember this. Cruz is out of the lineup right now, injured. You have Skeens not pitching his best right now. You have O'Hearn that was out for a while. You got Connor Griffin. You got 2 starters not in the lineup right now. 2 starters right now in the line. And your bullpen, okay, yeah. And Mathis, I agree with you with bringing it. And I would go and bring up some guys and say, you know what, these other ones aren't producing. Let's bring. And as far as Ozuna, I was trying to, that wasn't your fault. And these people calling it's a stupid trade. Ozuna 2 years ago hit, 40 home runs? He had a down year last year. Okay, I'm sure all these people would be the same people that wouldn't be calling and saying, how would you know what Ozuna?
All right, Sean, I'm gonna cap it there. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. We've been over a lot of this stuff. I feel like it's getting a little redundant. I mean, there's no way of predicting it with Ozuna. Some people might have said that he wasn't going to be good. Some people said he would. Yeah, we don't have a crystal ball. And you can say it was a bad move in hindsight. Great. Congratulations, you won. It's also not the biggest problem the Pirates are facing right now. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. That you can go out and get something. You can start acting in a more aggressive way. I think that's a fair way of looking at it. But you also, you to Sean's point, you're not just walking into Walmart and saying, I want this, 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 and this. Okay, and then you check out. Like there is another team there. So anyway, the Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Twitter, it's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Got to get to a break. More of your calls. Also have an interview with Jim Trudinich, the Pirates team historian, about the latest Pirates Hall of Fame class. This is Bucko Talk on a Saturday morning. I'm Jason Mack. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates yesterday fell to Miami 8-3. Game 2 of the series will be this afternoon at 4:05. It's right here on The Fan. Coverage at 3 o'clock with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show where Bubba Chandler stars for the Pirates, opposing Lake Bacher of Miami, the first of what should be multiple relievers out of Miami's pen. For more, get to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Shop smarter and greener with Remix Market. We specialize in high-quality, gently used furniture, home decor, and unique treasures. Perfect for giving your space a fresh look without hurting your wallet or the planet. As part of the Junk Luggers family, we're on a mission to keep items out of landfills by rehoming them to loving homes like yours. Whether you're decorating, downsizing, or hunting for that perfect one-of-a-kind piece, Remix Market is your sustainable shopping destination. Visit us online at remixmarket.com and start shopping sustainably today.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My best advice to you when hiring a lawyer for your injury case is simple. If you know court personnel, ask them who they'd hire. They know. If you know an insurance adjuster, ask them. They know. And then ask them about us. Ask them about Morgan & Morgan. They know. I look forward to talking to you soon. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm for the people. Injured? Dial Pound Law.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today.
Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Faygo. Cotton candy. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer. Candy apple. Orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back to more Bucko Talk, brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai.
And welcome back to Bucko Talk. Jason Mackey with you here on a Saturday morning. Great conversation. Really appreciate the back and forth. Great calls and great points. We'll finish that up in this segment. First, want to tell you, though, 93.7 The Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And 93.7 The Fan may make a stop at your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. All right, Joe in Mount Lebanon wants to talk about Bubba Chandler. He's been waiting. What's going on, Joe?
Hey, Jason. I called earlier, right before the weekend before the season started, and I said I was concerned about Bubba's control. And the second half of last year, you pointed out, was pretty good, but his minor league record doesn't point out that his control is going to be as good as we would hope, I think. He did look pretty good last game. I was wondering, how do you think he's going to progress throughout the season, if you had to take a guess right now?
Well,
I know you don't have a crystal ball.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I liked what they did opening for him in Atlanta. I'll be curious to see if that happens. They need him to progress throughout the season. They need him to throw more strikes. I mean, the control hasn't been good enough this year, certainly. Control wasn't his issue last year, I think, for the bulk of it. I understand the issues in the minor leagues. He's a young pitcher. I believe Bubba Chandler is going to be just fine. I don't worry about Bubba Chandler long term. But right now, like as in the next 6 weeks, yeah, they need him to grow up in a hurry. We'll find out. I don't know. But I like the version of him that I saw last time.
Hey, Jason, one other thing. I also mentioned before I was concerned about having too many left-hand hitters. So I was looking at their stats, and batting average versus left-handed pitching is 242 versus right-handed pitching, they're hitting 257. And their OPS, I think, was 676 against lefties, and I think it was approximately 90 points higher against righties. And I know Ozuna's probably the big cause of that, but other than him, for the rest of the season, what would your thoughts be about the lineup?
I mean, they have the fifth most runs in baseball, Joe. I'm going to spend my effort elsewhere, man. Honestly, I don't know what you do with Ozuna. I don't think there's anything to do right now until you really, really, really need that roster spot. I don't think they're at that point yet. When Connor Griffin comes back, when O'Neal Cruz comes back, I think at that point there's a crunch. But, I mean, lefty-righty, they have the fifth most runs in baseball. Their OPS is sixth, I think. It's fine. I don't know.
Yeah, it's 90 points higher versus right-handed pitching, though.
I understand that, but do you think guys that have been major leaguers for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 years suddenly just in 1 year have a drastic decline against left-handed pitching? Or is that just a convenient stat to look up?
No, the issue is they have too many left-handed hitters in their lineup all the time. I pointed it out.
I know, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do about it?
Well, I mean, Sherrington constructed this lineup. I don't know what he was thinking about with so many left-handed hitters, and I know they have a short porch in right field. I understand all that.
Joe, they've jumped their offense from the worst in Major League Baseball to fifth. I don't care if they hit with their feet. If they have the fifth most runs in baseball, that's good.
I understand that, but why have a predominant? Your lineup's not as good when you're facing left-handed pitching because you have too many left-handed hitters. Whether you're first in the league in runs scored or last, to me, I think that you need to have more balance.
I mean, I would agree with you, but once again, I ask, like, what do you want them to do? When Connor Griffin gets back in the lineup, that'll help. Marcell Ozuna has performed poorly. That's a fair criticism. Yeah, I guess you could say that Brandon Lau and Ryan O'Hearn haven't been as effective against left-handed hitters. I don't know. To me, that seems nitpicking.
And they never have been, though. And that's the point.
They actually have been at times. Yeah, O'Hearn's been actually very good against left-handed hitters. And I mean, Spencer Horwitz has not put up world-beating numbers against left-handed hitters, but for his contract and what he's done, man, Spencer Horwitz has been a huge value buy for the Pirates.
Yeah, he's been great in my opinion so far. But
he hasn't hit left-handed hitters or lefted-handed pitchers.
Well, he's been hitting them lately. He hasn't had much of a chance. Other than him, though, Lau, he can't hit lefties too good, I don't think, in my opinion. Cruz has a surprising year this year. His track record before this year was terrible. O'Hearn, he's give and take. Callahan, I don't know what he can do against lefties. He hasn't had a chance. I haven't had a chance to look at his past against lefties. But, all right, Jason, I thank you for your time.
Yep, appreciate you, man. I mean, I'm not trying to dismiss a storyline that Joe brought up. Like, it's valid. Lefty starters have handled them. They need to be better against lefty starters. But, when you start bringing in that you need to, change around the lineup construction or that the lineup is deficient or that the offense isn't good, no. I mean, they've just had games where a lefty starter has taken care of them. And they should be better in those instances. And there are things to work on, whether it's Eduardo Rodriguez in Arizona is one of the ones that stands out to me. And who was the most recent lefty starter, Joel, that got them? Who might not think? Robleski.
Eric Lauer on Tuesday.
Eric Lauer.
He was respectable.
Yeah. They had the 2 home runs in the first, and then he shut them down.
Kyle Harrison of Milwaukee destroyed him.
That was a lot of punch out. Yeah, that was a lot of swing and miss. I mean, they've certainly had it. I'm not saying the storyline hasn't existed, but I don't know. We're going to get mad about adding Lau or Hearn and playing Horwitz because they haven't hit lefties well. I don't know. The offense is top 5 in baseball. I'd rather worry about the bullpen and the pitching. You can say that Ozuna hasn't been good enough, and that's a fair criticism. I'm not arguing with that. So I don't know. All right, good enough. I want to get to the interview that I did with Jim Trudenish, and then we'll wrap up and put a bow on this thing. Joel, you have that thing ready to go? So the Pirates Hall of Fame in 2026, later this season, they will induct Jack Wilson, Wilbur Cooper, and John Candelaria. And I talked to the person who's in charge of the Pirates Hall of Fame about that process and about each of those guys individually. Hope you enjoy. Sitting here with team historian Jim Trudenish, and a big week for the Pirates. They unveiled their latest Hall of Fame class, Wilbur Cooper, Jack Wilson, John Candelaria. We'll talk about each of these guys individually in a bit, but Jimmy, what went into this year's class? What was sort of the goal? What were you guys trying to accomplish with this?
Well, Jace, thanks for having me. And when we come up with the Hall of Fame inductee class, we always try to get as many different, alums as we can. Some more recent guys, some guys from the middle road, and we were looking way back, and we decided the best candidate would be Wilbur Cooper. Since Wilbur is our all-time wins leader, we thought that would be a very, very good start. And then the middle of the road, John Candelaria fits the bill. The 70s guys and one of the crafty lefties we had. Obviously, 2 lefties is nice to have in your class. We didn't have a lot of pitchers in there to begin with also, so we have to start filling it out with some pitchers. And then since this is the 25th anniversary of PNC Park, the 26th season of playing here at PNC Park, we were thinking who could fit the bill of this generation. And behind McCutchen, who's the all-time hits leader and games leader, Jack Wilson is second in both categories, so we decided to go with Jack Wilson.
So eventually I want to ask you about guys that aren't in and get mad, the way people normally do. I know that I'm just joking, but I want to go through each guy, Jimmy, a little bit and talk about who they are. You and I were talking a little bit about Wilbur Cooper and what an incredible story that is. I mean, 4 generations in professional baseball, a lot of Pirates ties. For anybody who's not familiar with Wilbur Cooper and his story, what should they know about him?
The great story is because I would say in the 8 years ago. A man by the name of Keone Duren was one of our minor league instructors and coaches, and most recently with Altoona. He still is coaching today in AAA Tampa Bay, but he was telling me about his father and his who is the grandson of Wilbur Cooper. We started talking about Pirate history, which was kind of interesting from a guy who was just one of our coaches, knowing so much about Wilbur Cooper. So I said, "How did you know him?" And he goes, "Oh, my father's his grandson." And I said, "Great." So diving into the history of Wilbur Cooper, we looked into him even more so, and being that who Wilbur was, he wasn't on a World Series team, but he was the first left-hander to win 100 games in baseball, and he's our all-time wins leader. So there are other guys that feature.
To do a lot of things.
Yeah, exactly. He has our all-time ERA, all-time lowest ERA in a single season. So a lot of people today don't know who Wilbur Cooper is, but Deacon Phillippe's another guy that could be thrown out there, and Babe Adams, of course, are other guys to be considered. So he was the first guy.
So Coop Duren, his grandson, I got to get this all correct with these multiple generations. He told me when I talked to him on the phone, it's been like his mission to sort of represent his grandfather and all the history that is involved. And it's really crazy when you think about where he stands out in Pirates history, too. Wilbur Cooper is very high up there on a lot of the lists.
He is. And then Coop, you mentioned Coop Duren, his grandson. He would reach out to me via email. He lives in Hawaii, which is interesting because he teaches there at the University of Hawaii. He's a professor there, and he sent me the list and the criteria for why Wilbur should be in the Hall of Fame, and he's named after Wilbur Cooper. His first name being Coop, and I said, "What's your real first name?" And he said, Coop. He wouldn't budge on what his real first name is, so we'll have to call him Coop. So we had some budging going on there, nudging from the Duren family.
So Keone was telling me too that he was his dad told him to look for a picture of Wilbur Cooper at PNC Park, and he was with the Royals. He was an assistant hitting coach, and he was like staring at the wall and said, "You approached him." Say, like, "What are you doing? What are you looking at? Why are you looking at this picture?" Like, it was just a funny exchange.
Yeah, and we actually have a pennant of Wilbur Cooper up on the club level, over behind third base, where the pool tables are, and there's a bunch of pennants up there of players, and Wilbur Cooper's noted up there. So I took Keone up there to see it.
All right, the Candyman, John Candelaria, no hitter, another great left-handed pitcher. What do you know about Candy? What can you tell us?
Candy's one of those guys. He's big with our alumni. He always comes back for our Pirate Fests. He's done a lot of probably 10 or 15 years worth of fantasy camp. So he works with Joe Bilodeau, our alumni director, very closely. He knows Bob Nutting really well from the time of coming in here. He's a very friendly guy. He's also a humble man.
Yeah.
I know when you spoke to him, he said his speech, if he gives one, will be like a minute or two long.
He has to give a speech, Jimmy.
He has to. We will force him to make a speech. It won't be Vernon Law 45 minutes long, but it'll be a speech. So the Candyman. I mean, I grew up watching him play in the 70s. Great guy, great pitcher, up there again on our all-time strikeout list, wins list, and very, very deserving of this honor.
So when you talk about Candy as a pitcher, we got into talking about pitching to contact, and he hates how people talk about pitch to contact. He would pitch to weaknesses. How would you describe John Candelaria as a pitcher?
He was a big man, obviously, a good basketball player as well. Just that arm delivery where he would come out and just sling it, and it didn't look like it was that fast, but it was deceptive, I think. And obviously this year, is the 50th anniversary of his no-hitter as well in August, so it was just a great time to put John in.
All right, let's talk about the last one, Jack Wilson. This one hits home for me because it's more of my childhood, my generation, but what made Jack Wilson special as a player? And I also want to get into any fun stories you have about Jack Wilson being the PR guy. But why was he the right guy, and what do you remember about him as a player?
This was a difficult call because we were trying to think of somebody, and then Bob Nutting obviously has the ultimate call on this, and it's an internal process that takes place. And we're thinking, well, this is the year to celebrate PNC Park, and there's a lot of guys that have come through PNC Park and have played here. And Jack does a lot. He was Mr. Caravan as well, because a lot of the times we put into this also is people going to the Hall of Fame are not the things they do on the field, but off the field. And Jack was obviously a very big community guy. 7 of the 9 years he was here, he would do the Caravan. Didn't even have to ask sometimes, so he would do the Caravan. As his 3 kids were born here. And then when it comes to playing, I mean, he is up there. He's 4th all time in our games played at shortstop. He's 2nd all time in games and hits at PNC Park. So the numbers back it up. There are a lot of people, like you said, will be mad and upset that they're not in, or other people will fight for how come this person's not in. But this is only the 5th year for it, so there's many more years to come that we can put more people in the Hall of Fame.
How do you handle that, by the way? You probably hear a lot of, I hear it on your behalf. I had a gentleman email me last week say, how is Chuck Tanner not in the Hall of Fame? How do you handle that?
Take it in stride, I guess. I mean, it's just like the National Baseball Hall of Fame. I'm sure they get irate fans as well, but I just tell people, like, I know there's still a lot of people. It's not a process that's laid out like next year these people are going in. We do have a process, and we think about who can go in from what generation, and there are still lots of people that can go in. So in time, and remember, this is only the 5th year for our Hall of Fame, not 25 or 30 years.
Could we see some more recent players get in? We saw Giles back, Kendall back. There's some more recent guys. Could we see them?
There are, yeah. That's under consideration. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jimmy. As far as Jack Wilson and your time around him, tell me some stories. What was Jack like to be around as him the player, you the PR guy?
Going back to I was mentioning the Caravan. I remember his bowling exploits. He would bowl without putting his fingers in the holes. He would just cradle the ball and get up and roll it, and it had unbelievable spin. Looked like it was going to be a gutter ball, and then boom, curves in, and he'd throw up like a 250.
Really?
Yeah, he was a very good bowler, very good athlete. I remember we had family day here at the ballpark, and I was catching. The kids were playing wiffle ball, and there's a picture that we had of Jacob batting and me like behind the plate catching. He was here last year with the Athletics, and we were talking about that when Jacob was here with the Wilson family. So it's just incredible. I mean, having Jack here, knowing Jack all these years since he came here in 2001 and on up, and going down to the minors but coming up again. So he's fought through a lot of adversity, but a truly deserving honor.
Jim Trudenich, thanks, man.
You're welcome.
All right, welcome back to Bucko Talk. That was Jim Trudenich, Pirates team historian, talking about the Hall of Fame class of 2026. Hope you enjoyed that. It'll be great to see Candy and Jack Wilson and family members of Wilbur Cooper in town for the enshrinement ceremony later this season. Fan Weather, it's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Today, sunny skies and temperatures in the 80s. Should be an absolutely gorgeous day for baseball. Have about 4 or 5 minutes left, and just wanted to touch on a few different things. Did not get a chance to go down on the farm and talk a little bit about what was happening in the Pirates minor league system. Then want to finish up with a few thoughts on Mitch Keller. But an interesting one yesterday for the Indianapolis Indians 6-1 winners over Columbus. Joey Bart had his rehab assignment transferred to Indy, went 3 for 4 with a double and a 2-run home run. That's going to bring about a very interesting question with the Pirates, what they do when Joey Bart comes back. I do believe Bart will be back on the Major League roster, if only to allow him to continue that hot streak that started in May, and maybe he ups his trade value and you end up flipping him for something. I don't know, but do you keep him, Henry Davis, and Andy Rodriguez? Have a tough time seeing that. Anyway, Dom Fletcher yesterday, a 3-run homer for Indianapolis, and Christian Curtis made his first start with the Indians, 5 2/3, did not give up a run. He did give up 1 hit and 2 walks and struck out 10 in his AAA debut. Altoona, a 10-8 winner over Chesapeake. Titus Dimitru, 3 for 4 with the home run, scored 3 runs and 2 RBIs. Shailene Polanco, 2 for 3 with 2 ribbies, 2 walks. Callan Moss, also had a couple hits. Connor Oliver started on the mound for the Curve. Went 4 2/3, gave up 3 runs. Only 1 was earned with 4 strikeouts. Greensboro, 7-6 winners over Wilmington. Axiel Plaz was back in the lineup, was in concussion protocol for a little bit, had 2 hits, a double, and a home run. Murph Gray was asked about him earlier in the show, went 1 for 1 with a double, 2 walks, and an RBI. Bradenton fell 8-2 to Tampa. The Tarpons, Eddie King Jr. hit his 6th home run. Jeter Martinez, great name, started on the mound 4 2/3 and gave up 5 runs. So that was a very brief look down on the farm before we get to a few more things with Mitch Keller. This needs to improve. It is certainly concerning. This is coming from somebody who covered Mitch Keller's debut, the trip down, whenever Keller adopted the sinker, whenever he was sent to the bullpen. He really hasn't had a stretch like this in his career since then. Over his last 6 starts, a span of 30 innings, Keller has an 8.70 ERA. He's been among the bottom 5 in Major League Baseball in qualified starters. His last start, of course, 5 earned runs over 4 innings. 4 walks in there, 2 hit by pitches, 2 wild pitches. We have not seen this from Keller. He's been pinpoint. He's eaten innings. He's been, very reliable, especially before the All-Star break. Hasn't completed the 5th in any of his last 3 starts. He's allowed 18 earned runs. You can look under the hood and see things with Mitch Keller. I think it is much simpler with Mitch, frankly. Again, as somebody who's seen a lot of him, less is more. Less is more with Keller. The sinker was a crutch for him, and I mean that in a good way. It helped him get through some really tough times, and I'd like to see him bring back kind of some of that mindset with the sinker, 4-seamer, harder stuff. Don't need to see you throw 7 pitches, but Keller needs to get back on track, and that's true of a few guys right now on the Pirates roster. Probably a lot of guys if you're listening, but Dennis Santana is somebody who's performed well in the past. Isaac Mattson talked about him a little bit earlier, but guys with recent track records of performance outside of some sort of magical, huge move being made, the Pirates need more from these guys, especially on the pitching end. That's it for me. Bob Pompiani is next. Joel, thank you so much. Always a pleasure being in here with you, my man.
Likewise, Jason. Let's hope the Pirates can get back in the win column today.
Yeah. Let's hope for a little better one. This trend needs to reverse course a little bit. Bubba Chandler on the hill, as I mentioned, and a bullpen day for the Miami Marlins. All right, thanks so much. Talk to you next week. This has been Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan 5-Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. Volunteer firefighters take their time to serve and protect our local communities. This is our time to give back. You can visit us on site to make a contribution or donate now at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5-Alarm is brought to you by Julian Gray and Associates, Zero Rest Commercial Cleaning, and Leon's Billiards and more. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates last night fell 8-3 to Miami. Game 2 is this afternoon at 4:05. It's right here on The Fan with coverage at 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See delivery details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE, or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990. Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, GraingerHockey.org to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory, it's bold, it's flavorful.
Our faves are back. High five, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all four of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive-Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
June is the perfect time for an upgrade. At Joe Ball GMC this truck month, you'll find a great selection of new GMCs, incredible discounts, and financing rates as low as 0% for qualified buyers. Don't miss your chance to drive home serious savings. Visit Joe Ball GMC today or shop online at joeballgm.com.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich from Petite. Traditions are passed down from generation to generation. And at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we have a tradition of making customers' dreams come true.
Over the years, 3 generations of our family have worked with countless customers. We've listened to their ideas and then developed designs for their kitchens and baths.
And speaking of traditions, we've also had the unique privilege of creating generations of satisfied customers the Petite way.
They've seen that upgrading a kitchen or bath adds value to a home and makes it more desirable. And we can do the same for your home with the best designers and installers in the business.
Come visit our newly remodeled showroom. The response has been overwhelming.
Petite Kitchen and Bath is on Route 50, just off the Carnegie exit, or call 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Joel Nelson for fan headlines. The Pirates last night fell to the Marlins 8-3. Pirates have lost 6 of their last 7. The Marlins have won 9 of their last 10. 4:05 is this afternoon's first pitch. Bubba Chandler takes the mound for the Pirates. The Marlins are going with a bullpen game, which will be started by Lake Balker. Coverage on the Fan, 3 o'clock, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Right now, it's the Bob Pompiani Show.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone, on a beautiful day in Pittsburgh, a hot and steamy Saturday. This is the Bob Pompiani Show, flanked by the man who makes it all happen. That's right. He's behind the glass. You see him right there. Do you see him? Is there a camera on you, Joel? There should be.
Unfortunately not.
Joel
Maybe
Nelson.
someday.
Joel Nelson's here, as he always is, making things easy for all of us who are on this side of the camera. Joel, as always, thank you. And you can hit him up on the hotline, which is 412-928-9370. As always, we have a lot to get into, but before I do anything, I want to thank the sponsors of the program. PNC Bank, make today. Brilliantly boring since 1865. Also, Number One Cochran, go one better. Ride in style at Number One Cochran. So many locations throughout Western Pennsylvania and into Ohio. And you can watch the Number One Cochran Sports Showdown every Sunday night, KDK TV at 11:35. Shenderovich, and Fishman. You know them. They got your back, not your wallet. Unless it's on the golf course, then your wallet is gone. Call us at 412-928-9370. Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Twitter site is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Jason Mackey just went through a very detailed 2 hours, as he always does, leading up to this on Bucko Talk. And I know that there'll be some spillover into the Pirate conversation just because the way things have gone now. The Pirates have gone the opposite direction of the Miami Marlins, who have won 6 in a row, and I think it's 9 out of 10. They're red hot. And last night, Alcantara did what he does, which is going deep in the game, something that Mitch Keller needs to do more of, and he hasn't been able to get through 4 innings lately, and that's become a problem. Last night it was Braxton Ashcraft, who only went 5 for the second game in a row, and they have this problem right now with trying to preserve arms, looking at pitch counts, looking at innings pitched, at the expense of trying to I think win these games. Sometimes 5 innings, I don't know if that's good. If he can go another 6, to the 6th or 7th. He did that earlier, and he was very good in his longest outing of the year, did Ashcraft. He looked good last night. They got into the bullpen, and then Wilbur Dotel, who started so strong with the Pirates, but has totally gotten wiped out the last couple of outings. In fact, 1 2/3, 10 runs in the last 1 2/3 innings. The bullpen in general, as you know, has been awful. Going back to the last 4 games now, they've given up 25 runs. That's the bullpen. 4 games, 25 runs, and it resulted in those losses to the Dodgers, and now this one to Miami, and Miami is right there in the thick of things. But maybe the best story in baseball, Joel, is what's happening with the Chicago White Sox. Because they won again last night. They beat the Dodgers 8-2. Suddenly, they're in first place in their division. Now, this is the same White Sox team that was just abhorrently bad last year. They got their 37th win last night. They didn't get their 37th win last year until September 24th. Think about that. September 20. At that point, they were 37-120. They've turned it all the way around, although their hot Japanese slugger is on the injured list right now. He's going to be out for quite some time, but they continue to play well. 37-31, first place in their division. But the best story in baseball belongs to the man they call Miz, Jacob Misiorowski from Milwaukee. Now, if you watched last night or saw highlights of any of it, you had to be blown away. This is a really good Philadelphia Phillies hitting team, and boy, did he dominate them. 9 innings, complete game. How about that, Joe? We got a complete game and only 95 pitches.
Yeah, it was a 15 strikeout, 1 hit Maddox. Like, that is unheard of. I think his game score was actually 100.
I mean, you can't get any better than that.
It's going to, if there isn't an individual no-hitter this year, that's going to be the best pitching performance all season long, and it may not even be matched.
He just blew away Bryce Harper in the first inning with 104, 91, 104. Last night, he had 62 fastballs over 100 miles an hour. 62 in one game. Think about that. Again, a one-hitter, 15 strikeouts. Now, listen to this. In his last 8 starts, this is a guy who's going to win the Cy Young this year unless something drastically changes, and that's saying something because they have some really good pitchers who have been at the top of the, including Ohtani. We saw him this week, although the Pirates gave him 3 runs of problems there. Sanchez in Philadelphia has been dynamic. Chris Sale, the old guy down in Atlanta, has done very well. There are a lot of guys who've pitched well. Jacob Misiorowski in his last 8 starts, 7-0 with a 0.17 ERA. I'll say that again so you can absorb it. 7-0 with a 0.17 ERA. Now listen to his last 7 starts. This is the combined 54 innings I just talked about. 6 innings, no runs, 11 strikeouts. 7 innings, no runs, 10 strikeouts. 6 innings, no runs, 8 strikeouts. 7 innings, 1 run, 12 strikeouts. 7 innings, 0 runs, 8 strikeouts. 7 innings, 0 runs, 8 strikeouts. Last night, 9 innings, 0 runs, 15 strikeouts. The dude, and now his arm, I'm sure they're concerned, but they weren't last night. He was rolling right along. He went in the 9th inning, very efficient 95 pitch effort to get that shutout, and what a dominant performance that was. We'll talk about that. We'll also get into the USA and Paraguay last night. First time the USA in World Cup history for them has scored over 3 goals in a World Cup match. They did it out in Los Angeles. Balogun had 2 of those goals. Pulisic had a goal. USA, as I said, never got over 4. In fact, if you go back to the Qatar World Cup a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, I think they had 3 goals combined before they were eliminated. So that was quite an effort last night. And 3 of them in the first half. It was as dominant a first half as you'll see from a soccer team, a football team, whatever you want to call them, in the World Cup. We'll talk more about that because next up for them, it's next Friday at Lumen Field in Seattle. They take on Argentina in the group phase, and they're sitting pretty nice in the group phase. Also on a pitching note last night, Washington Wild Things, Kobe Foster down there in Washington, PA. And by the way, if you've never been to one of those games, it is tremendously family-friendly, got great prices to get in. All of their concession items are very, very priced nicely. And it's a good time. Last night, Kobe Foster, no-hitter, 14 strikeouts. Maybe the Pirates can go to the Frontier League. You know, they did it once with Isaac Matson. Joe, maybe they can do it again. I don't know. But the guy has been dominant. His season so far is 6-0. I mean, it's just been tremendous at what he's done down there. All right. Also last night, the Riveters won. They played at home, and they beat Erie 3-0, and they're 5-0-1 so far. And then that was followed by a USA watch party over at FMB Stadium. And tonight, the Riverhounds are back at home against Indy 11 And the return of Eric Dick, who was their goalkeeper last year, did not give up a goal in their run to a USL championship. So it's the return of Eric Dick against the Riverhounds, who've been playing well. College baseball. West Virginia continues to do its things. Country Roads have led them to Omaha, and they will continue to play in Omaha. They beat Troy yesterday 7-5. Armani Guzman, who's their talented speedster, had another stolen base. In fact, this one is a steal of home. So they're going to play the winner of North Carolina and Ole Miss. That's a Sunday game at 7 p.m. Would be the game they play, but North Carolina, Ole Miss will play before that, of course, and we'll see who wins that game. North Carolina should be favored in that game. So there's a lot to talk about, and I haven't even mentioned the Knicks and Spurs, and I haven't mentioned the NHL, which, to me, Jordan Staal should be heavily considered for Conn Smythe, even though his numbers pale in comparison to some of the other guys you're going to be talking about on the Vegas and Carolina rosters. But he scored a goal in the first 5 games of this series. All 5 games, he's had at least 1 goal. He has 6 goals in the Stanley Cup final. That's the heavyweight part of the playoffs. Yes, in the early going, he didn't have that many points, but he represented a lot with his leadership, his captaincy. He won faceoffs at an amazing clip. He should be Conn Smythe if Carolina should wrap it up tonight. They play in, or is it tomorrow night? Tomorrow night in Las Vegas. Tonight it's the Knicks and the Spurs, and the Knicks with a comeback that I could never believe. Given the fact that San Antonio had things up by 29 and they played one of the most stupid halves of basketball I've ever seen, where they were throwing up threes left and right with no reason to do it, and it just fed into that comeback. When you have 24 seconds to shoot, you should take all 24 seconds, or at least most of it, and try to work it down low to Wembanyama. Get a foul, get him to the line, although he did miss 2 critical ones at the end. The pressure got to him there. But they were taking so quickly shots off the 24. Yeah, you expect to make them. They made a lot in the first half. They didn't make any of them. They went a stretch 0 for 10 from 3, and they kept firing them up. Mitch Johnson, their coach, that was the worst coaching job in a pressure situation that maybe I've ever seen. You can't allow that to happen. And the Knicks took full advantage of it. 412-928-9370. So obviously we have a lot to talk about. Let's get to the phone lines. Call us right now. We're up until 1 o'clock. Anthony in the car is first up this morning. Hello, Anthony.
Good morning,
How are you?
Bob. Good morning. North Carolina won last night, so they play West Virginia.
Okay. I figured they would. I didn't know it was last night. I thought it was tonight.
No, and back in 2024 is when the White Sox got their 37th win in September. Last year they got it in July. But the reason I'm calling,
I thought it was September last year and July the year before.
No, it was September in 2024 when they finished 37
and won
and whatever
25 or whatever it was.
Year, 2025 they got it in July. Their 37th
Still,
win.
it puts into perspective how good they've been. You know,
right. So my problem is people are overlooking the defense that the Pirates have been playing. Last night, Gonzalez should make that catch. And this all stems because Connor Griffin is not playing shortstop. Because if he was playing shortstop, Trujillo would be a third, which is his normal position. And then Gonzalez would have to fill in or move around or do whatever he does because he's not a third baseman. So errors are costing them runs, and it's costing the pitchers to be able to have to pitch more pitches and more and get out of the game earlier. And then lastly, I don't know what everybody sees in Evan Sisk, because you can look at his numbers and say, oh, yeah, he's great when he comes in. I want you to look at his inherited runners that have scored, because he's letting up other pitchers, guys that are on base. He's just not giving up his hit. His guys aren't scoring.
Yeah, he got roughed up the other night, too. I just think the bullpen in general, Anthony, is a mess. You got to solve it at some point. They've tried different things, but to me, the only thing they haven't done yet is trade.
And get somebody now. They got to go out and get somebody now. You can't wait. You're wasting away.
They're wasting away. And what are they now? 9 games out? I don't even know what they are. 8.5, 9 games out of first. They're still in the wild card mix, but if you wait too long, you're going to, first of all, run into a whole bunch of other teams who are going to want the same thing that you want, and then the bidding becomes a little bit too much.
That's exactly right.
And so if you strike early, but they need more than one person, I think, but still, they need somebody they can rely on. And none of the guys, with the maybe exception of Soto, although the other night he gave up 2 runs in the 9th inning against Ohtani, he's been the only guy. They still don't know what Santana is. Is he a liability to put out there in the late innings? Everyone else is falling apart. And if you're only going to use Majinski, when Jones pitches, then what's the point? I mean, if he's in the bullpen, he should be used more than that. You can't just use him every 5 days, can you?
No, I think they need to figure that out. And the other thing I think they need to figure out, I realize these injuries have come. We avoided one with Lau, and O'Hearn came back. But losing Cruz and Connor Griffin for this amount of time, we're not a team right now that can sustain having important guys go down like some other teams can. The Dodgers can have 22 guys on their injury list, and it doesn't affect them. It affects us, and it shows our depth, I think, with hitting more than – and I don't even know about our depth with pitching now because, I mean, you got guys
the starting pitching's been not that good. You know, I want it to be better. Thanks, Anthony, for the call, though. You made some great points there. And I will say that, again, when you're monitoring innings all the time with Chandler and with Ashcraft and whomever else, Jared Jones, I mean, it makes it really difficult, you know? And this, I get it. These guys, you want to protect their arms, but you also got to let them go a little longer in games. Sometimes you got to push it a little bit. And it seems like nobody's willing to do that. And they're, you know, for the reasons you cite, they have to go to their bullpen a lot earlier than you would want. Now, on the other hand, you talk about missing Griffin and Cruz. Certainly, those are two guys you want in your lineup. However, they have still scored a lot of runs with those guys out. That's not been the reason they've lost. The reason they lost because their bullpen stinks right now, and they got to get it better. Starters got to go longer, and then bullpen has to do their job. Now, the hitting has been good. They've scored enough runs to win a lot of games. But when you give up as many runs, so Griffin and Cruz, sure, big parts of their offense. But even without them, guys have stepped up. They've scored enough runs to win. The pitching has let them down. So they have to do something. And Ben Cherington still hasn't, other than mix around some internal options, there haven't been much else going on there. Now, do you want to overpay? Here's the dilemma with that. You can overpay and then end up with a Chris Archer trade on your hands. In other words, you give up, let's say, a Florentino or somebody high, hopefully not Seth Hernandez. But then in a year or two, you realize that person's going to be terrific, and you gave up some for a relief pitcher. However, if you're trying to win right now, you have the obligation of doing it now. You have to do something. Come up with a creative way of getting someone, trading two lower-end prospects, whatever you have to do in order to solve this issue, because they're slowly following a trend that you don't want to continue. 35 and 35 now. That's 500. At this point, you thought it would be more than that. And it's just not been that way. And so you're falling out of the division race, and Milwaukee looks legit, which I was surprised. I thought, yeah, they had Mizorowski, but they didn't, to me, you know, they lost some guys. I wasn't sure how they're going to replace them. They've used a lot of different starting lineups, and Murphy's done a very good job over there. And, man, they're sitting on top of the division looking very good. Let's go to Mario, who joins us in New York. Hello, Mario. How are you?
Hey, Bob. How are you today?
Doing good, thank you.
Talk to you.
You too.
Hey, wanted to talk to you about WVU baseball, if you have a second. Just what a run they're on in Omaha, win the first game in history for them being in the College World Series, and now in the 1-0 game on Sunday night against North Carolina, which has become a little bit of a rival for them.
Right.
You know, if you've watched it at all or what you see.
Well, I see a team that's just on a roll right now. I think the record now is 46-15, West Virginia for the year. You know, they went through Troy so easily who was at Cal Poly last week, down in that super regional. And then last night, or yesterday afternoon, they did a good job of doing what they've done, scoring runs. They've been doing that all throughout this. They've scored a ton of runs, and they did it again. And they needed them because Troy came back in that game. But
they do it in a multitude of ways. Small ball, home runs.
Right.
They seem to do everything offensively. Best player doesn't hurt. You know, Central Catholic kid. We love to see that, Bob. You know that.
Yeah, he's going to be maybe the top pick going in the baseball draft. Who knows?
What a great thing that would be with Weatherholt and then Kelly, that pipeline they're building right from Pittsburgh
from West Virginia
to Morgantown to the MLB.
Yeah, and so they got.
Bob.
Thank you. So they got. Thanks, Mario. They got North Carolina, and then Troy plays an elimination game, I guess, against Ole Miss. That also will be on Sunday. So, you know, West Virginia is going to play for a few more days out there in Omaha. We'll see how they do. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. We got Susan in Mount Lebanon next. Hello, Susan. How are you?
Good, Bob. How are you doing?
Great. Beautiful day. enjoy it.
Today I'm going to a dance recital for my granddaughter. So I have a question.
We had those the last couple of weeks, yes. And they're fun to watch.
My husband and I have this ongoing argument. So the other night when they took Skeens out after he gave up, I think, 2 or 3 runs, do you think it would be better to keep him in, even though he was starting to lose it with the pitching?
I think generally I would keep guys in a little longer right now. It doesn't have to be complete games, but I would have kept him in. Yes, I would have kept Ashcraft in last night. Yes, for a little bit more.
I agree.
I mean, everyone's so concerned about arms. I get it, but at some point you can't live in your fears when it comes to this. If you do, you're never going to get the kind of results you want.
So you think they're taking them out to save their arms, not because they're losing their pitching speed?
Ashcraft is on a trend right now that's going to put him over what he's ever pitched in Major League Baseball, amount of innings. And so I think they're very much guarded against that. Yes, I do. But again, you have guys like Jones, like Kim, like Chandler, all are going to be monitored the kind of same way. They need to, and maybe the answer is be more efficient. Paul Skeens has not been as efficient. A lot of teams have fouled him off, and that's part of their game plan. I get it. But you have to be more efficient, and if you're more efficient, that's fewer pitches, which would allow more innings. But if you're not, and they, the other night I sat there and watched the game, 200 pitches by the Pirates pitching staff, 200 in one game. That game took 3 hours and 19 minutes, and it just, it's not the kind of baseball you need to play. You got to be more efficient with their pitchers, all of them, starters and relievers.
Well, I agree with that. I'm getting a little frustrated because I think they're protecting the starters to the point where they're just losing way too much.
Yeah, Keller's been the biggest problem with that. I mean, he's gone 4 innings, I think, each of his last 2 starts, and he's the guy who I thought would be the innings eater, and he's lost it after a really good start to the season. It's not the same Mitch Keller, and he needs to be. He needs to go 8 innings when he's out there and keep them in games. Susan, thanks very much. Enjoy your dance recitals today. There was always fun to watch.
Thank you.
Let's go out to Daryl in Houston, Texas. Hello, Daryl. What's going on?
Hey, Bob. Thanks for taking my call. I want to touch on the trade thing. I think we need to just take a step back and evaluate what it takes to make this trade. It takes 2 to tango. And you just mentioned, Bob, maybe 2 minutes ago, why other GMs would just wait it out because they know the price is going to go up. If I'm looking at the prospects or the potential to trade with the Pirates versus if I wait, I got the prospects for the Dodgers, I got the prospects for the Yankees. I got a different pool of players that I can select from. And if I'm a GM, I know that. If you just said that, Bob, the price is going to go up if I wait. Another GM knows that as well. So everybody says, let's overpay, let's do this. I mean, your overpay might not be what another team would pay in a normal transaction. So let's calm down. I'm sure Ben Cherington is not sitting on his hands. It takes 2 to tango. And he should have made the moves in the summer or in the fall or right before training camp. It's right now. It's a wait and see, and you just got to deal with what you have.
Well, how long can you wait? How long do you wait and see though? Do you fall out of contention for everything? I mean, at some point with what they've done, and you're right, they spent a lot of money on offense, and they've so far wasted Ozuna, who has the worst WAR of any DH in baseball right now, and he can't even get in the lineup. That $12 million could have been spent differently, but again, they thought they needed a bat. I understood it. That was fine. I didn't like the $12 million. I thought they could have got it a little cheaper than that, but they didn't do all that much with their bullpen. But they relied on Santana. They brought in Soto. Give him credit for that. $7 million on his tab. Santana's been the biggest disappointment. Once one of those guys crumbles, all of a sudden it has a domino effect on everyone else.
And that's exactly why they didn't make the moves. You just summarized why they were a little bit hesitant because they depended on guys that they thought they had in the system or on the team already, and they just haven't come through. And that
so is that on the pitching coach? Is that on the player individually? Who's that on? The GM?
But well, Bob, you lead in right there. When are we going to start evaluating the pitching coach? I mean, people say, well, players, you can't judge the hitting coach by the hitters. You can't judge the pitching coach. They're in that position for a reason, and the accountability is on their plate. Mm-hmm. If your unit doesn't perform, or they're not progressing, then that's on you. I think it's a combination of 3 things, Bob. I think they just mismanaged it. I think they're mismanaging it, and I think they're going to mismanage it because this Mlodzinski thing, that's just insane to me. This piggyback approach, I mean, that's insane. Put Mlodzinski in high pressure or high value situations. Let him pitch out of the bullpen if he's going to pitch out of the bullpen, because he's the only real asset you have that can go back there and be an improvement on what you have. That's just a fact, not just 3-day, 4-day. And I'm going to tell you another thing about Dotel. I think they did him a disservice by sitting him for a week. They are mismanaging things.
Yeah, I didn't like that either. He was doing well when he was in there, and it was 3 and 4 innings at the time, and all of a sudden you didn't see him for a week. And then he goes back in there, and I don't know, he's off of his game. Last 2 outings, 10 runs. All right, man, thanks, Daryl. I know it's going to be something we're going to watch as we go on. Tim in Punxsutawney, Mark in Fort Lauderdale. Hang on, we're going to get to your calls. We need to take a break. And first, I want to tell you about the Fan 5 Alarm. It's presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on June 17th at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department. Then on June 18th at the Robinson Town Center. You can help local volunteer fire departments with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and more, and Myers Law Group. And those volunteer fire departments do a lot. They volunteer to try to help save you in a time of need. So make sure you help them out during the Fan 5 Alarm. Also want to tell you about West Shore Home, because they have a really good anniversary going on right now. And in Pittsburgh, I think we all take pride in supporting local businesses. And that's one of the reasons why I'm here to tell you about West Shore Home. Founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native, West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state. And they employ, listen to this, more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh region. Over the last 20 years, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners and earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. Whether you're looking for, let's say, a beautiful bathroom remodel, how about replacement windows that'll improve the comfort and energy of your house? How about a new entry door? How about new flooring that gives your home a new fresh look? West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, flooring projects, 20% off, 20 months of no payment, no interest. Plus, as a fan listener, you can unlock additional savings when you visit westshorehome.com/fan, westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. And guess what? They have people standing by right now. On the weekends, you can get to them. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates have dropped 6 of their last 7, while the Marlins have won 9 of 10. Game 2 between those two teams will be this afternoon at 4:05 at PNC Park. Bubba Chandler takes them out for the Pirates. The Marlins are going with a bullpen game that will be started by Lake Bacher. Catch it all here on The Fan and on the free Odyssey app with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show beginning at 3 o'clock. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, Crowley, do not ask the texters to send their pipes. Great point. Yep. Poor phrasing. Biceps. I'm not even going to lie. I check out dudes now a ton. Because of the exercising. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
It's not a sexual thing. It's like, hey, I need to step up my game kind of thing. Should I not have said that out loud?
No.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes owed to the IRS. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you may now be eligible for relief through current IRS initiatives for struggling taxpayers. In some cases, taxpayers may qualify to reduce as much as 99% of what they owe. You may already be experiencing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or audits and be unaware of this important information. Call Guardian Tax now to see what relief you may be eligible for at 800-404-6851. By taking action today, you may be able to stop all collections and resolve your tax problem before your tax problem gets worse. Tax experts are standing by to review your case and fight to slash your debt dramatically. Don't let your tax problem get worse and miss this time-sensitive opportunity. Check your eligibility with Guardian Tax now. Call 800-404-6851. 800-404-6851. That's 800-404-6851.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Protect your property, safeguard lives. This message is brought to you by the National Fire Sprinkler Association's Pittsburgh area contractors. Did you know that a well-maintained fire sprinkler system will save lives and property? Don't wait for an emergency to find out your system isn't up to par. Property owners, act now. Schedule your fire sprinkler system inspection today. Be proactive. Be prepared. Visit nfsa.org to find a certified professional near you. Remember, prevention is always better than cure. Protect what matters most.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build, Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com. For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. If it's a Berg sports thing, we got you covered. This is magnificent. This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, welcome. We're back. We roll along here at 412-928-9370. A lot of stuff on the table for you to discuss. Let us know how you feel about those things, and we'll put you on the air at 412-928-9370. And that includes USA beating Paraguay last night out in Los Angeles. Mizorowski with his unbelievable 9-inning complete game, 15 strikeout, 1-hit performance against Philadelphia. West Virginia moving on into the college baseball championship. And anything about the Spurs-Knicks, I'd love to talk about that, or the Vegas-Carolina game, which could end tomorrow night in Vegas. Carolina up 3-2, and what a big win it was the other night. And Jordan Stahl had a lot to do with it. As I said, I would consider him heavily for Conn Smythe. I mean, he was taking up offensive, opportunity to step up when guys like Aho and Svechnikov were not scoring. Now, Svechnikov had a couple of goals in that game the other night, but prior to that, he had not done much, and Stahl was the guy who was generating a lot of the offense. Let's go back to the lines, Joel Nelson. Should we begin with Tim in Punxsutawney? Hello, Tim in Punxsutawney. How are you?
Good, Bob. Thanks. I love the show. You do a great job.
Thank you.
And everything you do for the city. I wanted to pick on the pitching staff, coaches, a little bit. They're very talented. They're young. They got a lot to learn, but they seem to focus on 97, 98, and the slider, curveball, all that, which they need to, but they got to throw strikes. Too many guys they're not throwing enough strikes, especially the bullpen. You bring the bullpen in, they have to throw strikes. They can't let guys on base, with a 1 or 2 run lead or deficit, and that's going on way too much. And then also, it seems like they just never throw inside, never let back guys off the plate. They got to let hitters know that's their plate, and these guys are leaning out over the plate. They got this arm guard stuff on, and they're just not backed off enough. And there's just too much guys getting the bat through the zone and squaring the ball up. And but pitchers got to back guys off. They need A.J. Burnett or Bob Block to be pitching coach for a week. That stuff would stop.
How about Bruce Keeson? Bruce Keeson used to do that all the time. He was unbelievable. He was the skinniest pitcher I ever saw, and yet he was back. He didn't care. He was going to command his part of the plate. To put into numbers what you just said, the Pirates now, and this is only since the beginning of this month in June, but it's obviously a substantial amount of games. They have 3 of their relievers have an ERA of over 10, 5 have over 5. So it doesn't matter who you're bringing in there. They gave up 25 runs out of the bullpen in the last 4 games. You just can't do that. They've wasted offensive performances.
And also, one more thing. The other night, the backup catcher for the Dodgers is playing. I forget his name, but, I've read a little bit about him being a little bit of a hothead. And
are you talking about rushing? Who are you talking about?
He slid 4 or 5 feet out of the baseline on a double play at second base to take out our shortstop, and the Pirate pitchers did nothing about that. That's illegal. The guy was going to hurt our player possibly, and the staff did nothing to retaliate that. Again, Bob Block, Burnett, those guys would have done something about that. And
all right, Tim. Listen, I get that. The most important thing you said, and thank you for the call, is that they have to throw more strikes. They're falling behind too many. Too many pitch counts are way up high. It's affected the starters, and now it's affecting the bullpen. It cannot do that. Mark is in Fort Lauderdale, and he joins us next right here on the Bob Pompiani Show. Hello, Mark.
Always great to talk to you, Pop. But before we talk Bucko baseball, I want to offer my condolences to John Sanders' family. He was a great KDKA guy before you came aboard, and he gave the Pirates a lot of good years as an announcer.
Yeah, I worked with John for 10 years at KDKA, and that's when we had a lot of people on staff, from Ken Meese to Steve Talbot to Bob Prince was there as part of it as well. And I learned a lot from John.
Alexander, too. He was back
Fast Eddie. Yes.
Yeah, those were great days, and of course, you've held the tradition and come along. But I want to say about the Pirates, I think the time is now, and I give Ben Cherington a lot of credit because he's developed some good ball players. There's a guy in Altoona that, to me, the most undervalued coach in the Pirate system is Scott Siebel, the hitting coach at Altoona, the McKeesport native. He's helped Oswald Valdez get to the big leagues, and now he's working with a young man named Shaylin Polanco, whose first couple of years, it was a big international signed by the Pirates. They gave him $3 million, and now he's really tearing the cover off the ball in Altoona. And everybody goes to work with Scott, seems to benefit. But the Brewers, I just saw their farm system in Nashville recently. They're loaded. I mean, Cooper Pratt's got a $50 million contract. He's in AAA. They just signed Luis Lara this week to $31 million. They got 5 kids in Nashville and the number 1 prospect in AA in Biloxi. So to me, the Paul Skeens window is closing. This is the time. If you have to sacrifice a Murph Gray or Wyatt Sandiford, I'm not saying give away Hernandez or Florentino. I love both those guys. I think they're going to be very serious impact players. But, there's guys in the system that Omar Alfonso.
You're going to have to sacrifice him, right?
You got to go out and get a Victor Vodnik. You got to get a Anthony Zantello, a Garrett Whitlock, maybe today even Calvin Fauché, who you'll see from the Marlins, or Peter Fairbanks from the Marlins. You need somebody who's an established.
The problem with that, though, Mark, is because the Marlins are right there with the Pirates. They're knocking on the door. They have a chance to be in the playoffs, and I don't know if they're going to be willing to give up guys who've been very important to them.
Well, Fairbanks is a free agent, and they have a budget in Miami. It's one of those teams like Tampa that they move their assets before they lose them. So I think there's a couple guys that are available on the table. And credit to the Marlins. I mean, they lost Yuri Perez, Jennington Junk, and Thomas White, who was on the big number one prospects, and Robbie Snelling got Tommy John, and they still got guys in their farm system. So I mean, I think the window's now for the Pirates to move, and if they have to give up one of their guys, they have to give up. I mean, look what A.J. Preller does in San Diego. He moves minor league ball players. He's worried about the big league club.
Yeah, you got to worry about the big league club. This is the time to do it, Mark. Thank you for that. Nobody knows more about minor league baseball than Mark from Fort Lauderdale. So if you listen to this program a lot, you'll hear him come on, and he knows them all. And he's right about the Milwaukee farm system. It is loaded. They put a lot of money into it. And when those guys come up, man, they're making impacts really quickly. And I think the Pirates need more of that. Certainly with Griffin, you had it, but they need more of it. Paul is in Washington, and right now he's on the phone. Hello, Paul.
How you doing, Roberto?
What's going on? You always mix it up very nicely. I like when you call. What's going on?
Hey, buddy, well, I'm just going to remind you, you did tell me I could drive the cart when you and Joe went golfing again, and then you went to Oakmont, and I never got that call.
That's because there are no carts over there. We have to walk.
I could have walked with you. I could have carried them bags. I might have been dead after 9 holes. I'd have never finished the round. But that being said, let's get to the subject at hand. Earlier a guy, Chuck from Uniontown, called, and then he said something that I've been saying now for the last couple of months, probably the last couple of years. And then the other day, Mr. Filippone, Mr. Flip-Flopper, he went on a rant, and he sounded like me when it comes to Don Kelly. So far in over it, it's not funny. He should have never been given this job. Cherington should have been fired 2 years ago, yet alone being fired last year. We don't have the pitching staff that we were led to believe that we have. We have no relievers at all to speak about. We sit people down when we should be playing them. And I've said it once, I've said it a million times. Enough of the daggone analytics. Let these guys play ball. Let my pitchers pitch. Enough of the bullcrap, Bob Nutting. Fired his staff, especially the pitching coach, because he doesn't have a clue. I don't know where they got this guy, but we thought Oscar Marine was bad.
Paul, I appreciate the passion. You're kind of going in and out here, but thank you for that. I think a lot of people want to see some changes, but you're not going to see them change off of Don Kelly right now, nor should they. I disagree with you there. I think if you look at their bullpen problems, it's about what he has to deal with. Now, if the pitching coach is not making enough progress in the eyes of him, Don Kelly, or the management, you can make changes like that, but they're not going to just do everything at once here. They have to figure out, and this is when Cherington has to step up and do something to stop the bleeding. The bleeding continues. And the more you bleed like this, the more you're going to fall behind a lot of teams, and then they're not going to be able to clot it anyway. So at time, this is still a team that I think if they get into the playoffs can be difficult to handle. But they got to start doing better. Starting pitchers, relief pitchers. The offense has been fine. If you look at their numbers, and I do agree with Paul about metrics. Too many times, again, we're stuck on this pitch count stuff. At some point, you have to say, Braxton, keep pitching. Yeah, 5 innings. All right, we want you to go 7 today. 2 more innings. Is it really come down to that on every level here? With you have Jones, you have Chandler, and now you have Ashcraft. All have to be limited. Now you have piggybacking going on. This is not the kind of stuff that could be self-sustainable. I don't think so. Anyway, let's go to Dave in Mississippi. Hello, Dave. How are you doing down there?
Bob, what a privilege to speak to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to talk about the Team USA's performance last night. And my entire 40-something years on this earth. But last night, just the pure dominance that they showed. Granted, it was against Paraguay.
Yes.
But I have very high hopes for this team. Hopefully, Pulisic's not injured too much, but just it's an interesting way to see the game in comparison to how they played under Berhalter.
Right.
Like the team is just, I don't know, very high hopes, especially, we got Australia coming up next weekend and then Turkey.
Yep.
Yes, sir. I believe this team can go far.
Dave, the thing about impressive last night was not only did they do it against a team that was one of the better defensive teams they're going to play. Because I think if you look at Paraguay, they had beaten Brazil and I believe Argentina. I can't remember who, but they did it by playing really good defense. What USA did against that defense in the first half was one of the best halves ever in World Cup competition. But thank you for the call, Dave. I appreciate we're having some feedback issues with you. So 412-928-9370. We got a lot of people coming up. We're going to talk some NBA with Pete in the South Hills. We have Warren, Newt, Joe, Tim, and others. I'll try to squeeze you all in. I got to take a break right now at 412-928-9370. Also, let you know about the weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Hang on. We'll get to those calls as soon as we come back. Today, sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s right here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Back with more of this program right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates fell to Miami last night 8-3. Game 2 of the series is this afternoon, 4:05 from PNC Park. It's right here on the Fan and on the free Odyssey app with coverage at 3 o'clock. Presented by Keystone Custom Apparel, where Bubba Chandler starts for the Pirates, and the Marlins are going with a bullpen game that will be started by Lake Bacher. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, is back June 17th and 18th, and you can make a tax-deductible donation at 937thefan.com. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Contos, Minji, Killian, and Hassan, Impact HVAC, and Glick Fire Equipment.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value-packed pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event, now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
You crushed that hill workout today. Coffee on me.
Thanks.
Never mind. Left my wallet at home again.
Did you know, with a Dollar Bank checking account, you can pay with your phone?
You're kidding.
Nope. You can add your card to your mobile device in minutes to make purchases, so you don't have to carry a wallet.
I owe you one.
You can do what you need at Dollar Bank. Open your account online today at dollar.bank/getchecking. Dollar Bank. Let's get you there. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Message and data rates from your carrier may apply to Dollar Bank mobile banking.
For over 50 years, the Jim Shorkey Auto Group has been built on trust and family values. At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington, that tradition continues with great service and great deals. We have your perfect Mitsubishi, and with a 10-year limited warranty, 2 years of free paid maintenance, and 5 years of unlimited roadside assistance, you'll drive with Mitsubishi confidence.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for warranty details.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Covering Pittsburgh sports like only he can.
Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rolling right along on a beautiful Saturday in Pittsburgh. Bob Pompiani behind this microphone. Joel Nelson is over behind the glass taking all your calls, and we have a lot of them. So let's do some rapid fire, Joel, beginning with Pete in the South Hills. Hey, Pete, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well, Bob. How are you today?
Good, thanks. What's up?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about the NBA Finals and specifically Jalen Brunson. Being a big NBA fan and being a massive Dallas Mavericks fan, it kind of stunk to see him go a few years ago. You know, I never expected him to reach the level of superstardom that he has now. And when I watch him play, especially with Karl Anthony Towns, it reminds me of, you know, Tony Parker and Tim Duncan. A little bit different of a player Karl Anthony Towns is from Tim Duncan. But whenever you see the ability to make plays, drive the paint, those floating jump shots that Brunson makes, you know, in 2007, Tony Parker was averaging, 25 points a game in the NBA Finals against the Cavaliers. And I kind of compared that series to this one because I think most people thought, a young LeBron James at that point would carry his team to the championship over the Spurs. But I just see Brunson and the way that he can facilitate with all of his weapons around him. And OG Anunoby is one other guy that I am just shocked with the progression that he's had with the Knicks this year.
Yeah, I think what he did the other night, the block at the other end on De'Aaron Fox is lost with the fact that he came in and got that tip in. But I can't believe, Tim Legler had talked about he's a big ball watching guy. Don't watch the ball, do your thing. If you look at the replay there, Anunoby came in and they all were looking at the ball. Nobody was watching him. He was the only guy who knew that if there was a miss, I was going to get it. And he got it. It was stunning to me.
Yeah. And I think tonight, this game is going to be very interesting. Giving up a 29-point lead, I don't know how you can mentally get back into it. I would love to see, obviously, Game 6 in Madison Square Garden for a potential closeout for the Knicks. But, I wouldn't be surprised if, they came out tonight in San Antonio and wrapped things up. I just think he put all the air out of the tires of San Antonio with that massive comeback last game.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch how I don't know how you come back from that kind of loss, but they have to. It's one game at a time. You win Game 5, you go to Game 6, and you never know what can happen. Newt is in Aspinwall, and right now he's on the air. Hey, Newt.
Hey, Pomp. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Hey, good. I have a solution, I think, for the Pirates bullpen. The Colorado Rockies, who are the worst team in Major League Baseball right now, have a reliever, a right-hander named Antonio Senzatella.
Senzatella, right.
Yep.
Everybody's going to want him, though. But I would strike now. I would do it.
Yeah, give him Florentino. I don't care about Florentino. Last I saw, he's in high A Greensboro, and he's hitting like 184. I know he was tearing it up at Bradenton Low A, but you never know. I think our minor leagues are overrated, our system, to be honest with you. I would give them up and Mackey had a great idea. Make Majinski the closer. Then you have Soto and Senzatella as your setup men. Call Matson back up and pair him with Montgomery as your seventh inning guys. And that's a good back five at the bullpen, I think.
Well, I thought Matson would be up by now. I know he's done okay, but not great. But I thought he'd be back. I mentioned Majinski as a closer a while back also. If you're going to have him in the bullpen, you got to get something. If Santana is never going to get, I don't know if he's going to get better or not, but you risk him every time he's out there. So they have something that they have to take care of there, and it has to happen sooner than later. And Senzatella, he's one of the guys a lot of people will target. Newt, thanks for the call. We're going to do some rapid fire, man. Thank you. Let's go to Tim in the city. Tim is in the city, and now he's on the Fan. Hey, Tim.
Doing?
What's up?
The Donnie Kelly hatred or skepticism, I don't like it, or the bullpen. I mean, look at what's happening. I mean, we have injuries. He's plugging guys in, Bob, left and right. And as far as the bullpen, I mean, what do we expect him to do? I mean, that's a
right. Those are the players he has to deal with, and they're not getting it done.
Absolutely, and I get it, and I understand Ozuna. We all want to see him succeed, but I think Kelly has him on a shorter leash right now. Derek Young got a lot of haters last year, but I'm not sure what we're expecting. We're in a tough division. All these teams are on, they're caught fire right now, and he's doing the best he can. We have 3, 4, maybe even 5 All-Stars, and dealing with these injuries is tough. I mean, it's going to take time, and we're right there in the thick of it. And we just need some changes. But
well, the changes have to come in the form of a trade. I don't agree with that at all, Tim. I said so. It's too early to do that. Plus, they have a bullpen that they may change. He's tried different things, and if you ever doubt his ability to do what he thinks is right, he's not playing Ozuna. The natural thought was he's paying $12 million. You got to play him, don't you? Well, he's not playing him at all. And
Bobby took him in the 5th inning the other game.
Yeah, he pinch hit for him with O'Hearn, right? At a critical spot. Now, I think O'Hearn got a hit. Thanks, Tim. I listen, they got a lot of issues. They got to settle them out here, but they're still very much alive in this wild card picture. And I'm now almost to the point where I don't think the division is going to be winnable, but the wild card is certainly available. A lot of teams have struggled. One more call before we go to a break here. Warren in Ligonier. Warren, how are you?
Hey, Bob, I'm good. Thanks for all you do for the community. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Easy solution for the Pirates wanting to guard the innings for these young arms. 6-man rotation. Put Majinski back in as a starter. If you want to still pitch Skeens every 5th day, go ahead, push the other guy back. And you have to have a much quicker hook for people you bring in from the bullpen that begin walking people immediately. Hook them right away.
Yeah, the problem is they're also overused. It's kind of difficult to do that because they've not been very good. And you're right, there are too many balls. They're falling behind in counts. They're using a lot of effort when they're in there. And, I don't know how many guys can be used. I thought Dotel was somebody I would have used a lot earlier. He spent a whole week not pitching, and I thought maybe there was something wrong with him, but I don't think it was that at all. But, ever since his little bit of a layoff there, he's not been very good. Warren, I got to go. I'm up against a break here, but thank you for the call in Ligonier. Appreciate it. Tony, Emmanuel, Steve, and Joe, when we come back, you'll be up next right here on the Bob Pompiani Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Collie Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important, trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's daily rewards rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games. Then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 2 between the Marlins and Pirates will begin today at 4:05. North begin at 3 o'clock. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bob Pompiani Show, an in-depth look at local sports with KDKA TV's own Bob Pompiani. Presented by Number One Cockroach, Shenderovich, and Fishman. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. The Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We have a live line change here at 93.7 The Fan. Joel Nelson has just left the building, and Charlie Borges is behind the glass. Taking your calls at 412-928-9370. The Fan text line, same number. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township. We have a lot to get into. We set the table at the beginning of the show at 11 o'clock. We have a lot of people want to talk, so we're going to do some rapid fire as we continue here, Charlie, if that's all right with you. We have a lot of people on the lines. Let's go to Joe in Moon Township up first. Hey, Joe.
Hi, Bob. I had a question for you. The last couple of weeks ago when Chicago Cubs were in town and Ian Happ went to the plate, he kills the Pirates. Why wouldn't they intentional walk him? You never see anybody get intentional walked anymore. Thanks.
Again, it would depend on the time and situation. There are a lot of Pirate killers out there, but if you're not in any danger of putting runs on the board, I think you pitch to him. You just pitch smartly and you try to do it. But he has been somebody who's come up big against the Pirates, there's no doubt. By the way, the updated standings, and those of you just found out about Milwaukee winning again last night, they're 42-25. It's unbelievable. They're almost near the Dodgers, and they just keep on winning and winning. And they won last night behind Jacob Mizorowski, who was outstanding. 62 fastballs last night, 100 miles an hour plus. He goes 9 inning, 1 hit, complete game shutout against Philly. He struck out 15, and he used only 95 pitches, which is incredible. So they have a 5-game lead over the Cardinals, who are in second. The Cubs have jumped the Pirates. They're back into third. The Pirates are 35-35, 8.5 out. In fourth, the Reds have fallen to under 500 at 32-36. They're 10.5 back. So still a lot of baseball left, but they got to start doing something to change the dynamic here as far as their bullpen is concerned. Tony is in the city, and he's on the Fan. Hey, Tony, how are you?
Hey, Bob. I'm great, thanks. How are you?
Good, thanks. What's going on?
Hey, so I had a couple of thoughts. First, I have a question for you. Do you think we might be able to get 2 guys in the home run derby with O'Hearn and
Lau?
Name is escaping me right
Lau?
now. Yeah, well, Lau, yeah.
I don't know about that. I mean, it depends on guys if they want to do it. I mean, I look at some of the big power hitters in the game, and they have really good numbers, but I don't know if they're going to be. A guy like Schwarber should do it. I don't know if he did it last year. I don't even remember. Do you, Charlie? Was Schwarber in that home run hitting contest? Because he's still ripping the ball apart. I don't know. But
Lau has 17 home runs at this point. I just think with his kind of power, I mean, for a little guy like him, I think he might be able to get into that derby.
Maybe so. It's up to him, too. I don't know if some of these guys don't like to do that kind of stuff. So what else is on your mind?
I'm wondering if with oh, my goodness, these names are escaping me now that I'm on the air. If we can get some bullpen help with trading for oh, my goodness, the guy we got in the offseason who's not hitting real well right now.
Ozuna.
Yes, Ozuna, yes. If his name recognition might be able to get some bullpen help.
He has the worst WAR of any DH in the game. I think he needs to start hitting. And the problem with that is you can't just keep putting him in the lineup if he's not hitting. And Don Kelly has decided to go away from that. So he plays once in a blue moon. If there's not a left-hand starter, most likely he's not going to play. So how, if you're him, do you get better? That's a dilemma in and of itself.
Recognition to get us some bullpen help?
They definitely need to do something, and I think it means giving away some of your minor league prospects. They may not be. I mean, Seth Hernandez would be off limits for me, but a guy like Florentino, a lot of potential. They have other guys who are hitting well. You may just have to give up, and I would do it sooner than later. The longer you wait, a lot of these teams who will be in the same position as you, and it's a crowded wild card situation right now as you look at it, because the Pirates are a game back, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 teams they're dealing with, all put in there. So I would hope they do it sooner rather than later, whatever it is they're going to do.
Thanks for the help with the names.
No problem, man. Thank you. Appreciate the call. Emmanuel is in Carnegie. He always knows everything. What's up, Emmanuel? How are you?
I wish. Hey, thanks for taking the call, Bob.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just don't want to beat up on the bullpen again. We all know it's problematic right now. I just think people aren't really addressing how bad our starter rotation is now. You just mentioned Milwaukee's Mizorowski, like how he went 9 innings and pitched only 95 pitches. Our pitchers are going deep into the count in the 5th and 6th inning.
4th and 5th innings. I mean, it's been bad. All of them, including Skeens.
Yeah, I was at the Skeens game, and one of your callers called earlier, like, could he pitch into the 7th? He was at 105 pitches through 6 innings. So it kind of forces our hand to go into the bullpen, and we don't have talent in the bullpen. And I think it's a combination of lack of talent and coaching. There's no reason that we should be avoiding the plate. We're pitching around these guys and getting deep into the counts, even into the bullpen with runners on base. You got to go right at them. It's very problematic. And the last thing is, I agree with Pete when it comes to the basketball. I'm a big basketball fan as well. I think the Spurs blew their chance. They had 2 chances to win, and they blew it.
Game 2?
I think it's going to be
right.
Yes, sir.
And then
Game 2, and then that debacle they had. I think they're probably going to win Game 5, but they're going to lose in 6. And I think the Hurricanes are going to go to Game 7 and beat Vegas. It's going to be a phenomenal series there. It
already is. A lot more goals than people expected, Emmanuel. And I wouldn't have expected that Brandon Bussey would be the name we'd be talking about as the goalkeeper is going to make a difference in this series. His first 2 starts in the NHL have, in the playoffs have been wins. It's unbelievable what he's done. So, yeah, I think that, I don't know about the Knicks, though, losing tonight. I just don't, Emmanuel. I think it's hard to overcome a loss like that if you're San Antonio. But at home, they're a different team. They play better. They need to play better and force another one and just take it with that approach. Steve is in Shaler Township. Steve, welcome to the program. How are you?
Great. How you doing, Bob?
Good, thank you.
Hey, Emmanuel, that is right what I wanted to talk about. I see the issue as the starting pitching. You can't have, everybody's talking about getting these guys from all over the league. You would need like 6 of those guys or 7 of those guys to fill 5 innings every night. And we don't have that. So until our starting pitching can pitch into the 7th inning at least more than once a month, which May 12th was the last time we had a pitcher pitch into the 7th inning, I think, in finishing it was Skeens. So that's unheard of to ask a bullpen to come out. Like today, Chandler's going to throw today. You'll get maybe on a good day 4 innings from him.
See,
5 innings.
I agree. That's unacceptable at this point. And it's incumbent upon these guys also to use fewer pitchers, to be more efficient. I just said in the last hour about Jacob Mizorowski's last 7 starts, right? He's 7-0 with a 0.17 ERA. In the last night's complete game shutout over the Phillies, 95 pitches. In the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in the previous 6 outings, all of them were at least 6 innings, some into the 7th inning, pitch counts 1 time over 100. So he's being very efficient with how he uses it, which makes life a lot easier for the manager. Because now you don't have to worry about, 100 pitches in 4 innings. Mitch Keller was up at 100-plus pitches in 4 innings. He's the guy who's supposed to be the veteran who takes it deeper into games. And this is also how you wreck a bullpen, by overusing them. Not to make an excuse for how they pitch, but it doesn't help their situation.
Agreed. Yeah, that's a great point. And the other thing, too, you every night you hear about a long arm. Who's going to be his long arm tonight? The guy that's going to come in and throw, they talk about Maszynski being a long arm. You can't have that. And I was thinking, instead of going out and getting relievers, should we be going out and trying to get a 5th starter from other teams? Maybe 3 or 4 of those. Because we got the starters that can pitch 5 innings. But these guys aren't going to go 7, 8 innings at all. And then they're talking about pitch counts. So how about go out and look at getting some starting pitching in here, more guys that can come in that 5th inning and pitch some multiple innings.
Again, I think that's easier said than done at just juncture of the season, but they should have taken that into account at the beginning of the year, just because they knew they were going to have a guy like Jones on a pitch count when he came back. They knew that Ashcraft, if he's going to be in the starting rotation, probably had to be controlled at some point. But you're right; they're making their own problem worse by not making enough efficiency. Or Ashcraft, the one outing where he went 7 2/3, I think. His pitch count was totally under control. It's not so much the innings; it's the pitch number that we're talking about, which lead to either more innings or fewer innings. And right now, they're all just going way over pitch count numbers, and it's just making it difficult to overcome. But thanks for the call, Steve.
Maybe Chandler goes out and throws 8 today, and
it would be nice to see. Nice to see a guy do that and efficiently done. All right, thank you for the call. Johnny is in Farrell, and now he's here on the Fan. Hey, Johnny, how are you?
Hey, Bob. Hope you're having a great weekend, my man.
Yes, sir.
I thought of an analogy here with Don Kelly. He's plotting coordinates on a map while the battle is just a few feet in front of him. Does that make any sense?
I guess it does, but you lost a little bit on me. Explain.
Okay. All right. he's like, okay, you're planning a battle or a game, right? Okay, you're able to use the analytics to set it up the way you want. But when you get to the game, it's right in front of you. Those coordinates lose value. What gains value is what you feel and what you see. And that's what's missing from him, is that in that he's not thinking of that when he goes back to the analytics.
What you're saying is over-emphasis on analytics and metrics, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, no, not necessarily. I just think he's trying to almost make up his own map and coordinates, and almost with hubris of what's going on right in front of him. That's his problem.
Well, I think a lot of managers will do that, and I hate the fact that it's done so often. Like, for example, Tyler Callahan had that game the other night against the Dodgers and Ohtani where he had 2 home runs. He also walked twice. He had 4 really good plate appearances. I think a reward for that is starting him the next day, regardless of who's on the mound. And he didn't. Now, he came in the game later, but I'm always going to defer to somebody who's hot and in a sync situation. And that person just got it. He's on a roll. I'm going to stick with him. Too many times when you're trying to match numbers and analytics, you don't see that happening. This is one of the reasons why I always point out the Braves and to some degree also the Dodgers. They have guys who are in the same batting position every single game. They know their first, they know their third or fourth. Who it doesn't matter who's on the mound because they all have their way of doing business and it works. The substitution, constantly changing people around and injuries notwithstanding. I understand that happens. But Johnny, you got to, if you have a hot hand on a team that's playing like this, you got to keep riding that hot hand regardless of what the numbers say.
Right. Exactly, and it doesn't build continuity, and in the end, it's just you're not creating anything. You're just playing to the numbers. There's no room for creating, seeing a player, and then creating that, him manifesting what he's got because what you saw. There's no creativity there. It's not drone warfare. This is hand to hand in the trenches. That's what the game is. But you need the analytics as well. I love numbers. But he's just and you know what? And Pittsburgh doesn't necessarily have the team where you can just have all these moving parts just the way your map says.
Yeah, I got you, Johnny.
What's in front of your eyes?
I got you. Thank you for that. I think a lot of people agree with that. I like numbers too. Baseball is a game of numbers and statistics, but when overused, they can lead you in an area that you don't want to be in. At least I think so, and that's why you got to trust your gut at times. I think Don Kelly's done that. He's pinch hit for Brandon Lau 3 different times. The first time was when he was having a really good game, but he stuck to that based on what he thought was a better matchup. Now, again, in that first instance with Lau hitting the way he was, I wasn't going to do that. Charlie, how do you solve the issue with Marcell Ozuna? I mean, in order for him to turn this around, he's got to play. But by playing him, it continues the problem. He's not putting up numbers. He's a DH. He can't do anything else. What do you do?
I mean, at this point of his career, he's 35, 36 years old. I don't think there's really anything that you can do. I mean, you can't really teach an old dog new tricks.
But I mean, how do they try to get value out of him? You have to play him for that to happen, right?
Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it just didn't work out, and
they're stuck.
You're gonna have to bite the bullet and do something that you're probably not gonna want to do, and that's either flip him with a prospect for a player to be named later just to get him off the books, or you say, you know what, you're a good clubhouse guy, we're just gonna keep you on the bench for the rest of the year.
Well, that doesn't help when you're looking for power, and he was brought here for that. It is a problem. We're in mid-June now. We're heading into July. At this point, I thought he would have shaken out of it, but it has not happened. All right, a lot to get into. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I want to tell you about limited edition 2026 Fan 5-Alarm T-shirts. They're available right now at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. A portion of those proceeds go to the local volunteer fire departments. Man, they do such a great job, and they're doing it on their own time to try to help you in a moment of need. The Fan 5-Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, also Myers Law Group. I also want to tell you about a big anniversary for West Shore Home. How about 20 years in business? And in Pittsburgh, I think we all take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one of the reasons why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. It's founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has its headquarters right here in the state of Pennsylvania, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Over the last 20 years, listen to this, they've completed more than 25,000 projects for local homeowners, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews along the way. And whether you're looking for a beautiful bathroom remodel, a replacement window that will improve comfort and energy efficiency in your house, a new entry door, or flooring that gives your home a fresh look, West Shore Home makes the process easy from start to finish. And right now, with their 20th anniversary sale, you can save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project, 20% off, 20 months of no payments, no interest, plus a fan listener, if that's what you are for the program, we have even more additional savings for you. You can unlock them by going to westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan, or call 1-800-WEST-SHORE to learn more. And guess what? People are available, standing by to take those calls right now, even on the weekends. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Charlie Borges with your fan headlines. The United States men's national soccer team opened up their World Cup action by defeating Paraguay by a final score of 4-1 in Group D action at SoFi Stadium in California. Paraguay had an own goal in the 7th minute. Falarin Balogun scored twice in the first half, and Gio Reyna capped it off with a goal of his own in the 98th minute. Team USA's next match will be against Australia next Friday at 3 p.m. at Lumen Field in Seattle. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt. I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them. What? Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean? I guess. Their gloves come off when they fight for you. Okay. I'm talking a settlement slap shot. Shouldn't we be talking about the game? Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years of equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber, coaxial cable.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make it an
announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, my friend Taylor Fournier. During the Make This the Summer sales event, what's the Jeep of Pittsburgh difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it within minutes. No games, no waiting. Easy as that.
And if you can't?
Bob, haven't run into it yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
The choices you make after you've been seriously injured in an accident matter, especially who you choose to help you through your legal battles. If you're sick, you want the right doctor. When you need legal help, you should have the right lawyer. For more than 40 years, Edgar Snyder and Associates has helped injured people. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients. Getting in touch with them is easy, and the call is free. Call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit www.edgarsnyder.com. And remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
In the 70s, a poet named Bob
Pompiani took the movers and shakers of the sports world
all around the world.
Back with more of the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We have covered a lot of ground today at 412-928-9370. The USA over Paraguay, a team that was really good defensively, and yet the USA just played havoc with them in the first half. 3 of their 4 goals in the first half. And they win and now move on to Argentina at Lumen Field next Friday, right at 3 o'clock. Charlie, that's when it is. Then they have Turkey after that. They're in a good position to move on from this Group D. So we'll see what they do, but it's a good beginning to what should be a very interesting thing. 70,000 people there at SoFi Stadium last night. Also, I just want to give a little shout out to Kobe Foster, a no-hitter for the Washington Wild Things last night. 122 pitches. How about that? They don't care about pitch counts down there, apparently.
I have 2 questions regarding this. Number one, last night watching Team USA in Paraguay, I understand the hydration breaks when you're playing in Qatar and it's 110 degrees in an outdoor stadium. But when you're playing at SoFi Stadium and it's 70 degrees outside and you're indoors in an air-conditioned environment, why do you need a hydration break? It never used to be that way. I mean, this is not like a get off my lawn.
No, I think it's what they, just to keep guys going. It's a lot of effort that you put into that. Running up and down like that, I think they want to keep consistency in the game that way, regardless of where they play it.
And my second question is, when was the last time a no-hitter happened at PNC Park?
The last time, wasn't it one that the Pirates lost? Or no, Pirates won without they won a game without getting a hit, right? Do you remember that game?
They won 1-0
without getting a hit, I think. I still now John Candelari's been in the news because he's going to get to the Pirate Hall of Fame. Was an outstanding pitcher. I still remember the combined no-hitter. It was at Three River Stadium between Rincon and Cordova with Mark Smith hitting a home run in the bottom of the 10th or 9th, whatever inning it was.
Apparently, there's only been one no-hitter thrown at PNC Park, and it was by Homer Bailey.
Against the Pirates.
In 2012.
And they lost. Homer Bailey lost 1-0.
No, it was 1-0 Cincinnati over the Pirates.
Which one didn't the Pirates win a game without getting a hit?
I believe so. Now I got to...
check that for me, because I don't know. It all goes together, but Homer Bailey did do... that was the only one, right? No Pirate has ever done that. And the way things are going with analytics, you're never going to see it unless it's a combined no-hitter.
So it was against the Reds. Hunter Green.
Right. So I remember it was against
a combined
the Reds.
No-hitter in 2022.
But they won the game, the Pirates, without getting a hit.
1-0 without getting a
Pretty
single
remarkable.
hit.
Yep. But more complete games are almost, a lost cause. You don't see them very much. It's a dinosaur anymore. But last night, Mizorowski got one. I wonder how many more we'll see from the Pirates for the rest of this season. The way it's going, not many, if any at all. Let's go to Scott in Uniontown. Joins us right now on the Fan Hotline. Hello, Scott.
Hey, Bob. How you doing?
What's going on?
Listen, what I wanted to comment on is with the pitching that's going on these days and the fastballs, it's very hard for a pitcher to go any type of length in innings if he's throwing lots of fastballs, because that's a tax on your body,
Well,
and we're always
Jacob Mizorowski last night had 62 fastballs at 100 miles an hour or more. And he only threw 95 pitches in a 9-inning complete game shutout. So he's one of the. I mean, I don't know. I haven't followed the Brewers enough to know what they're doing with his pitch count. He's also a very young pitcher, 24 years old, I think. If anything, they're letting him go deeper into games. He's had 6 innings, 7 innings, 180, and now a 9-inning game, and they don't seem to be worried. But again, he's made it easier on them because, Scott, he doesn't use 105 pitches by the 3rd or 4th inning.
Right. Well, the last question I have, Bob, is when is the last time a pitcher for the Pirates went 9 innings? I mean, I know they used to go 9 innings, but when was that?
All right. I'm going to get Charlie to work on that. The last time the Pirate went a complete game. That's a good question, and there haven't been many of them, so I'm guessing it didn't happen this year. Charlie?
I'm doing the research right now.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's a shame that it's gotten this point because there are a lot of guys who do take, Skeens last year had a couple of teams, the times he went into the 9th inning, and it did not happen.
Okay, so what would you define a complete game?
9 innings by one pitcher.
9 innings?
Yeah, that's a complete game, isn't it? Unless it goes to 10.
Okay, so Google is telling me that Paul Skeens has thrown a complete game, but he's never thrown 9 innings in a game. He had an 8-inning complete game.
Was that did the rains come? Is that what happened there?
I don't know.
All right, so this year there haven't been any, and I don't think you'll see any, right? I mean, unless Skeens puts together one of his, efforts that he can do, he's just dominant and they let him go, especially where the bullpen has gone. If I'm Don Kelly, I don't think I'd be willing to go and take a guy out who has a good pitch count. He's been efficient, and he's going to complete a game for me because I don't trust the bullpen at this point.
Okay, that makes sense. He pitched at Philadelphia, and they lost 1-0. So that's why there was no bottom of the ninth.
No bottom of the ninth, so complete game. I should have remembered that. I did. Now that you said it, I do remember it. But it's a loss. Can you do me another favor since you're checking? Can you find out how many complete games there have been this year in Major League Baseball? And I would like a number of over and under 15.
It's under.
I thought it would be, but I think that's a fair over and under number, right? There have been complete games. I just don't know how many. As we wait and see the answer to that. But, it used to be, and I know things are different. I heard Bob Walk yesterday on with Joe Starkey in Austin talk about how he'd like to go back to the way things were. Well, we're never going to do that because the times change. And
there have been 8 complete games this year.
8? And
last night was number 8.
And that's it. So I thought 15 would have been a reasonable number, but it was way too high.
JT Ginn of the Athletics, George Kirby, Stephen Kolek of the Royals, Bailey Ober of the Twins, Sandy Alcantara of the Marlins, Merrill Kelly, I believe. Yep.
Yeah.
Of the Diamondbacks.
Alcantara pitched well again last night. I mean, he went 8 innings, could have probably gone more if he needed to, but they had a big lead at that point. So thank you for Penn's retweets on Twitter who said Keller Skeens did 8 innings. I guess that's about it, but you don't expect it anymore. The bottom line is teams are set up to go 5 and 6 innings. I guess that's because of the money involved. They don't want to stress anyone's arms out. But sometimes you have to. When you have a bullpen that's not doing what it's doing, then you have to take a plan B into account. And I think plan B right now is going with starters a little bit longer than you would like to do. 412-928-9370. We have a lot of different Twitter responses here. Penn's retweets also says, Bob, I just don't get it. These GMs are paid millions of dollars, but they can't be smarter than Pirate fans. We should be able to trade Ozuna for Okay, now he's having fun with this one. Henry Davis for Aaron Judge. I like that. That's what sometimes people do come up with those kind of claims. How old is Mizorowski? Can you check that out? I think he's only like 24 years old. And again, he's been pitching a lot of innings, and they don't seem to be necessarily concerned about how many innings, although they probably are. I just don't know enough about what the Brewers have done in terms of how many innings they have him, on tap for this year? Because he pitched a lot last year too. So maybe he's to the point now where he's so efficient he goes into the 7th and 8th innings all the times.
Bob, I believe I have your answer for the last time a Pirates pitcher threw a 9-inning complete game. Paul Skeens had the 8-inning complete game. As far as I can tell, and you're not going to believe this, Johan Oviedo threw the last 9-inning complete game for the Pittsburgh Pirates on August 28th of 2023 in a 5-0 win over
How about that? So it's been 3 years for a 9-inning complete game.
As far as I can tell.
All right. Well, Mizorowski's the guy who's going to get more of them, I think. He was the 8th last night in Major League Baseball. Again, 8 complete games for the entire season. Here we are, how many months into this season already?
And he is 24.
And he is 24 years old.
2 months ago.
So he's a young guy who has pitched very well, and they just ride him, which is what you should do, especially if you're under 100 pitches in 9 innings. 412-928-9370. We have more coming up until 1 o'clock. 412-928-9370. What's your take on what the Pirates should do? West Virginia, can they actually win the College Baseball World Series? They're off to a good start, beating Troy last night. They'll take on North Carolina on Sunday night, and then it goes on from there. Troy has to play the elimination game against Ole Miss. That'll come up as well. USA, can they win a World Cup? I'll say no to that, but they're off to a good start. We'll talk about that and other stuff coming up right here. It's the Bob Pompiani Show on a Saturday in Pittsburgh. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off scheduled for 8:30 between the Knicks and Spurs. The Knicks with a commanding 3-1 series lead. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Nobelstein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fan's 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Hey, it's Pony for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan. Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel, the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. So all you have to do is head to FanDuel.com/Andrew to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. The Knicks captured Game 1 of the NBA Finals, but can they keep that going once the series shifts back to New York in front of their home fans? I still believe at the end of the day, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are going to find a way to get it done. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible. Bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. With America turning 250, Number One Cochrane is pulling out all the stops during their red, white, and new event. Get up to an extra $1,000 in tag savings on eligible new and pre-owned vehicles. And that's just for starters. You can also find ultra-low lease rates, value pack pre-owned payments, and financing as low as 0% from 8 different Number One Cochrane new car brands. Plus, select vehicles have markdowns of $10,000 or more. So hurry in for the red, white, and new event, now at Number One Cochrane locations and Cochrane.com. Tag savings apply to select new and pre-owned models in stock. No specific down payment required for 0% APR. Cost per $1,000 finance is $16.67 per month with 60 months and $13.89 per month for 72 months. Subject to Tier 1 credit approval through applicable manufacturer while supplies last. May not stack with other offers. Prior sales excluded. Ed 7626.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Julian Gray Associates has the most certified elder law attorneys of any law firm in the nation, right here in Pittsburgh. They also have experienced social workers so that you can prepare a plan to age with dignity that you can afford. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
It's Nora Dickerson for my friends at PJ Fitzpatrick. Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly, old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower with PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Bob knows sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go crazy.
This is the Bob Pompiani Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beautiful day in Pittsburgh. I'm sure you're out taking advantage of it. And if you're driving around today, Austin Bechtold will be joining you from Studio B. Coming up at the top of the hour, Charlie Borges, or Bourgeois as I like to call him, is behind the glass. We've been taking a lot of calls on a lot of different things. The most popular, of course, continues to be the Pirate bullpen. But we've discovered, too, that on average, the Pirates get about 1 complete game a year over the last 3 years. Oviedo had 1, Keller had 1, still none this year. Who will be the one this year to do it, do you think, Charlie? Will it be Keller again? He seems to really have problems getting through 4, let alone 9. It would have to be Skeens, because he's going to be the one guy who will be allowed to take more pitches later in the game, as opposed to Chandler, Ashcraft, or Jared Jones, right? They're not going to be able to do that. So we'll see how this goes. If you have a comment on it, please let me know at 412-928-9370 as we move along talking about this stuff. We also have a game tonight in the NBA and one tomorrow in the NHL. The question with the NBA one is, how does San Antonio rebound from that? How can they possibly do it after blowing a 29-point lead? They rushed shots. And you would think strategy when you have a 29-point lead is limit the possessions for the other team. Do not let them have multiple possessions, because if you do, then you're going to have problems. 29-point lead, take as much time off a shot clock. Don't just throw up threes left and right. And that's exactly what they did. They missed 10 straight threes in the fourth quarter, open up floodgates for New York to get more possession time. They got hot all of a sudden, and that lead kept getting whittled down. But at the end of the game, De'Aaron Fox, who if you didn't think was a guy who had that many years in the league, he was making all kinds of mistakes, just unforced turnovers for no reason, sloppy play. He was the guy they acquired to be that guy, to be the glue with a lot of young guards that they have there. And they have some really good guards in Vassell and also Harper, another good guard they have. And he was the guy who was supposed to be the guy to come in and make things, he's going to be the solid guy, the glue guy. And what's he do? He goes down to the end of the game. There was a turnover. Under 10 seconds left, San Antonio with the lead, and he tries to make a layup when OG Anunoby is coming from behind, and he blocks him, although I thought there was a foul on that. They didn't call that foul. Anyway, he could have held on to the ball, got fouled, got into the line, made it a little bit more difficult because New York at that point didn't have timeouts. Instead, he does that. They go down the other way, and then they hit the game-winning shot, which is a tip-in off a Jalen Brunson missed three. Jalen Brunson's numbers have not been good in this series in terms of shooting percentage. He's had an impact, always will. He's a very good player. But if you had told me going into this that they'd limit his production, I would have said, well, who's going to pick it up? And the answer is OG Anunoby.
I just want to know what De'Aaron Fox was thinking when he fouled with, 10 seconds left?
What are you talking about? When he got fouled or when he...
So he went up for the layup.
Right.
He missed it. It
got temporarily blocked, too.
Yes.
But he shouldn't have done that. All he had to do was hold on to the ball, kick it out.
That was mistake number one. Mistake number two was when, I forget who Alvarado? Jose Alvarado? When he got the ball over half court, which was not an over and back, by the way, which people were complaining about.
You needed both feet.
You needed both ball and feet
right,
across.
So it wasn't. It was close.
But then he fouled Alvarado.
Right. No reason for that.
And I know you had a foul to give.
But you don't want to give it then.
But you don't want to give it with 10 seconds left. And the team that you just fouled has all the momentum that is literally on planet Earth.
Right. No, it was crazy. I'm sorry. It was, I just, of all people, I would have thought, one of these other younger guys, Harper would have done a bonehead play like that. It was him. He's been around. That's why they got him. But can they overcome? I don't know if they can. I do think that Vegas is going to force a Game 7, however, and they'll go back to Carolina for one game, winner take all. Meantime, let's get back to the lines at 412-928-9370. Mike is in the state of Pennsylvania somewhere, but he's on the Fan right now. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Bob. How you doing today?
I'm well. How are you?
Good, thank you. Hey, Bob, I just want your opinion. What do you think it is, Bill Murphy, the pitching coach for the Buccos? Myself, I think he's terrible. Because if you look at it, like Skeens isn't pitching like Skeens normally does. Keller is regressing, and the bullpen stinks. And this guy has no answers to help these guys. I realize that, they're professionals and they got to go out and do it. But when he goes out to the mound, he does nothing. He doesn't fix anything. I think he's terrible myself. What do you think?
I mean, at some point you need to see results. It is a results-based business. And if you don't get them, somebody will take blame at some point. Listen, I don't know that their bullpen was as talented as they probably thought it was. Santana looked really good at the end of last year. I thought there was no problem having him back as a closer. I'm sure a lot of people agreed with that. But for whatever reason, he's lost it, and there have been no answers to get him back on track. Some of these other guys also have, they show little spurts, and then they get into, high pitch counts and removed from games. And by the way, just moments ago here, the Pirates did make some roster moves. Henry Davis returned from paternity leave. Isaac Matson has been recalled from AAA, and Rafael Flores, along with Antoine Kelly, have been optioned back to Indy. So Davis is the one that, he need. How many times can we keep saying this? Davis has to get going. Davis has to get going. I don't know. At some point, you got to keep doing it. Andy Rodriguez has hit the ball better. Joey Bart's about to come back. And then you have Flores, who had a mammoth home run the other night in one of his first opportunities as a starter. Let's go out to Beaver County. Is the man named Hockey?
That's a mistake on my part.
Or is it Gus?
His name is Gus.
I know Gus plays hockey, loves hockey, and is in hockey. A lot of hockey. He's at Beaver County right now. What's up, Gus?
Bob, deepest sympathies to the John Saunders family.
Yeah, John Sanders was really, really a special guy. Helped a lot of young people like me get first into this business, and sad to see him go. It really was at age 83.
Right. Hey, Bob, I want to make a comment about John Tortorella's response to a media question after the game.
I'm tired of John Tortorella. So, I don't care what, and I know he's doing a good job there. You got him there, blah, 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 but I'm sick of he's been in the media too, Gus. Answer the question. It's a legitimate question.
He treats the media like they're a bunch of imbeciles. Carter Hart has definitely regressed this season. He's had a wonderful run. Aiden Hill won a Stanley Cup the last time I checked, and the guy asked a legitimate question, are you thinking about making a goalie change? And he said, that's the dumbest question I ever heard. I mean, come on.
It's a question that needed to be answered. I thought the same thing. Carter Hart has done something that no other goalie has ever done. He's given up 4 goals or more in 5 straight Stanley Cup final games. That is worthy of benching. And Tortorella knows that, and he's going to give that answer. I'm sorry, please, whenever he gets fired next, and he will, do not give him a job in media.
Right. And Bob, this was the best Stanley Cup final I've ever seen. I've been watching it since around 1975. And I'm happy for Jordan Staal. Boy, has he brought his game up. He's doing everything out there that needs to be done. And
including scoring big goals, which is not normally his. Yeah, that's not normally what he's supposed to do out there. I think he should be a Conn Smythe winner if they win.
Right. Well, I think it's going to go 7, and I'm pulling for Carolina, but it's very entertaining hockey. All I can say is it's a great day for hockey. Let's go, Pens. Have a good weekend, Bob.
All right, Gus, you do the same. Thank you. So, Charlie, what do you make of Tortorella? I thought that was I was thinking the same thing. I mean, a goalie doesn't give up that many goals every single game and continues to play. As Gus said, you have Aiden Hill, who won a Stanley Cup. I know he was in a slump. They made the change, fine. But now, look what happened in Carolina. Frederik Andersen's been their horse all season long. Once they had an opportunity to make a change, they made a change. And they brought in Brandon Bussi, who's not exactly a guy who's had a lot of experience, but they wanted to make a change.
So I don't think John Tortorella has it in him to answer a legitimate question without being an ass.
Well, that's a pretty fair assessment.
I understand.
Well, why, though? He's been in the media, so I said he knows how this works.
I don't know. I guess he just wants all the attention to be on him. I think there was a defense mechanism for his goalie, like, hey, your goalie has sucked. Do you think about replacing him? I'm going to answer this in a way that you guys hate me and forget the fact that my goalie has sucked. So that's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that his goalie has sucked. His goalie has sucked. And he should know that as well. It's not. I mean, he's been okay. He was especially okay in the first couple of rounds. But as this goes on, he's given up a lot of goals, and some of them, to me, are soft goals.
And here, the thing about Tortorella is that he always does this, where he has some snarky answer, some snarky remark to a legitimate question, and then he gets fired, and then he gets hired, and he says, "Oh, I really learned my ways. I've changed. This time is going to be different." Then he runs himself out of town, or he goes to Philadelphia and says, this team sucks. I don't want to be here anymore. And then he goes into the media, and then he comes back and said, oh, I've really changed. And now we're back to where we always are with a near 70-year-old man. You are a grown-ass man. Act like it. It's a legitimate question.
It is.
Answer it without being an ass.
Now, I think he happens to be a good coach. I just hate that part of it. It doesn't need to happen. It was a legitimate question. He should apologize to that guy for answering it the way he answered it.
You know how he should have answered it? Did you ever think about putting in Aiden Hill in for Carter Hart for the third period? No.
Right. No, it's a simple answer.
Done.
It's done. And we're done.
He makes me very angry.
Yeah, that's why I want Carolina to win more than anything, actually. And Jordan Staal. I really like Jordan Staal. I just think that team has been so close before. It was time for them to push through, and this may be the time. It's still not over yet in Vegas. I think we'll win tonight, but Game 7 could be for everything coming up.
Can I give you one last nugget before we leave,
Sure.
Bob? The last 5 Pirates to throw 9-inning complete games, Mitch Keller, Johan Oviedo, Steven Brault, Jameson Tyone,
oh my goodness,
and Ivan Nova.
So we're going back over a decade.
Of just about.
Yeah,
so actually,
2016.
Games. 2016.
So
Ivan Nova
decade.
threw 3 complete games, 9-inning complete games as a Pirate. And Jameson Tyone threw 3 as well. However, apparently one got rained out in the 5th inning, and they counted it. So they counted that as a complete game, but it was only 5 innings.
Well, and that just goes to show you, and for those of you who just joined us here late, we counted, there have only been 8 complete games all year in Major League Baseball. Last night was number 8 with a beautiful effort there by Jacob Misiorowski, who's going to win the Cy Young in the National League unless things fall apart. But he is a very competitive situation with Sanchez in Philadelphia. And there are a lot of guys who, now Skeens could still put together a run here, but he's got to get going. Misiorowski has been the best pitcher in baseball, bar none. 412-928-9370. Austin Bechtold is coming up. He's at Studio B out in Monroeville, so we'll have that for you coming up. I want to tell you about fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Look to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get that retirement on track. Sunny skies today, temperatures in the 80s. Tomorrow, chance of a thunderstorm, and there could be some heavy winds with that as well, so be on the lookout tomorrow. In the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful Saturday. Join us every Sunday night, KDK TV, for the #1 Cochran Sports Showdown. That's all coming up every Sunday night. We have a very special program coming up next weekend, too, Football Town. We're going to present it on KDK TV for those of you who've never seen it. So it'll be a TV debut of that. That's coming up next week. In the meantime, for Charlie, have a good day, Charlie. I'm Bob Pompiani. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll do it again next Saturday and every Saturday right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I enjoyed life on the road. I was young and foolish then, Bob. Young and single. It's great.
Oh, there's a story or two there. He brought that up.
No.
He brought that up. Got some money in my pocket. He's a dangerous man because he's got some money in his pocket, Joe Starkey. On the road, single boy. I see where you're going.
No, that wasn't where I was going.
No, it was. Your mind took you there. I want to know. I want to see that Starkey book.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Looking for insurance you can trust? At Neophis Insurance Group, they're proud to partner with Nationwide Insurance to bring you dependable coverage backed by one of the most recognized names in the industry. From auto and home to business protection, their team works with you to find the right policy for your needs and your budget. Call Neophis Insurance Group today and experience the confidence of coverage powered by Nationwide. 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com.
This is Stephen Barry Ehrenrich, and we have a special invitation for you from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
You've got to see what we've done. We have several new displays and changes that give you even more affordable quality options than before.
In the Petite showroom, you'll see the new materials and great ways to use them to create the kitchen or bathroom of your dreams.
No matter what your style, our designs range from the traditional to the very contemporary and everything in between.
Great new designs and ideas that will fit your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
If you've been here before, you really need to come in and see what's new. Or call today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222 for an in-home appointment.
If you've never been to Petite, please accept our invitation and come visit our showroom.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills. Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com. 91 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 3 o'clock ahead of the Pirates taking on the Miami Marlins in Game 2 out of their 3-game set. The Pirates fell 8-3 last night. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Now, an afternoon with Austin Bechtold.
We're talking all things Pittsburgh sports all weekend.
You're doing it all weekend, too?
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Here's an 0-2 and a swing 5-ball out to deep right field. And this ball trying to tuck it on the foul pole and does. Home run. And Liam Hicks hits a 2-run homer. His 13th. Miami has put up 6 off the Pirates bullpen in the 7th and beyond tonight. It's, where we at? 8-2. Still first and second. They'll leave Dotel in to face the lefty Casey, who blasts this ball into deep center field. And Mangum will have to jump against the wall and not field the ball. It'll bound off the wall beside Mangum. 2 runs will come in to score. As that ball bounded beside Mangum off the wall. And it'll go as a double for Casey. The lefty off the righty Dotel. It's now 6-2 Miami. 4 runs here in the 7th inning. The Pirates late in games. This bullpen has not come through very often. 3-2 coming again. And Indy trying to hold up, could not. Strikes out to end the game. 8-3 Miami, the final. They win game 1 of the series.
Joe Block losing track of the score. Pirates bullpen not being able to record any outs. Sounds like Groundhog Day all over again. I was at the game. The Pirates have lost 6 out of their last 7 games. Yeah, do that weird 6-7 thing with your hands out there if you're not driving, or Charlie back in the studio probably doing that now. I don't know. Maybe he's aged out from doing that. I don't really care about that. But the point of the matter is the Pirates are in a free fall. Sing it from the top of your lungs. They're free falling back to 500. 35-35, the same record now as the Miami Marlins. And last night's game was won empty at PNC Park for the start of Bucko Luau weekend. 19,587 the announced attendance. So they gave away 20,000 tiki mugs, which are really cool, by the way. And they didn't get 20,000 at the ballpark. Sure, part of that reasoning might be because the Dodgers were just in town and they had 30,000 all 3 games. But this is a Pirates team right now in decline that is beaten up and hurt, that has multiple questions in the bullpen, that has no one outside of Gregory Soto, I guess, that you trust, and is currently in the stretch of their worst part of the season all year round so far. This is the worst stretch. And they are playing like a team that is more likely going to be a seller than a buyer at the deadline. Austin Bechtold with you, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. At beautiful Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. If you're in the area, come on down. Look for a new car. Even if you're not in the area, what are you doing? Come on down, say hello. Check out a new ride. It's a beautiful day to take a drive, to take a test drive, to be out here. And they got a ton of patriotic 4th of July little balloons and flags and all the above that you can check out right here at the beautiful Studio B, the power of Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Charlie Borges back behind the glass in Green Tree. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Limis. I did age out of that whole 6-7 thing. I'm 33 and I pay rent.
And you still do the 6-7 thing?
No, I don't. I aged out.
Oh, good. I mean, I figured as much. I mean, I'm 25 and I never aged into doing the 6-7 thing.
Where did it even come from?
Apparently it's a song or something, and it became famous on TikTok. I know I'm 75 going on 25 or 25 going on 75, however you want to say it. We know I'm not very good at making phrases and analogies, but
Smelling like a peach.
I'm just not that interested in that. But what I am interested in is figuring out what's wrong with this Pirates bullpen, and that's where we start today. Because Braxton Ashcraft, yes, only went 5 innings, gave up 2 earned, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts. Your most efficient starting pitcher. Yeah, he wasn't very efficient last night. He just wasn't. 90 total pitches, faced 22 batters, threw 56 out of the 90 pitches for strikes. And then Wilber Dotel comes in. And then Antoine Kelly comes in. Dotel and Kelly, 2 of your top 20 prospects. Kelly, who was just called up to make his major league debut, the 7th overall prospect in your system. First, regarding Dotel, his ERA was right around 1.2 before facing the Dodgers on Tuesday. And another game that I was at. Maybe it's just me. Every game that I go to that Wilber Dotel pitches, he sucks. So maybe it's my fault. Maybe I am an internal curse inside of PNC Park towards Wilber Dotel, not intended to be, where he just doesn't know how to find the strike zone. 3 walks in his outing, not able to get through 2 innings, where he just gets batted around like you put a beach ball on a tee for the opposition. And it's not like Miami's offense is great. It's not the Dodgers that he faced, that he gave up 6 earned and wasn't even able to record an out on Tuesday in a 10-run inning for Los Angeles once Paul Skeens came out and the 7th inning completely unraveled and the Pirates bullpen threw up on itself. Wilber Dotel, this was the line. An inning and 2/3, 4 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. That ERA that a week ago at this time was right around 1, was one of your better relievers through 7 outings in his MLB career. 589. He threw 37 pitches, 22 of them were for strikes. Ratio not horrible, 22-10, not good. And it's mainly because there were continually balls in play, foul balls, making solid contact off Wilber Dotel. I told Joe earlier this week, I'm not really worried about Wilber Dotel. I think it was just a blip on the radar. The Dodgers are good. He's a rookie. He's got to work through some things. Yeah, now I'm really concerned about him. One of the bright spots, I thought at least, in the Pirates bullpen has now become a black hole. This entire bullpen is a black hole. Whether it's Isaac Madsen, who I think they recalled. I have to check that. Did they recall Madsen today, Charlie? Was that one of the corresponding moves that they made? With Antoine Kelly going back to AAA? I think that was one, that Madsen comes back up. But regardless, between Soto, who's been good, but there's been moments, Sisk, who's been good, but there's been moments, you're talking about Dotel, who now can't get outs. Mason Montgomery is a little bit too wild for my liking. I like him, but is a little bit too wild because doesn't command the strike zone well enough. Yohan Ramirez doesn't know where the ball is going. Legitimately, doesn't know where the ball is going, I don't think, whenever he delivers it. Madsen was sent down for a reason because he doesn't utilize a second pitch. If you have a 9-pitch at-bat, it's likely that 8 out of the 9 pitches that Madsen throws are fastballs. Dennis Santana, don't get me started. They bring up Antoine Kelly to make his major league debut. Good story. From Aruba. One of only a few players in MLB history to ever be from Aruba. Goes 2 1/3 innings, gives up 2 hits, 2 runs, gives up a home run, does record his first career strikeout and a walk. He wasn't very good and couldn't find the strike zone. 23 strikes compared to 15 balls. Or something right in that area. The point is, every single person that they call up, or every single player that they try to acquire off waivers, or anybody that started in this bullpen at the beginning of the year, not named Soto or Sisk, those are your only 2. And Sisk has given up inherited runners to score that is not reflective on his ERA. It's just a mess, man. Like, I feel like, and cue up Brian Kelly, Charlie. I feel like I've done these Saturday shows now, I think, about 4 weeks in a row now. I love doing them. I love hearing from you at 412-928-9370. These are different types of shows compared to the weekday shows. I am fine with taking calls throughout the entirety of the show. Like, you want to voice your frustration. You want to air out your grievances. You were at the game yesterday like I was. You were at the game Tuesday like I was. Maybe I'm the bad omen to this team. I didn't go Thursday when they lost to the Dodgers. I wasn't there Wednesday. But, maybe you can throw all the blame on me if you want to find somebody to, if you don't want to put it on Ben Cherington or Don Kelly's bullpen management, or maybe just, the players themselves not being able to throw strikes, not being able to command the zone, putting the ball in hot zone areas for opposing hitters. Can this bullpen actually be salvaged at 412-928-9370? Like, can this be fixed? I proposed to Joe and Bob earlier this week on Thursday. I said, guys, this might sound preposterous, but this team needs 4 bullpen arms. And they looked at me as if I had 4 heads. 4? 4 arms? Okay. Sisk, Soto, Montgomery. Yeah, nothing. Nothing follows. And those are all left-handed relievers. You have no right-handed relievers that you can fully trust. None. Now that Dotel has shown this in back-to-back outings, my confidence level in him has gone down. I don't think they're going to send him to AAA, but I do think that there are so many signs for concern. There are so many areas that you can point to and say, they're 70 games in at 35-35. They're a 500 team. Is this truly a team that you can count on day in and day out to compete with some of the best teams? And coming up, I have a number that I think is going to absolutely blow your mind. Absolutely blow your mind on what is transpiring with this team and how they are performing against some of the best that are out there. So yes, Henry Davis back from the paternity list. Rafael Flores option in AAA Indianapolis. Flores, who earlier this week against the Dodgers on Thursday had a home run, had a double, looked good at the plate. Andy Rodriguez doubled and scored a run yesterday. Hit a home run that tied the game at 2. And yet Henry Davis is coming back, and I've been a big Henry Davis backer and Henry Davis believer, really to my own fault. He comes back only because he's Paul Skeen's personal catcher. And the Pirates recalled Isaac Madsen after Antoine Kelly's outing yesterday. They sent Antoine Kelly back to AAA Indianapolis. But if they truly need 4 arms like I believe, and you might think it's insane, you might think it's too much, you might think, well, can you possibly even acquire 4 bullpen arms? That's a whole completely different story. And I want you to weigh in on the fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Charlie is back in the studio monitoring your texts. I'm in Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. You can watch the show. Watch me at Studio B. I'm currently waving to you on YouTube and on Twitter. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Are they able to acquire 4 arms? Are they able to truly fix this? Or is this a mess that Ben Cherington has gotten himself into that he cannot dig himself out of? Because typically, as time goes on and you play it out a little bit more, and look, it's not like we've played 25 games. It's not like if they've played a month and a half. It's not like they've played 40 games or even 50 games. No, there's 70 games in now. Like, we are nearing the halfway point. We're 11 away from that halfway point of 81 games. At this time of the year, once you get to the middle of June, teams start to separate themselves. You start to find out who teams are. You start to realize who the true contenders are. Now, sure, there are some instances where a team that is right around 500, like I think of Arizona a couple years ago when they went on that run to the World Series. They were a middling team for a little bit and got hot late in the season. Or remember the Tigers when they were really struggling for a majority of the season with Skubal. I think it was either last year or the year before. And they just put an absolute charge in September. They rattled off like 20 of 25 games or 20 of 27 games, made it into the playoffs as a wild card and had a nice little run for themselves that year. Like, those things can happen. But when you are in a jam-packed National League, and it's not just National League Central where Milwaukee's starting to separate themselves. A jam-packed National League that sees, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams all bunched up either at 500 or 2 games over 500. 7 teams fighting for wild card spots, really fighting for 1 wild card spot at the moment. And yes, I know it's June and we're talking about wild card, we're talking playoffs, but these games matter towards the end. We might put added weight on what happens in September, and they should have better bullpen pieces then because it'll be after the deadline, and Cherington should have made multiple moves if they're even still in the race and have not fallen out completely to the point where they become sellers. And I don't think that that's a conversation unworth having. I don't want to have it. You don't want to have it. This team was supposed to be better than this. This team was supposed to be one that was in constant contention for the playoffs. And look, they still are. They're a game out of the wild card. But there are so many issues, so many problems. And you're playing a red-hot Miami team that has won 6 in a row, 9 out of their last 10 games. There are a couple signs for concern for a team that I predicted to go to the playoffs, win 85 games, and win a wild card series. But can you truly fix this bullpen at 412-928-9370? And I know it's not, the most sexy thing to talk about. It's not the most flamboyant thing. Like we could talk about offense. We could talk about, starting pitching. And the starting pitching at times has been, you've expected much more from. They're a better starting rotation last year than they've been this year. But the bullpen continues to cost them game after game after game. I don't even know how many blown saves it is. Around 15, maybe more. Their bullpen is a true disgrace. And unless Ben Cherington goes out and does something about it right now, overpays for a reliever. I'm not talking Chapman right now. Like maybe you have to give up Edward Florentino for that to happen. And I don't know if you truly want to do that at the moment when the price is going to be so much cheaper in July. But go out and get a Jalen Beeks type player right now. Like they did a couple of years ago, 2024, when they were, Skeens' rookie year, kind of in contention, fell apart in August and September when Colin Holderman was, giving up more home runs than were hitting the 1960 World Series or by the 27 Yankees. Go out and acquire a guy like that. Go out and acquire like a middling reliever. Go get Bailey Falter and test him out in your bullpen at PNC Park or even in your rotation. Because Mitch Keller's an issue. And Mitch Keller's short starts hurts the bullpen. Braxton Ashcraft's innings limits, no pun intended, are going to hold the bullpen up. Like, look, the bullpen sucks, but they're not helping. The rotation isn't helping the bullpen either. 412-928-9370. Greg is in Punxsutawney. Greg, talk me off this ledge here. Or maybe you're in lockstep with me. Maybe you believe that the bullpen is not salvageable at the moment, because that's kind of how I feel. Greg?
Hello.
Hi, Greg.
First time caller, long time listener. I listen to the morning show, noon show, whenever I can. But
awesome, man. You
hit the point right on the head. Starters ain't going long enough. The bullpen's getting too many innings, and they stink. And my question is why do we put all righties in against lefties when they all stink? If we made the playoffs, are we going to bench Lau or the first baseman, O'Hearn? We're going to bench them all?
Well, I think that they've done a better job lately of that. Like, I know we still harp back to when Brandon Lau was pinch hit for Nick York twice. And in the first instance, it just should not have happened. That was just a horrendous decision by Donnie Kelly. It did work out the second time. But a guy as good as Brandon Lau that's been your best hitter and could be the second baseman that starts in the All-Star game, you don't take that guy out of the lineup. Now, I think they've done a better job of just rolling out their best players because they realize what they have on the roster. There's really nobody behind Horwitz. Like, there's nobody behind Lau that you truly trust, especially with Griffin hurt and with Cruz out. Like, you need those guys to play even against lefties, but it's not like Brandon Lau has been horrible against left-handed pitching. I don't think Spencer Horwitz has been bad against left-handed pitching either. Like, they both homered this week off of lefties. Their numbers aren't perfect. They're better against right-handers, but Spencer Horwitz is a guy that's top 15 in the major leagues and on base percentage. That guy should never come out of your lineup. Brandon Lau leads your team in home runs and is up there in the top 3 in every statistical category that you have offensively other than batting average. So I agree with you. I don't think they're going to do that much more moving forward, especially with the injuries. There's just not as much flexibility. They have been doing that with O'Hearn. I think they should just roll every single starter out there every single night. And, you want to give somebody an off day if you're playing like 12 games in a row or 14 games in a row, whatever. I'm fine with that, Greg. But I understand your point of frustration, especially when it comes to the bullpen.
Set lineup. I think we're the only team in the league that don't have a set lineup.
Well, I mean, they are flexible, and I appreciate the call. This is the modern era of baseball. Unless you're the Atlanta Braves and you know that Matt Olson is batting in the same position every single game, he's played. I think he's the modern day Iron Man. He's played over 800 games in a row. He's never going to catch Ripken, but he is in a era of baseball that has become. Oh, well, we have to give somebody a day off. We have to let them get off their feet a little bit. We don't want them to potentially get hurt here. Which in a way is understandable. And the Pirates have kind of done that with Brian Reynolds, but then they bring him off the bench in a key situation, a pinch hit. Don't give somebody a true off day, like a full off day. So that's a point of concern that I think they've done a little bit better of, but still is something that I think is a fair point to bring up, Greg. Let's go to Trey in Cannonsburg. He's on the Fan. What's up, Trey?
Hey, are you going to hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
So I guess the way I like to think about it, and one thing I haven't really heard much talk about in general, but maybe it is just when I'm not listening, is the pitching coach. When I look at coaches, I don't like to put it all on the coach. I like to look at, okay, what can the coach control versus the players? And when I just look at the pitchers that we've let go, right, whether it be Mike Burrows or Bailey Falter, they overperformed here, radically overperformed here compared to other systems and other teams. And I think that we have to get to the conversation where every single pitcher, other than maybe even Ashcraft, who struggled the last 2 starts, is completely underperforming. And so how much does that come to the pitching coach and the game planning that he's doing? I just think that, that might have been a really crucial mistake to let go of Oscar Marin.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Trey. I appreciate it. And one note that is out there, and because it seemed evident based on reporting and based on what was said from some of the Pirates players, they really like Bill Murphy coming in. And he came from an Astros staff that has won World Series. He's won the World Series with Houston being on their staff, has a lot of very accomplished pitchers. Of course, Framber Valdez was there for a while before he left and moved on and went to the Tigers this past year and was crossing up his catcher there in Detroit. That's a whole other different story. Logan Carney of Sports Now, went to college with him, good dude. He put out a number earlier this week. This was posted yesterday, that the Astros pitching staff ERA has increased a full run after losing Bill Murphy from 386 to 485. The Reds, who now have Oscar Marin as their bullpen coach, they have the second worst bullpen statistically. So the Pirates as a team in total ERA are 17th in all of baseball. Last year, they were 7th. And I don't think that we would say that last year's bullpen was good. David Bednar figured it out. They should have never traded him. I was one of the people that said it was probably best to trade him. I was wrong. They were wrong. Bednar would be, if they had Bednar, they probably they're 35 and 35 right now. They're probably at 38 wins. They probably have 3 more wins right now. 38 wins right now would be the most in the wild card race of the Cardinals, who are 37 and 30, who have oddly played a ton fewer games than the Pirates. Philly, who's 37 and 32, and San Diego, who's 35 and 33. They played 2 fewer games than the Pirates have. So the pitching has not been good. Paul Skeens has not been what we've expected him to be. He's still been good. Don't get me wrong here. Skeens is still an all-star type pitcher, but based on being a pitcher with an ERA under 2 his first 2 years, being the Cy Young Award winner last year, making hitters look foolish, where Pitching Ninja was constantly posting, look at this sword that the batter just gave to this pitch by Paul Skeens. Look how awful of a swing that was, and how Paul Skeens crossed him up and changed eye levels and made him look foolish up there at the dish. He had no idea what was coming. No fighting chance at even being able to foul a ball off. We haven't seen that from Skeens. Mitch Keller, at times, he's turned into a pumpkin, and I like Mitch Keller. But his last 3 starts, he's given up 6 runs, 7 runs, 5 runs. What's the issue here? Mitch Keller's good starts are good. 7 innings, 1 run, 6 innings, 1 run, 7 innings, 2 runs. His bad starts, man, are bad. Like, we're talking 4 innings, 5 runs over this last week. We're talking 4 1/3, maybe 5 innings, 7 runs. He has to find that middle ground. And, Jared Jones, it's going to take time. Like, I think he's given them some solid starts over the last 2. Bubba Chandler's last outing when coming out of the bullpen was solid. He goes today, this afternoon at 4:05. North Shore Tavern leadoff show at Dan Zangrilli begins at 3, follows us. But this is a team that, when I look at it, has way more questions than answers. And I don't know if you can fix a bullpen that has as many needs as theirs. Like, I just don't know if it's possible. You can fix some areas, but this is never going to turn into the 2013 Shark Tank. Let's go to our buddy Newton Aspinwall. What's up?
Hey, Limits, how are you?
One of my favorite texters on the text line. Doing okay.
Yes, sir. Well, this isn't a complete panacea, but I think it's a good start. Antonio Senzatella, he's on the Rockies, the worst team in Major League Baseball. He's doing great. He's 31 years old, so he's not part of their future at all. I think we should make a big push for him, even overpay for him. Pair him with Soto as your lefty-righty setup man, and then as Pomp and Mackey suggested, make Majinski the closer. And then you got Matson back up to go with Montgomery as your lefty-righty middleman, and then just fill in the other 3 guys. That's not a bad back of the 5. He would be a good start, and he should be able to be acquired, I would think. And even if you got to give Florentino, he's hitting 184 at Double-A Greensboro.
So you think Florentino would technically be overpaying then, Newt?
Yeah, but, he hasn't proven anything. Like I said, he's hitting 184 at High-A Greensboro right now. I just checked. Our farm system's overrated, Limits. These guys come up like Garcia and Esmeralda Valdez and even Henry Davis. He's the poster child for it. They do good in the minors, but there's no guarantee they're going to have success. We got to go for it now with a strike probably imminent next year.
Yeah, thanks, Newt. I think that's in the right ballpark. And I think the point about the farm system being overrated, or the idea that the farm system is overrated, I think the farm system needs to be reevaluated now. Like, we need to talk about this farm system in a different light than we did 3 months ago at the start of the season. Connor Griffin was the number 1 prospect in all of baseball. Bubba Chandler was the number 11 prospect in all of baseball at the start of the year. Seth Hernandez was a top 25, top 20 prospect in baseball at the start of the year. They had 3 guys in the top 25 in the entire league, like in all of baseball, in the entire minor leagues. They were, at the very beginning, a very good farm system. Now, it was a top-heavy farm system, but a very good farm system at that. Now that Chandler has graduated off of it and still is dealing with his own struggles, Griffin graduated off the list. You still have Hernandez there. It's a system that was top-heavy that now just has one solid guy, really good guy at the top. Florentino, maybe there's some question marks about. And then it's Hunter Barco at 3, who I still think there is some potential in. But as a starter, he's not a reliever. Also, how about this thing that they keep doing, trying to make these starting pitchers relievers? Where they gave Antoine Kelly like a month. Like, hey, we know you're a starter, but we need you to pitch in the bullpen for the Pirates. Like, if you want to go to the majors as quickly as possible, we need you to give us 2 innings out of the pen. Can you do that? Anybody's going to say, yeah, they want to go to the majors. They want to make more money. They want to make their debut. Same thing with Wilbur Dotel. That's another thing we haven't touched on. The management of the way that they've dealt with this. Sure, it worked with Braxton Ashcraft. Sure, at times it worked with Chandler. But if you're just throwing starters out there and throwing them into the bullpen, you're throwing them into the deep water, into the pool, and they're a newer swimmer, and they have no floaty or no boogie board out there or no pool noodle to hold on to, and you're swimming in a new area with sharks approaching you, you're in the bullpen, it's a different type of routine, you're maybe pitching more frequently than you would be as a starter. Or in Wilbur Dotel's case, you're pitching once every, 9 days if they don't need you in a piggyback role. Or Carmen Majinski, who I don't think they're utilizing properly and should be like a 7th inning guy or an 8th inning guy, or hell, maybe even their closer. Their utilization of pitching, whether you're a casual fan, whether you're a longtime fan, whether you're a season ticket holder, I want to hear from season ticket holders at 412-928-9370. Look, I love baseball. I'll go to 20 games this year. I've already been close to 10. It's frustrating and annoying, and I don't think, I think it's sound reasoning right now. I don't think I'm, just whipping out the fan card and saying, it is so eagerly anxious to be angry about this and overreacting. This is just the reality of a 35-35 baseball team that has lost 6 out of their last 7 games, 7 out of their last 10 games. And I'm going to give you a number coming up that might be the biggest sign of concern for the Pirates moving forward. 412-928-9370. Jeff, Matt, Michael, Simon, Troy, we're going to get to you and much more coming up. And I'm going to give you this number that I think you're definitely going to want to hear. But join us at the Fan 5 Alarm presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union on June 17th at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department and June 18th at Robinson Town Center. It's a 2-day event this year. Really excited for it. The pairings are now out as well. And yes, you will be getting Limits and Pony for an hour, at least an hour, coming up on Wednesday. That'll be very exciting. You can help local volunteer fire departments with a tax-deductible donation by texting FIRE to 412-207-3456. That's FIRE, F-I-R-E, to 412-207-3456. The Fan 5 Alarm is brought to you by Living Treasures Animal Park of Donegal, Leon's Billiards and More, and Myers Law Group. Also, my good buddy Bruce Boback at Definitely You put in a gift card. There is a gift card up for sale, so come out and see us. Put in for the raffle to win a great gift card to Definitely You in Brentwood Town Square for all your Pittsburgh sports needs and apparel. Bruce has everything. He's a great guy. He's one of my good friends, and he'll take care of you. And they're being a part of our Fan 5 Alarm festivities as well this year. Really happy to have Bruce alongside with us. 412-928-9370. We continue to hear your thoughts and break down what's going on with the Pirates right now as they get ready to play the Marlins game 2 of this series. A number that you are going to want to hear because it is one of the worst in the National League and points to where this season might be going moving forward. Charlie's the headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold at Studio B in Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangarilli will begin at 3 o'clock before the Pirates take on the Marlins in Game 2 out of their 3-game set at PNC Park. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code ACTIVATE to borrow up to $10,000.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from Underground Utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
Commemorative Fan 5 Alarm t-shirts are now available at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Get your 2026 shirt while supplies last. The Fan 5 Alarm is presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and brought to you by 1-800-BOARD-UP, Leach Insurance, and Target Freight Management.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Are your bad feet making you grumpy all day like Dan was?
I was born with a sunny disposition, but I had so much knee pain and foot pain. I wasn't that way anymore. I didn't know what to do. But then I'm driving down the street one day and my knee's hurting and I see a Good Feet store. I thought, what do I have to lose?
Good Feet arch supports aren't just a cushion or a flimsy shoe insert. We have a system of arch supports designed to create better alignment for all 4 of your foot's arches. And the only place to get the Good Feet system is at the Good Feet store.
Once I got my arch supports from Good Feet, I just went back to being my happy self again. My wife noticed it, my friends noticed it, even my dog noticed it. I just wish that I'd found Good Feet 20 or 30 years ago. I've got my Sonny back.
Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room.
That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The hashtag Bird Proud Challenge is gaining momentum, and we need you. Join the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank along with the Penguins, Pirates, and Steelers by moving 30 miles this June. You can grab a one-of-a-kind hashtag Bird Proud shirt featuring all 3 black and gold logos when you start a fundraising campaign and raise your first $25. Plus, your contribution goes twice as far thanks to a matching grant from the Richard King Mellon Foundation. Sign up today at pittsburghfoodbank.org/Odyssey PGH. Austin Bechtel with you on this Saturday afternoon, live at Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville. Want to give a shout out to the Baldwin 10U baseball team on their way to a tournament today. Was talking to my buddy Wiffle Ball Jim earlier. Wish them luck. Hope they do well. They had some good luck the last time I gave them a shout out, so hope the same can be the case for them here today as we're talking Bucko baseball, and they will take the field in just over 2.5 hours, about 2.5 hours here at PNC Park as the Pirates and Miami Marlins will do it again after yesterday's Miami victory. 8-3, the final score, where the bullpen gives up 6 out of the 8 total runs. Pirates offense stalled out a little bit. Lau had an RBI. Andy Rodriguez had a home run. Jared Triolo drove in a run early on in the game as well. Rodriguez now with 2 home runs, 3 doubles, now has 6 RBIs. Brandon Lau with 46 RBIs so far in the season. That was only the 7th RBI for Jared Triolo, if you can believe that. Well, you probably can because he is one of the worst bats in the Pirates lineup. 232 with an on-base percentage of 295, and he only slugs 268. We can have the Jared Triolo conversation at another time. It's the bullpen conversation that seemingly will never end, and I feel like we're sitting here again talking about the exact same damn things.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Thank you, Charlie. Let's go to you and hear from you at 412-928-9370. Continuing to take your calls with Jeff in the car. What's going on, Jeff?
Hey, Limits. Let's just face it. This is not a winning organization, starting from the top down. Nutting, Charrington. I mean, Charrington should have gone when Sheldy went, but Nutting has no clue. I mean, they do not. If they hadn't signed they did sign O'Hearn and Lau. Okay, I'll give them some credit for that, and that's probably why they're 500. But outside of that, tell me how they've improved this team this year. And you can't just sign 1 or 2 guys and say, now we're better. Although I think Nuttington would say, hey, we've done a great job, and he's not going to spend a lot more money. You know that.
Well, I think one of their biggest problems, Jeff, is that their general manager, who did do a very good job of identifying Lau and also O'Hearn, and I think the Lau trade is part of the reason why O'Hearn signed, and he even alluded to that. before the start of the season that when he saw Brandon Lau was here, that's a part of it. I think what the main issue is the funds that they spent on Marcell Ozuna, that $12 million could have been allocated to 2 or maybe even 3 different bullpen arms where we're not having this conversation, where Ozuna continues to bring you down and, is like an anchor to this offense trying to sink the ship. They could have had a couple of arms with that money.
Right. You can give me a few things that Cherington did well, and I'll give you a few more that he didn't. Okay? And a few more that he didn't, as Joe said the other day, is where's the minor league with all these top picks? Don't tell me the number 1 pick, which my wife could have made the number 1 picks. Where are the picks after that? Where's their minor leagues? If you want to look at a good organization, and by the way, the team you said that came from behind last year was unbelievable, was Cleveland. They came from like 15 down to win the division.
Yeah, I think it was the Tigers the year before. I just didn't get my year right with Detroit.
Right, but Cleveland last year came from like the biggest number of games down to win a division in the history of baseball. But every year, how do they bring up guys from the minors that are like can play? And look at their bullpen. You get into the 6th inning with them, you're in trouble. I mean, listen to Cleveland. They lost Clase, who was probably the best closer in baseball, right?
Yeah.
And they lost Ortiz due to the gambling thing, both of them. Cleveland, Cade Smith leads the majors in saves. I mean, we don't have anything in Pittsburgh that resembles anything like these good organizations do. Nothing. And I don't think they have a chance to they don't have anybody to trade for a guy. They're not getting Chapman. A lot of teams want Chapman, and they have nothing to trade for him. They should have never let him go. They should have never let Bednar go. But what they've done is just ridiculous. I mean, you cannot – they're not going to be 500. I looked yesterday, last thing, and I'll let you go, or you can let me go. But I looked yesterday. The Bet Rivers had their total wins yesterday still at 81.5. That means over 500, right? They're not going to be over 500. If anybody wants to make some money on this team, go take the under 81.5. Now, I bet MGM had it at 78.5. They've already adjusted it. But 81.5. If they are over 500, I will take you out for a steak dinner, Limits, okay? So remember I said this on, what's today, June 13th?
June 13th. Charlie, clip this, because Jeff might be taking us to a steak dinner.
I will take you, and you can bring one of your if anybody on the – I know you're not going to bring a lot of these guys that are on your case all the time now, like on the PM show, but we can bring somebody who's being nice to you, and you can bring your guest, and I'll take you to a steak dinner, wherever you want to go in Pittsburgh, okay?
I'll bring Pomp,
if they're over
Jeff.
500,
I think you'd
remember
love that. We'll bring Pomp.
Okay, that'd be great. You can bring Pomp. You can bring Joe. I guess we probably won't be bringing Dom or even Donnie. Those guys take shots at you in the afternoon now. It's
They're taking shots. What are they saying about me, Jeff? I mean, I listen to the PM team just about every day, but sometimes I miss stuff. What are they saying?
Well, yesterday, Dom said something like, he said he's the best. He said he's the best producer out there.
I think he said the best intern that the station has ever had. I was never an intern.
No, but then he said, and now the best producer. That's what he said. And he said something about, and Limits can take that to the bank. He said something like that. You got to look it up. Dom. He took a shot like he's the best intern now turned producer. But he said I'm the best producer they've had, and Limits can take that to the bank or something like that.
Well, I applaud intern Dom's confidence, Jeff, and I appreciate the call. Good conversation there. I look forward to our steak dinner because I feel like they're going to still finish over 500, but have a chance to go maybe 82-80 or win 83 games, 83-79, and then just miss out on the playoffs. My prediction was 85, and they'd make the wild card, and they would win a wild card series. This bullpen is dragging them down to the point where if you went to a wild card series, you're going to get embarrassed in game 1 and game 2 and not even play a game 3 because your bullpen is going to give up a combined 8 runs over 2 games. Remember how the pitching staff let them down in the matchup against the Cubs when Schwarber was hitting balls off the Pirates charity sign, and the offense for San Francisco was doing well against the Bucks, and they couldn't hit anything off Bumgarner, and they couldn't hit anything off Arrieta. Playoff nightmares of the past. this team, if they do get to the playoffs right now, unless they change something significant, could be another team that is a nightmare of the past because of their pitching. And when you look at all the teams in the wild card race right now, Pirates are the best of anybody in runs scored, and it's not even close. I mean, unless you count Washington, and they're a 500 team too, so you should. They have scored 374 runs. Pirates are at 354. Look at the Cubs, 322. The Phillies have only scored 276 runs. The Cardinals, who have the number one wild card, 306 runs. San Diego's only scored 258 runs this year. It's insane. But here's the number that I alluded to and I wanted to give you. And this is telling. And I know that this is partly because of what happened over the last week. The Pirates against teams that are over 500 this year are 16-24. They are 16-24 this year against teams that are under 500. That is bad. Like, you've played 40 games, and out of those 40 games, you've only won 16. That's a 400 winning percentage. They're a 500 baseball team. They play 400 baseball against teams that are over 500. And you might say, okay, Austin, well, you know, they're playing difficult teams. The Dodgers are really good. Atlanta's really good. Yes. The Cubs are 500 against 500 teams, 22-22. The Cardinals are 19-18 against 500 teams. The Phillies are 21-21, and they got off to a horrid start so far this year. If you look at it, Philadelphia is insane. If you look at their win-loss record at 37-32, MLB.com does this like expected win-loss rate, like, or how lucky of a team are you, or maybe you're unlucky. Philadelphia's expected win-loss is 32-37. The Pirates, if you're wondering, 36-34. But Miami is 23-19 against teams over 500. Arizona's, they're terrible, 11-26, but they're a game up on the Pirates right now, half game up. The point of the matter is, like, I'm not asking you to be 5 games over 500 against 500 teams. Play 500 ball, tread water against those teams, beat up on the bad teams, and that's what propels you to the playoffs. But they can't even do that because the bullpen blows it. And Mitch Keller over the last 3 starts can't give them any length. And Paul Skeens has not been your most dominant Paul Skeens, where he's given up a couple of runs and games have gotten away from him. And they haven't won a Paul Skeens start, and they've won one in like the last month. Matt is in the North Hills. What's going on, Matt?
Hey, so if you could just grant me a moment to vent here, and I'm glad you mentioned the run scored thing, because Joe Block mentioned it on the broadcast last night that the Pirates have scored the most runs at home, at least entering last night, and now they're 19-18 at home. That is unacceptably bad. Like, you should be 6, 7, 8 games over 500 in that case at home. On top of that, they have lost, I counted, either 5 or 6 games at home where they've scored 5 runs or more. Again, that is terrible. You expect to lose a couple of those, but not that many. And just in general, they have taken a season's worth of bad losses that I would expect over the course of a season, because it happens in the span of a month and a half. And you cut out 4 of those, we're having a much different discussion right now. And most of that's because of the bullpen. Some of it's because Mitch Keller has turned into an implosion. But it is frustrating because this is an offense that is division contender level, but you have a pitching staff and especially a bullpen that is completely bottom of the barrel, and there's no fix for it. And it's because Ben Cherington in the offseason basically hoped and prayed a bunch of projects would work out.
You're right on that, and I want to ask you this, because it's easy to say what we're saying now compared to the start of the year. Like, I was one of the only people on the station. I might have been the only one. If there's anybody else out there that wants to say it, go ahead. But like, I did not believe what was being sold with this bullpen, where Justin Lawrence, sure, had 16 good games at the end of last year where his ERA was right around 2. Okay, that's fine. I never saw what they thought in Yohan Ramirez. I thought Soto was going to be a worse acquisition than he's actually been pretty good. I didn't think he was going to be that good, though. Dennis Santana doesn't have wipeout stuff. I never felt great about him being the closer. And then you hear, oh, well, he's not. They're doing a closer by committee. Oh, great. So it's like when you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't truly have one. You have 2 different options. You don't feel good enough about either of them. So you don't have a true closer. Okay. Hunter Barco in the bullpen never really made sense to me. He's a starter, needed to be a starter. Jose Urquidy, don't get me started. The pieces to this bullpen to begin with, at least for me and my two eyes, not diving into analytical data and paralysis by analysis and all the above, I never really saw this as a good bullpen to begin with. I didn't expect it to be this awful. But, Matt, what were your thoughts on the bullpen at the beginning of the season compared to now? Is it the same? How much has it changed?
To a point, it's really tough because bullpen arms, more than anything else in baseball, have such variance year to year. But you have to have something established. I was with you. I wanted to trade David Bednar last year. But for what they traded him for was absolutely insane. Just hold on to him at that point. And I know Bednar hasn't been great, but they sure would be better with him out there. Santana was the only guy that had really shown, other than Soto, who had really any track record whatsoever. And yes, he imploded. That happens. But Isaac Matson, Justin Lawrence, Johan Ramirez, whoever else they've been running, Evan Sisk, they don't have any track record. So you have to at least get a couple guys, other than Soto out there, that at least have a history of performing. And I understand a Marcell Ozuna, but bullpen arms aren't expensive. You could have gone still out and spent $10 million more and got a couple arms. And, yeah, they might have blown up, but at least you tried. And the fact that Cherington just completely blew it off, that's what's going to get him fired, because the offense is really good. Those moves, even with Ozuna, they've been the best offense I've seen them have probably in my life. And that's going back to the early 90s. But everything else, man, just utter incompetence.
It is the best offense that I've ever seen. Thanks, Matt. Because, look, they've now lost 10 games. This is a good number from Zangrilli. They've lost 10 games now where they've scored at least 6 runs. They've lost 10 games. They've lost 35 games this year. In 10 of those 35 games, they scored at least 6 runs. They are 20-10 in those games. It's the most in Major League Baseball. Michael is in West Mifflin. What's going on, Michael?
Hi, Austin. I think that Trey had the right idea a long time ago. We had at one point a guy in the talking as the best pitcher in baseball, and we had a handful of really good pitchers, and now we have a guy that's okay and a handful of really bad pitchers. And I think the only thing that changed was the coaching staff. I think that they probably told these guys to pitch to contact so it'll keep their pitch count down. And you can't do that with professional baseball players because they know how to hit the ball.
You think, Michael, that Bill Murphy is kind of going back to the Ray Searage philosophy of sinkers and ground balls and trying to turn double plays and not prioritizing strikeouts and throwing fastballs?
You know what? I don't even go there because I think Ray Searage and Clint Hurdle ruled more players than time, trying to tinker with their mechanics and tell them what to do.
Wow.
If you drafted a guy because he could hit the ball or you drafted him because he could pitch, let them play. You don't have to tinker with everything. They ruined more players. I sat there and watched them. Tell them to change this, go back in the batter box a little bit, wait for the ball to get here. You can't do that. If these guys know how to play, you drafted them, you're paying them, let them play. You don't have to put your mark on everything.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I'm looking now. I'm trying to pull up the percentage of fastball usage on Baseball Savant for Mitch Keller because, look, he is somebody who has been up and down, back and forth throughout the year. Last 3 starts have been bad. His fastball velocity is down on the four-seamer. Last year, 94. This year, 93.4. We know that Paul Skeens' fastball velocity is down. Maybe this isn't a Mitch, or maybe this isn't a Paul Skeens thing. Maybe this is an everyone thing. Like, other than, we know Bubba Chandler can throw 100, and there's really no concerns there. Ashcraft, I think, is throwing harder. But for their 2 most established pitchers, Skeens and Keller, their fastball velocities are down. Their usage on their fastballs are also down. Keller by 2 percentage points. He's just not using it as much. He's using the sweeper 2 percentage points more, which has been a better pitch this year than it was last year. His sinker is getting hit up at a 357 clip, and he throws it 16% of the time. He's throwing it less than he did last year, where it was only hit 262. Man, so I think part of it is the pitching coach. But it's also, at the same time, and I know it's simplified, pitchers just go out there and pitch. Find results. That's what Greg in Youngstown likes to do, find results. Like Greg?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Greg.
You know what? This is getting kind of scary. And I'm going to tell you why. Our MVP in the team, our second baseman, is going to be gone next year.
He might be gone at the deadline at this point, Greg.
Yeah, so why don't we just get rid of Keller and sign this guy for 2 or 3 more years? Because I'm not a huge fan of Gonzalez. I think he's a horrible fielder at second and third. We need this guy. And if we lose this guy next year, we're not going to have a second baseman, really, and we're not going to have a third baseman next year. I mean, they have to sign this guy. I mean, I'm looking into next year, too. I mean, if they let this guy go, who hits 40 home runs, I'm going to be really mad at this team.
You're not believing in Termar Johnson's 176 batting average in AAA this year, Greg?
No, not at all. Not at all. So you know, you might, I don't know if you're going to disagree or agree with me. If there's a strike next year, right, hypothetically, we lose the second baseman, then we lose O'Hearn because if they're off for a whole year, he only has a 2-year contract. Reynolds is basically done because now he lost another season. He's in his 30s. Keller's going to lose, probably going to be done. And Skeens was going to probably be traded because you're going to only have like a year or 2 left of him. So this is a do-or-die season, and I don't think this ownership really realizes this.
I think that's a great point, and I appreciate it, Greg. I think... Look, I don't think the whole entire season is going to be wiped out next year. I do think they're going to miss some games, but I don't think it's going to be the whole entire year. That would just be so detrimental for baseball. Now, whatever it takes to get a cap floor, I'd be willing to do that. I don't think they eventually will. We have a Paul Skeens quote I want to get to coming up in the next hour as well. Alex Stump in about 5 minutes. But there are the problems just continue to add up, and I feel like there are more. Look where we were just a little bit over a week ago. After that Houston series, they should have swept. You're feeling good. Sure, they blew the game on that Wednesday, but other than that, you took 2 out of 3 from an Astros team that's down this year, but it's still good, and it's a tough place to play. You lose to Atlanta. You lose to the Dodgers. You've lost now 6 out of your last 7. It's bad in Bucco land. A 6-game winning streak can propel that back up. But does anybody have confidence that's going to happen right now with the way Miami's playing? Then you got to play the A's, you got to play Colorado. There are some wins out there before you play a gauntlet. Milwaukee, Philadelphia is on the schedule, a couple other good teams. I think St. Louis might be in there before the All-Star break. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Sunny skies, temperatures in the 80s today. Beautiful day. Beautiful, beautiful day. I just hope it doesn't rain tomorrow. We do not like rain on Sundays at all. Don't like rain any day, but not on Wiffle Sundays. So please don't rain. Beautiful day today for baseball. Beautiful day today for everything going on out there. Hope you have a great day. All right, Alex Stump is coming up next. Alex Stump from Book Rule Bucks. Let's dive into what the Pirates could do with the bullpen. What does Alex see from Mitch Keller? We'll dive into that and much more. Alex Stump in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio. The Knicks with a 3-1 series lead over the Spurs. Tip-off scheduled for 8:30. The NBA season could conclude tonight. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
This This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's Ram Truck Month. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we're going to beat it. No games, it's as easy as that. Visit ramofpittsburgh.com for all the details. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
The PA Turnpike takes you so many places to explore. From historical sites and stadiums to family picnics and local parks. Now, thanks to the PA Turnpike's open road tolling, trips are easier than ever. It eliminates the stop and go of traditional tolling. It increases safety and reduces environmental impact. Plus, have even more confidence that you'll arrive on time. Be driven to explore. Visit paturnpike.com/ORT.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Kohl's Father's Day gifts are so good, Dad won't be able to stop bragging about them. To his friends, to his barber, to the server who did not ask. He'll even brag to you, the person who literally bought it for him. From comfy polos to stylish shoes and more, plus 20% off across the store. Get gifts Dad'll be talking about for months at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. You've been warned. Select styles. Offer ends June 21st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group provides concierge legal solutions from family law to criminal defense, estate planning, and personal injury. Their experienced attorneys have you covered. Clear guidance, fair pricing, real results. Call Myers Law Group today, 724-778-8800, or visit jpmyerslaw.com, because justice shouldn't come at a premium.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, for the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 15th, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years with equipment and unlimited data included. No strings, no commitments. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, you can even try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply to Mobile Select. Xfinity Internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
North Shore Tavern leadoff show is set to begin in 50 minutes before the Pirates take on the Miami Marlins. Bubba Chandler on the mound from Morgan937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Live and local, even on the weekends.
Let's go!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. You can watch the show there as well. We are listed under the Pompin' Ain't Easy Bob Pompiani stream right now. Following Bob is probably one of the hardest things that I will ever do in my career. To do a show after Bob Pompiani, who, of course, I work with during the week, is a legend, is a mentor, and is a great friend. Fan text line, you can communicate with us there. It's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Speaking of friends, we go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find Alex Stump of Book Roll Bucks, North Shore 9. Alex, good to talk to you. You wrote a really good story and explored a lot of what's going on with Mitch Keller. He's allowed 29 runs over his last 30 innings. I was just giving some of the numbers of how the fastball velocity is down. His location just hasn't been that good. What did you find in your deep dive of Keller that people can read on Book Roll Bucks?
I mean, I think the big thing is the sinker isn't playing. And it's not just because hitters are hitting 357 against it. He's not throwing it in the zone. He's not getting the quick outs, which is what the pitch was best for. But it was also great to set up the sweeper, the slider. It made the whole arsenal better. The sinker wasn't this, unhittable pitch. It just made everything play a little better. And without that, I think you're kind of seeing the results. Hitters aren't chasing the breaking balls out of the zone. He's not throwing enough fastballs in the zone. That's got to lead to more walks. It's got to lead to some harder contact whenever he does those strikes. It's a bad spot that he's in right now. Like, I have some genuine concern of, okay, what does he have to do to get out of it? I theorized on a couple things in the article about, how he uses his legs, how he uses his pelvis. We've seen it happen in the past where he's found, 2-3 miles per hour in season with his fastball. I wonder if he needs something like that again.
And another thing that I find really interesting about it too, Alex, in this season alone, which has not happened since 2021, he is giving up an expected batting average of 286. That's bottom 6 in all of baseball. So he's not finding the zone, and when he does find the zone, it's just he's not locating well enough as well.
Yeah, it's the location. And, you can make up for some iffy locations sometimes whenever you sequence well. If you have that sinker and that sweeper and it takes hitters, a longer time to read either one of them because they tunnel well, that can work to the pitcher's advantage. But whenever he doesn't have that sinker, I just think he loses a lot of the deceptiveness with his breaking stuff. And look, if you want to just look at the fastball velo, if you want to look at the expected stats, it has been a pretty grim painting the last month or so.
When you've talked to Keller and he's spoken out about this, is there a reason that he's pinpointed for this? Because at least from what I've gleaned, he seems kind of shell-shocked by it.
Yeah, I mean, he said it after his last start. Like, if I knew what was going on or how to fix it, I would do it right now. So I just have theories more than anything with that. I just look to the past on what has helped him right the ship in the past. How he uses those legs, how he uses his lower body, how he creates energy. I think this is kind of you got to look at the drawing board type situation and really evaluate what is going on right now.
Didn't he use a new training regimen and routine in the offseason because of course August and September have typically been the months where he has struggled the most. Didn't he change up that routine going into this season?
I can't recall offhand. If someone had reported that, I would wholeheartedly believe them, but I can't say for sure.
The age-old question, Alex, how do you fix the bullpen? Is there even an answer at this point?
I think the answer is you look outside the organization. Like, it's just a spot that they need to supplement this bullpen with trades. And I don't know how many trades are available in mid-June right now. As great as like Wilbur Dotel was for a handful of starts, he's also a 23-year-old rookie who's pitching out of a new role, pretty much. And what we saw this week is, I think, a 23-year-old rookie who is pitching out of a new role. It'd be one thing if he was like the only guy going through some stuff right now, or if Dennis Santana was the only guy going through some stuff right now. But it's pretty much the whole bullpen. There are very few guys outside of like Gregory Soto who feel like they are in their groove right now. They're in the rhythm that they want. So they called up Isaac Mattson. Maybe he could provide a little bit of a spark, but this is a group that they have to look outside the organization and supplement with multiple arms if they want to improve.
Why do you think it took so long for Mattson to come back up? Like, it was after the 15 days since they set him down. Like, were they working on him utilizing other pitches?
They did have a couple things for him to work on. I think the pitch mix is part of it. I saw a lot more curveballs in Indianapolis, so I'm going to be very intrigued if we get to see more curveballs, more sliders this time around. His arm angle was a little lower compared to last year, which was the arm angle, the angle of attack, the deceptiveness of the fastball. It was a reason why, even though he was throwing 93, hitters had a hard time seeing it and why he was still able to blow it past them. It was a little lower this year. I'm going to be interested to see if that arm angle is a little higher up. There were just a couple things they wanted him to work on. They obviously feel confident enough to give him another shot right now. And he's well earned another shot up in the majors, of course.
Alex Stumpf of Book Real Bucks with us. Dennis Santana, his last couple outings have been better, but they're not pitching him in any type of high leverage. It's basically when they're trailing by a lot. Are you shocked by how the season has transpired for Santana, and can he get it on track, or is he going to be a DFA guy at some point?
I am surprised at what happened with Santana. Like, I came into the year thinking that he was probably going to be their best option as a closer. And for a month he was, and then that out against St. Louis, it's just went sideways since then. Like you said, better sides, I guess, the last couple outings, but I still don't think the breaking ball has the crispness that it has in the past. Fastball isn't being thrown in the zones where he's had success in the past. If you have reason for hope, it's what he's done the last 2 years. But based off of just what we've seen in 2026, it's not been a pretty picture. And I reached out a couple weeks ago. I did a story on Bubba Chandler where I reached out to a couple league sources just to, pick their brain, see if they're seeing what I'm seeing. And my mind says, like, okay, I'll also write something on Dennis Santana while I'm talking on them. And while I got a lot of people who had a lot of ideas about Bubba Chandler, none really had any for Dennis Santana. Like, one kind of said, like, yeah, it was a good run for a waiver claim. Like, ooh, I don't like hearing that in past tense.
Yeah, that is a horrible endorsement. That just, it doesn't seem like they trust him. It doesn't seem like, Alex, that even he trusts himself, that he even believes at times that he can get outs, if that makes sense.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, he's been through worse parts of his career, so I believe he still has that belief in himself. So if that's something, that's anything.
Yeah. What did you find out about Bubba Chandler?
It's basically what I wrote about. Like, I think it's been mostly a mechanical issue that's led to a lot of the walks. I still think he's overthrowing. I think he's getting into his back leg a little too much, pushing too hard, trying to do too much with it. It's a very much higher arm angle that we've seen in the past from him. It's nothing that I'm like ringing alarm bells like, okay, this is a serious problem long term, but I think this is a rookie who is trying to figure stuff up in the major leagues. And you know what? Not everyone's Paul Skeets. A lot of rookies do have these type of struggles, but it's kind of disappointing because the guy we saw in September last year, I was more inclined to believe that he'd be a bigger impact out of this rotation to start.
On Skeens, he has not thrown one pitch at 100 miles an hour this year. Like, is that a story? Like, are we overblowing this, Alex? Like, has he discussed at all or been asked why there hasn't been one pitch over 100 for a guy that was living in that area his first 2 years?
I don't know if he's been asked about it. I'm not panicking too much. I mean, 99 and 100 is not that big a difference in my eyes. I know the 100's a much sexier number, but he's still, fastball velo is roughly what it's been average-wise in the past, so maybe he's just holding on to that velo a little better than he did as a rookie or as a second-year player. I'm not worried about the fastball. I'm more concerned about how the splinter just doesn't play anymore.
No, opponents are hitting over 300 against it, and it was, I think, 165 the batting average against that first year. Like, it's kind of becoming, Alex, a pitch he can't throw anymore.
I think there's a reason why he's throwing the changeup a whole lot more to left-handers. Like, it's the splinter. Whenever he was a rookie, his mindset was, I'm throwing it like a sinker. It's biting like a splitter, but I'm throwing it with the mindset of it's a sinker. And then he got a sinker. And you know what? I get why that pitch wouldn't play as well. Where it's like, if you have a splitter-sinker hybrid and a regular sinker, the hybrid's not going to look as unique. Honest. So I don't know how much that is the issue. I don't know how much of it is just not getting it in the tunnels and the lanes that he's supposed to. But, yeah, that's a pitch that I think would really make a big difference to get back at his arsenal, because while the changeup he is hitting in spots, hitters are having a hard time hitting it. I don't think it sets up the rest of his arsenal.
A few more minutes with Alex Stumpf of Book Rule Bucks. Alex, we've had a couple of callers hypothesize that maybe Bill Murphy is someone that is deserving of some blame here, with whether it's Skeens, whether it's Keller, whether it's the bullpen, and maybe trying to go for fewer strikeouts, but be more efficient and try to pitch, at least for the starters, deeper into games with less strikeouts and more contact, kind of a race series-like approach. Do you see that at all?
Approach-wise, I am of the mindset of throw your best stuff. Try to get hitters out, whether it's a strikeout, whether it's a ground out. Do what is best for the situation right there. I don't know. Bill Murphy was brought in. Pirates pitchers went to management and said they wanted to get better, and they thought that a new pitching coach would help them do that. And just kind of looking at the roster, I know it's less than half the season. It probably isn't enough time to fully evaluate a coach like this, but who has really gotten better? It's like Majinski, who still is in the bullpen right now, and Ashcraft, who's just been on this great rise ever since he got back from Tommy John surgery, in my opinion. So we're going to have to end up seeing. I think it's too soon to judge Murphy too harshly or too seriously right here, but it's not a good look whenever you go from, what were they, 7th in ERA as a staff last year to below average right now with a bullpen that's just not getting anybody out right now.
Yeah, they were 17th as of yesterday. You touched on Majinski. Why don't they utilize him in a closer role or an 8th and 9th inning role? Do they just not think that his value is good enough in that area and they'd rather bulk relieve him?
I think I look at him going from the rotation to the bullpen was not the smoothest sail. I think it's safe to say, like, he had to go on the restricted list. He wasn't ready to pitch whenever that happened. So I kind of view it as that more than anything, of like, they could at least sell now, like, hey, you're going to kind of know when you pitch. You're going to still go 3-4 innings. There are ways you can do this that's still kind of in your routine. You can still be kind of stretched out if another opportunity to start pops out. If he goes into that 8th or 9th role, like, that's pretty much where he is the rest of the year. I think he would be great in that role, but I kind of understand why the Pirates didn't approach that.
I just think they need to cater to like what the team needs. I mean, I know that Carmen.
Oh, I hear you. But you know what? Majinski has for years maintained that he wants to be a starting pitcher, and we saw he wasn't ready to pitch after almost a week of being being told that he was going to go to the bullpen a couple weeks ago. So I think if Carmen Majinski was willing to lean into it, he would be a dog in the 8th or 9th inning. I think he has the stuff to be a major league closer, but his career goals, as he stated, is to be a starting pitcher. So I can see why the Pirates aren't putting him in that single inning relief role right now.
So do you think if they forced him into it and they basically said, you know what, like this is what's best for the team, we know that you want to do this, but tough, like you got to get over it, that he would just not be able to thrive in that role because he wouldn't truly accept it? That's kind of ridiculous if that's what he would do.
I don't know what he would do. I don't want to make any accusations like that, just to be clear right there. But
yeah,
I think if he was on board, they would be deploying him in that way right now. But that's just a hypothesis by me.
Two quick ones. How do you expect Esmeralda Valdez to be used with Oneil Cruz out? And then I have one final question on Cruz.
He's going to be used as a corner outfielder. I think he's going to get a lot of his reps against left-handed pitching. I don't know if he's 100% major league ready, but there's a really good swing in there, and I'm intrigued to see how he handles major league pitching right now.
So the only true center fielder they have right now is Mangum. So Mangum's going to play the majority of the center field role.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Billy Cook can play center also.
Yeah. I'm surprised that they have Cook up and not Garcia, too. I guess just trying to give him more at-bats.
Yeah, Garcia, I think he could be a really good ball player in the future. He had a rough go in this first call-up, so I think this was, hey, let's get your footing back at AAA right now. I wouldn't be shocked if he gets called up again, before Oneil gets, returns from the IL. But right now he needs to refine his swing and timing.
Yeah, you wrote about Cruz. What is how big of a loss is Oneil Cruz in this lineup for the next month plus?
I think he's huge. It's a huge loss. I mean, guys like Lau and O'Hearn have been great additions, and Reynolds is having a really good year, and Horace is having a really good year, but I don't think there's anyone position player-wise on this team that has the ceiling of Oneil Cruz, and we really saw him kind of hit that. I mean, like the month leading up to the injury, he had a 400 OBP and, was hitting homers and stealing bases. It's like, this is the guy. This is the guy offensively that we've been waiting for years to fully develop, and then he goes on the IL. So I think that's a big loss. I don't know if you can recreate him in the aggregate. I don't think there's another Oneil Cruz who's going to walk through that door. They've got to find a way to keep their head above water for a month. That's kind of how I view what a successful month without Oneil Cruz would look like.
Alex Stump, Book Roll Bucks, Offbeat with North Shore 9. Check him out there. Alex, always good talking to you. We'll do it again soon.
Thanks for having me.
That's Alex Stump. Does a great job covering the Pirates. Check him out at Book Roll Bucks. Writes on his Substack there. Also with our friends at North Shore 9. Does Offbeat. And does a really good job, whether it's podcasting, whether it's writing, covering the team. Check him out there. 412-928-9370. We hear from Don Kelly next after last night's game. We get to this upcoming game. We're also going to touch base on what happened with an event last night that captivated my attention that I thought would, but now I'm way more interested than I thought I would be. Also, Charlie, have you been following along? Have you been following along with this Twitter account, Freddie, that is, I think, a German soccer fan that is exploring the USA and is going around like live tweeting different events? They went to Bourbon Street, Freddie, and I guess Freddie's friends here. Freddie tweeted out, we're going to an Ella Langley concert on the 18th, and we're even going to meet Ella Langley because I guess they were driving around listening to country radio and took a video of an Ella Langley song, and Ella Langley commented on their video. This guy's gained 200,000 followers over, I guess, the last, I think 3 or 4 days. The account blew up when they went to Bass Pro Shops and were stunned to see what a Bass Pro Shops was like, and had a shooting range in the store, and said, we found another surreal place on our way. I guess going to Germany's World Cup game. They're eating Chili's, watching the NBA Finals. It gets 55,000 likes. Driving through Alabama. Freddie was invited by the Saints and by the Pelicans to the facility, and we're holding the Super Bowl trophy. Like, have you seen any of this?
I haven't seen that one, but what I have been very excited for is people coming over from Europe for the games that are in New York, but they're actually in New Jersey. They're in the swamps of New Jersey, and I did see one of my favorite accounts to follow on Instagram. There's a deli in New Jersey run by a very Italian man, and a couple people from England were there, and they were like, I don't know what to get here, and they got a massive Jersey deli sub that's like 2 times the size of their heads, and they're like, we don't know what to do with this. And the big Italian guy just goes, you eat it. And they're like, we have never seen so many things on a loaf of bread before. And he's like, have you ever had anything like seasoned? And they're like, no, not really. And they're like, just eat it. Here, just take it for free. Like, I'm not charging you for eating good food for the first time in your life.
This is the definition of the European mind could not comprehend this.
Correct. 100,000%.
Definition of it. The European mind comes over to America and is like, oh my word, this is awesome. I mean, Freddie might not go back.
I wouldn't surprise me if a lot of people were like,
this is great.
This is fantastic. Like, I don't know, they don't show the guy eating the sub or the massive hoagie, but he was very impressed with like how many different colors came on the sub, like just all the veggies and all the different Italian hams and all that stuff. And it made me smile because most people don't realize, oh yeah, we're going to New York to watch the World Cup. No, you're not. You're going to the swamps of New Jersey in the most Italian thing ever. Have fun.
And how about FIFA doesn't let the stadiums be called by like their actual names? So like SoFi is like Los Angeles Stadium, and New York, I think it's just New York Stadium, or maybe it's New Jersey Stadium, considering it's, I don't know, in New Jersey. Or like the Cowboys is Dallas Stadium. Like they have to cover up all the branding and stuff like that on the names of the stadium.
That just makes me laugh. It's stupid, but it's
I open
funny.
up Instagram, and the first thing that I see is a Sports Illustrated post. A German soccer fan named Freddie has been road tripping around the U.S. for the World Cup. He's really having the time of his life. I'm reading one tweet right here. We decided yesterday, to go to Bourbon Street. So today was a late start on our way to Houston. And yeah, that place was a little crazy. I honestly don't even know how to describe it. Why are people throwing beads at each other everywhere? Or a picture of Buc-ee's. Have you ever been to Buc-ee's before? It's like a gas station supermarket. Like, we love Sheetz up here, but Buc-ee's is like if there were like 3 Sheetz that were all combined to each other. I went to Buc-ee's when I went to Atlanta for the Peach Bowl with my sister. We went to watch Penn State. And we walked into Buc-ee's. It's a combination of like Sheetz, Shop and Save, and Giant Eagle all wrapped into one.
You see, Buc-ee's is on my list of things, and I just need Pittsburgh to get a Wawa. I do like Sheetz, but I need it to get a Wawa. They're also the one thing that I don't think many Europeans are going to understand when they come over here, or anybody that's coming to America for the World Cup. I just Googled how long does it take to get from Germany to France by driving a car. It takes 10 hours and 44 minutes without traffic.
Man, that's like the drive to Atlanta. Or that's my drive to Vermont.
If you want to drive from the top of California to the bottom of California, it takes 13 hours.
It's insane.
So there's
a lot going on over here.
Like, there's so many different, like, if you're trying to bounce from country to country and driving, like, you can do Germany to France in a day. Wow. But you're going to only do one state, and that's California, also in one day. They're not going to be prepared for the amount of driving they have to do.
Apparently not. But apparently Freddie is he's soaking it up and enjoying it. All right, 93.7 The Fan and the Pittsburgh Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com. That's youthsports@937thefan.com. Maybe our Baldwin 10U team can do that, and I can go out to that. You can register your 12 and under team at 93.7 The Fan. They make a stop at your field. It's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. We hear from Don Kelly coming up next. We hear from you at 412-928-9370 as well. That's 412-928-9370. Plus, I think the Pirates have officially given up on one player. They might not be fully admitting it. They might not be fully saying it by a transactional move. But I think the Pirates have given up on a player. Who is this player and why? And what does it mean moving forward? We'll discuss that and much more. Charlie leads a headline. We're back in a moment. Austin Bechtold with you from Studio B, Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates in action at PNC Park. Those are the words that I'm looking for. PNC Park, first pitch scheduled for 4:05. Bubba Chandler on the mound for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 3 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is dominating the club fitting market with only outdoor fittings. See why all the different options are so important. With fittings the day of purchase, there is never a fitting fee. Set up your time today at 412-492-9990.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Some days self-care starts with Nature-Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
Have you noticed that every service company these days is owned by some giant corporation with zero personality and no personal touch? Yeah, no thanks. Gherkin Roofing is still family-owned, truly local, and when you call, a human answers. One with a pulse and probably a Pittsburgh accent. They do roofing, siding, gutters, and win awards year after year for their customer service. So if you want a contractor that picks up the phone, shows up, and treats you like a neighbor, because they are one, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing, always local and friendly, 724-515-5551.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Celebrate America's 250-year anniversary with Prism Fireworks. Visit prismfireworks.com.
Bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The Fan Beer of the Month for June is Noblestein Brewing Company's Donzi, their flagship golden ale. The charity will be the Fans' 5-alarm fundraiser for volunteer fire departments across the region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Doran, I got a list of summer projects a mile long.
Same, and somehow every quick project turns into an all-day event.
That's why I like this offer from Guardian Protection.
Right now, they're offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So instead of spending your weekend installing security equipment, their experts handle it for you.
Which leaves more time for golf, grilling, and pretending you'll get to the rest of that list.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Chestnut Ridge Golf Resort in Blairsville has 2 18-hole golf courses, driving range, and a full pro shop with a variety of golf equipment and apparel. Chestnut Ridge also offers stay-and-play packages with on-site hotel, easy-to-book golf outings, 4 event spaces that are indoor and outdoor, and the famous Spike Bar for food and drinks. Chestnut Ridge Resort also is equipped for banquets and catering for weddings and events. To book a tee time, call 724-459-7191.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
If you're carrying a lot of credit card or personal loan debt, every month can start to feel the same. All those bills, all those due dates, all that stress. There's a solution that's designed to make it easier for you. National Debt Relief could put you on the fast track to paying off your credit card debt, personal loans, and even medical debt for less than you owe, with just one low monthly payment you can afford. And no, it's not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. It's a real, affordable debt relief program that could save you lots of money. National Debt Relief has already helped over 1 million people with their debt and has thousands of 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you owe $10,000 or more, don't wait. Call 800-878-4646 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-878-4646. One call could help reduce what you owe and simplify your monthly payments. Call 800-878-4646 now to find out how much you could save.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. If it matters in Pittsburgh sports, we're talking about it. Even on the weekend. That's cool. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Join the Fan hosts for lunch at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th from 11 to 1. Stop by for hot dogs, subs, chips, cookies, and more, courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, Oakmont Bakery, and Firehouse Subs, Butler Crossings. Man, does that sound good. Hope you join us. It's our Fan 5-Alarm event taking place over 2 days this year at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday and at Robinson Town Center on Thursday. Hope you will come out and join us throughout the day. We're starting at 6 a.m. A lot of very fun pairings, including myself with Andrew Filipponi at 7 a.m. Myself and, well, I don't even know if I'm allowed to give away this information. Charlie, am I allowed to give away this information now that I've already given away one?
What information? The
5-alarm pairings? Is this like public?
I
gave away one.
I don't know.
I'm not going to give away any more.
No idea.
I think if it was Pony, he'd definitely be sharing it. I mean, I obviously don't have the pull of Pony, but...
the pull of Pony. I like that.
Did you like that little alliteration there?
I mean, he does have pull around here.
Yeah, so I am expected to be with Pony right around the start of the 5-alarm marathon. There is a rumor that Joe might be a part of that too.
I don't think
we'll see.
Eardrums and my brain will be able to process the information that will be spewed about in that hour if the three of you are on. And that's not a shot at either of you guys or any of you guys.
What are we, three big-brained people that have a lot of information to share? Is that what you're saying?
Well, Starkey will be Starkey, and he will be all over the place. And then you and Pony, whenever you guys get on together, especially like last year's 5-alarm.
Oh, last year's 5-alarm was a treat.
Exactly, it was a treat. But it was a lot of back and forth and a lot of like quick banter. Quick wit. And then you put in Starkey.
We'll be singing like this every time someone opens their mouth.
I can't believe you took that shot at Pony.
Exactly.
Pony, how are you going to respond?
I don't think my brain will be able to process the information that will be given out over the airwaves.
Or
if the
Pony,
three of you
you've gone nuts. You took what I said out of context, Pony. Come on.
Exactly.
That should be interesting. Did you see Wyndham Clark, who damaged the locker room at Oakmont during the U.S. Open last year? Do you ever do that? You mean to say last year, but you say yesterday?
Yeah, or like...
I don't know why, but I do that.
When you say like, oh, like it happened like a day or so ago, like full knowing it happened months ago.
A summer ago. He is in the BBC Canadian Open. That's what's taking place. That's where I think the PGA Tour is for golf. This week. Wyndham Clark was wearing a Jack Hughes jersey.
I did see that.
That was in Canada, of course. That was funny. I give Wyndham Clark a little pat on the back and a little bit of credit for that. That's cool. Brandon Bidwell has been. There's a lot of roster moves that have just gone down with the Buccos. So they just released a total of 6 moves. Brandon Bidwell has been recalled from AAA Indy. Isaac Madsen has been recalled from AAA Indianapolis as well. So Madsen back after right around a month, where he was sent down to work on a bunch of different things. And as Alex Stump told us, he's throwing the curveball more. He was working on just not throwing the fastball when he was with the Indians. And I mean, when he was with the Pirates, it was basically fastball usage through the roof. So he's back. Bidwell, who was sent down earlier this week, he is back because the Pirates are placing Wilbur Dotel on the 15-day injured list. He goes on the IL with a right lat muscle strain. So he is going to be out 15 days, and the Pirates also optioned Antoine Kelly and Rafael Flores back to AAA. Flores, not ironically, but interestingly enough, listed as a catcher and a first baseman. We have seen him at first before, sparingly, and Henry Davis has been reinstated from the paternity list as they celebrated the birth of a child, Henry Davis and his wife, earlier this week. So a ton of roster moves for the Pirates. There's not a lineup out yet. Or now actually there is a lineup out, I should say. The roster moves came after the lineup. Lineup tonight against Miami. Horwitz will play first and lead it off. Lau at second. Reynolds in the left. So the same top three that we've seen consistently over the last couple of weeks. O'Hearn will DH and do the cleanup hitting. Nick Gonzalez will play at third base. Endy Rodriguez is going to catch Bubba Chandler. Rodriguez, who last night had a double and scored a run, and also had a solo home run out to right. He will catch. Callahan, who was in left field last night, he is in right. Jake Mangum's in center field, and Jared Triolo will play at short as Bubba Chandler is on the mound for the Buccos. Who is not in the lineup, I think, is the bigger story. Marcell Ozuna. I think the Pirates have fully given up on Marcell Ozuna. Well, as close to fully as you can without DFAing him. Ozuna has not been good this year, barred what, of course, dictated by what the expectations were. In 51 games, because he continues to be benched and play fewer and fewer games because they just don't trust him, he's only hitting 193. He does have 23 home runs, but 60 strikeouts in 51 games. That's not good. Only 5 doubles, 5 home runs. The power is just not there. He doesn't walk a ton. His on base is 274. That is ridiculously bad. He slugs 299. He's like Jared Triolo. Well, nobody's as bad as Jared Triolo slugging-wise, but he's not been good in that regard. And last night, I found it very interesting, and I know they were going up against a right-hander that Miami brought in that's very good against righties, but you pinch hit for one of the most expensive guys on your roster that you signed to basically be a cleanup hitter for you. I might be looking at the wrong day, but I think I am looking at the wrong day. Marcell Ozuna, when he is in the lineup, they don't trust him. Here it is. I was thinking of the game against the Dodgers on Thursday when the Dodgers brought in a hard-throwing right-hander that's good against righties. Marcell Ozuna was pinch hit for Ryan O'Hearn. $12 million down the drain for Marcell Ozuna. And I think we're getting closer and closer to him either being traded, if they can find a trade partner, or being DFA'd. Bubba Chandler on the mound this afternoon for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show coming up. 4.91 ERA for Chandler. He is 2-7 on the year. And he will go up against Lake Bacher, who has a 2.97 ERA, 36 in a third innings. Does not have a record yet so far for Miami. He's been pretty good. As the Pirates and Marlins are both at 35 and 35. Who wants to break through? Who goes over 500? Who goes under 500? Pirates have lost 6 out of their last 7 and are in desperate need of a victory. Good talking to you today. Thanks to Alex Stump from Book Rule Bucks for joining, and thanks to you for joining into today's show, and it's been good talking to you. Thanks to Charlie Borges back at our Green Tree Studios. North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli's up next. Austin Bechtold from Bowser Chevrolet in Monroeville signing off. Have a great rest of your weekend, Pittsburgh. See what the Buccos can do against the Fish.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Game 5 of the NBA Finals tonight in San Antonio. Tip-off scheduled for 8:30. The New York Knicks could win their first championship since the 1970s with the victory. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Miller time. It only happens if you make it happen. So say hello with some beers. Make the plans. Live a little. Because legendary moments start with a light. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2026 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes. Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
You want free rewards? Add DraftKings Casino's Daily Rewards Rocket to your orbit. All players get a free reward every day. Launch your rocket up to 3 times daily for a chance at crowns, exclusive flex spins, and even the top prize, $5,000 in credits. Head to the DraftKings Casino app and blast off right now to land free rewards. Use them on your favorite casino games, then come back tomorrow and play again. In partnership with DraftKings Casino, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day for rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 is 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Join 93.7 The Fan at Wexford Volunteer Fire Department on Wednesday, June 17th for the Fan 5 Alarm, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Make a donation to the cause, and you'll get a free lunch from 11 to 1. Hot dogs, chips, cookies, beverages, and more. The community lunch is courtesy of Saloni's Italian Bread, Smith's Hot Dogs, and Oakmont Bakery. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Family-owned D'Amelio Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. They service all brands and provide 24-hour service. D'Amelio's is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Thorne Dickerson here for PJ Fitzpatrick. Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Yeah, I want to talk more about Mauricio. We call him, obviously he's the head coach, but we like to call him around here the head croach because we believe he looks a lot like Russell Crowe. I do think, do you feel like thank you. Do you feel like he is the missing piece that kind of Team USA has always struggled to find? It feels like is just a solid leader of the pack. And also, my second part of this question is, what is your favorite Russell Crowe movie?
It's really funny because we really didn't know if he was that missing piece. There's been, ever since he was hired, there's been rumors that he's going to leave for a new job back in Europe. And he's denied them all. I mean, granted, when your contract ends, when you know your contract is ending in any job in a couple months, of course you're going to be looking out for something else and to see what's next. So it wouldn't be totally out of the realm of possibility that, if he were talking to any other teams. But, with that in the background, plus the fact that, he didn't really have a ton of experience or any experience with American players or coaching in the U.S., and it's a home World Cup, and you've got this, Argentine coming in with a whole new system, and we just didn't really know what it was going to be. And so, but now that he's been around for as long as he has, and we see kind of what we saw last night, it's probably safe to say that, this guy knows what he's doing, obviously. I mean, of course, he coached at Chelsea and Tottenham and some other, big time clubs in Europe, and coached some of the most famous players in the world. And it's not even just that, as far as like when you ask about leadership. He is, and I've covered other coaches in other sports. It's really interesting. You go to training and he comes over to, the group of reporters on the sideline, cameramen, photographers. He shakes everybody's hand. He likes to get to know people's names. Last night after the match, he hugged every single player and staffer before they left the field, shakes the referee's hands, and the team won 4-1. I don't know, is he doing that if they had lost 4-1? I think yes, though. I think he is this kind of guy. He's kind of he's himself, and I think that he's not trying to be anybody else. He's not trying to impress anybody, and I think that goes a long way in to answer your question of being like that missing piece. I think he is an example for these players, and they all very much respect him. Ever since he came to the U.S. men's national team, players have had nothing but really good things to say about him. And, I mean, we saw it last night in the product they put on the field.
I'll let you have some more time to think of your favorite Russell Crowe movie. I'll put you on the spot there. We're talking to Lakin Littman here on Westwood One Sports. I think everybody, even if you're a casual soccer fan, you've heard the name Christian Pulisic, and you've seen him play for the U.S. men's national team before. I felt like, though, I know it was only a half, but was that easily the best we've seen from him, though, at least in a U.S. uniform?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think you could say that for all of them. I feel like it's one of the things I was talking last night in the press box with one of my colleagues. It's like, this is the World Cup. So no matter what you saw from players in the past, like, they're going to turn it on extra, because it's the World Cup, and this is what they dream of their whole lives. And as far as, Christian Pulisic goes, of course, he has been one of the major storylines entering this tournament for the U.S. because he had not scored for club or country since last December. And there was some concern of, well, is he in form? What's going on? There was the whole, drama with his girlfriend and him breaking up, and, say what you want about that, but relationships can certainly take a toll on someone's mental state and mental health. So, when we saw him score finally against Senegal a couple of weeks ago in one of those World Cup tune-ups, it kind of felt like, okay, this guy is poised to have a huge summer. And there's so much pressure on him. He doesn't like to talk about it. But there is. I mean, he is Captain America.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel and is brought to you by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, Spitzer Toyota, 2 Minute Junk Truck, Saloni's Italian Bread, Joe Ball GMC, Hampton Beer Outlet, Teller Windows, Og Murphy and Perkoski, Pennsylvania One Call System, Zero Res Commercial Cleaning, Central Outreach, and the North Shore Tavern. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
And good afternoon from PNC Park. It is the middle game of a 3-game series. Pirates trying to get back on track somehow, some way. The month of June, well, it has not treated Pittsburgh well. Pirates have lost 6 of their last 7 games, and they are 3-7 in this month so far, after they were a season-high 5 games over 500 following the Houston Astros series, where they were 34-29. Pittsburgh has proceeded to lose the 6 of 7, getting swept in Atlanta and dropping 2 of 3 to the Los Angeles Dodgers. This year, the Pirates have not lost back-to-back home series, but if they fall to the Marlins tonight, That would be an otherwise dubious distinction and a first for Pittsburgh in 2026. It would also be the first time that they would fall below 500 since the end of March, when they started the campaign with a 2-3 record. Pittsburgh has been able to maintain 500 or better, but checking in at 35-35, they're trying to avoid that losing mark in 2026. Miami, meanwhile, they have won 6 in a row, 9 of their last 10. They, too, are 35-35, a perfect 500. In fact, they haven't been over 500 this deep into a season since they ended their playoff campaign of 2023 in the regular season with a winning record. We're glad to have you along. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Today, Pirates sending Bubba Chandler to the mound, a 2-7 record with a .491 earned run average, and it is Lake Balker. He's going to serve as an opener, not necessarily for just one inning. He's been a bulk reliever, but it'll be a bullpen game for the Miami Marlins, who took last night's contest by an 8-3 score. Miami was able to get to the Pirates bullpen, Wilbur Dotel and Antoine Kelly in particular. 6 runs allowed in 3 innings. A mixed bag for Braxton Ashcraft, not what we're used to seeing. The stellar outing from Ashcraft going 6, maybe 7 innings. It was otherwise inefficient for the Pirates right-hander, throwing 90 pitches over 5 innings of work, but he kept the team in the game. But unfortunately, the Pirates bullpen, again, beset by a ton of awful production. And going over this stretch of 6 of 7 on the wrong side, the Pirates have a bullpen ERA of 6.90, but I shouldn't single out just the Pirates bullpen because the rotation has been equally as bad. In fact, a little bit worse, a 6.98 earned run average for the Pirates rotation. And looking at where the Pirates are in the National League in terms of team ERA and the ranking, they continue to slip and fall here. Over the better part of a month, the Pirates have struggled off of the mound. So it's something that I asked Don Kelly about because the drum is starting to get a little loud. When you look at what occurred last year with the Pirates pitching, it was one of the best staffs in all of baseball. There were some changes, and the Pirates were not shy. In fact, they were outward about saying that they thought the staff could reach new heights. And with Bill Murphy now under growing scrutiny, I asked the Bucco skipper about what maybe has changed with new leadership at the helm. And also Jeremy Bleish was somebody who was credited over the years with heading up behind the scenes the Pirates pitching plan. Well, he departed and went to the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. So the loss or the dismissal in the case of Oscar Marin and the departure of Bleish, well, what does that mean for the Pirates? Has much changed from behind the scenes? Is there more to it? Because when you look at some individuals, they have regressed significantly. And of course, the collective has pulled down the production, and there's got to be a lot that goes into it. I can't think that it's one thing or one person. So it was a question that I posed to the Pirates manager, and you'll hear what he had to say to that end. I also asked him a couple of other questions surrounding some news about Isaac Mattson, who comes back up from AAA Indianapolis, and also why not open with Mason Montgomery today? They will use Bubba Chandler as the traditional starter. There's a number of left-handed hitters in the Miami lineup, and I would say some key matchups considering the production that Otto Lopez, Liam Hicks, Kyle Stowers, and others have put forth, especially lately. It might not be a bad idea to do what the Pirates have done in the past, and that is try to match up in the first, maybe even in the second inning, because there were 6 left-handed hitters in the Miami lineup last night, and maybe for a guy like Mason Montgomery, who is left-handed and has not thrown since the final game of the Atlanta series, which coincidentally was Bubba Chandler's last start, where he opened for Chandler, and then Chandler came out and threw the ball so very well. Well, the Pirates not going that route, but asking the Pirates skipper about that, he declined to answer, citing competitive intelligence purposes. The same as to what has changed for Isaac Mattson. Some pretty good numbers down in AAA Indianapolis. They fully expect Mattson to revert to his 2025 self. What did he do in AAA Indianapolis? Again, the Pirates skipper declined to answer for competitive intelligence purposes. But Mattson is back. You'll hear from him, and he does give us a little more insight as to what went on in AAA, even though it was a bit of a confusing demotion, maybe more easily from a logistical side of things to send him out. But Perhaps it's a story that we saw in 2025 of David Bednar surprisingly going down to AAA Indianapolis. His struggles were really rectified with that stint, and maybe Matson's will as well. There are a few other moves to tell you about, and we'll get into this pitching matchup plus the starting lineups, maybe even take a look around what happened last night in Milwaukee, Philadelphia. That terrific Brewers-Phillies matchup with Jacob Misiorowski throwing a complete game shutout on 95 pitches, facing the minimum 27 hitters, and getting his fastball up to 104.5 miles an hour. It was really something, and I think one of the best pitching matchups of my lifetime that I've ever seen. Pitching performances, not necessarily matchups. The matchups against the Philadelphia lineup was wild, considering those great hitters and the way that Misiorowski mowed through them. I think it's worth discussing here, even on a Pirates pregame show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. So that's what we have coming up for you, and that's just a little bit of what is on tap here today, courtesy of Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton. You could drive a little, and you can save a lot at Hampton Beer Outlet, where today they've got the Busch Light Limes in 30 and 12-pack cans. Refreshing hint of lime just in time for these steamy summer nights. Beautiful day for baseball and a perfect day for beer, by the way. 83 degrees, and everybody filing through the turnstiles. Should be a good crowd on hand for Pirates and Marlins in the middle game of a 3-game series. So weather won't be an issue at all. Enjoy us, whether you've got the radio on the deck and you're grilling out or mowing the lawn, doing whatever you've got to do. It's a perfect day for baseball. Your weather forecast from Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration. Dan Zang, really glad to be with you. Hear from Isaac Matson, who returns. We'll tell you about some other moves, an IL stint, and Henry Davis is back as well. So we've got a few housekeeping items to get to. So that's all coming your way in just a moment. So do stay with us on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show from the ballpark here at PNC. I'm Dan Zang, really on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
No shame, no judgment.
Your health matters.
At Central Outreach Wellness Center, we care about our community.
Confidential STI testing, PrEP, and accessible health services for everyone.
Your health, your way.
Visit centraloutreach.com.
Father's Day? Go big for Dad. Celebrate Father's Day with 5 courses fresh from the Wok Fire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Because Dad deserves more than just a dinner. He deserves a celebration. Celebrate Father's Day with some sizzle. Only at P.F. Chang's.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Robert Pierce & Associates is one of the area's leading personal injury law firms. For over 45 years, the family-owned firm has remained dedicated to helping the friends and neighbors of our area get the justice they deserve. With 3 generations of legal expertise and a team of experienced attorneys, if you are injured, Robert Pierce & Associates handles all the costs of your case. No fees unless you win. The experienced personal injury team at Robert Pierce & Associates is here to help. Call today for a no-obligation appointment or visit piercelaw.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Now back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome back, PNC Park. Pirates and Marlins here on a beautiful afternoon, turning evening for baseball. We look forward to bringing it to you to see if the Pirates can get back on track, having lost 6 of their last 7. As we told you at the top of the broadcast, they haven't been under 500 since the end of March when they were 2-3 at 35-35. Here's the good news. And there's not much of it surrounding the Pirates at the moment. Having said all of that, the Pirates have been at the 500 mark on 3 different occasions, and every time they have been at 500, teetering into falling behind, I found that they're now 3-0 when they're facing falling under 500. So if you're looking for something good, and there's not much of it at the moment, it's that number that the Pirates maybe can go to 4-0 with, being in jeopardy of falling under 500. All right, we've got a lot to get to, a ton of transactions here. First, we take a look at our Robert Pearson Associates injury report. Pittsburgh's premier personal injury attorney, Wilbur Dotel, threw last night and gave up 4 runs on 4 hits over an inning and 2/3. It was his second consecutive outing where he just didn't look like himself. Came out, a great story, looked to be one of the most reliable relievers for Don Kelly. And in fact, was until just, a couple of outings ago. Well, turns out he's on the injured list now, and he has a right lat muscle strain. So he goes on the injured list. They had Brandon Benoit, who they were going to send out to AAA Indianapolis, but then they said, well, stop the train, literally, and put him on the taxi squad. So when we arrived at the ballpark, Benoit was on the taxi squad. Turns out they needed him because Dotel goes on the 15-day injured list. Well, Antoine Kelly, who threw last night, came up, pitched, gave up 2 runs over 2 1/3 innings, made his major league debut, threw 23 of his 33 pitches for strikes. The reward going back down to AAA Indianapolis. Donnie telling us earlier that they're just a little thin in the bullpen, so Dotel's down on the IL. Kelly goes to AAA Indianapolis. Henry Davis activated from the paternity list, so he's back with the club. He has been activated. Rafael Flores goes back down to AAA Indianapolis. So Benoit, along now with Isaac Mattson, is back on the roster. So add Mattson and Benoit along with Davis, remove Kelly and Flores down to AAA, and injured list stint for Wilbur Dotel. You got all that? There's a quiz at the end of the show. So taking a look at Isaac Mattson, the numbers and the returns, pretty good for Mattson. AAA Indianapolis, second stint here this year. Opening day roster, and was one of the most reliable relievers for Pittsburgh in 2025. But 26 didn't go all that well for him in 21 appearances, and he was used early and often by Don Kelly. 4.12 earned run average before he was optioned. And then with Indy, 11 strikeouts, 9 2/3 in 9 appearances. Made 1 start as well, giving up a couple of earned runs in those 9 2/3. So Isaac Mattson spoke with reporters before the game, and here's what he had to say about his stint in AAA, and did cite what Bednar did last year going down to AAA, taking it all in stride, and then coming back kind of a changed pitcher, and without giving away too many trade secrets, discussed some of the objectives of what he needed to work on to get back up here to Pittsburgh to return to his 2025 form.
Not necessarily a big change, but kind of taking the things I worked on in the offseason and implementing those at a more consistent level. Just, felt like attack plans versus hitters was very one-sided, and, DK and Ben made that pretty clear. Results kind of showed that in the last couple outings, especially against St. Louis and then against San Francisco. So just making the adjustment and committing to that attack plan of, we spent all offseason working on these other weapons and being able to trust those and execute well.
So it's more rediscovering yourself than reinventing yourself.
I don't even know if it's rediscovering, but just taking the next step. I think the game, teaches you lessons, and when they're the same lessons for a couple times in a row, that's when you got to make the adjustment. And I'm excited to see, what continues to happen.
Does that feel like a big jump in confidence now for you coming back here? Like, does anything feel different mentally now coming back versus when you were here previously?
Not really mentally, but just, from an approach standpoint. I was talking to somebody the other day, and just, the way that I was attacking guys for, the last year was having success. And, the approach was, attack with my best weapon. And, I liken it to in a golf outing, like you can use your driver on every shot if you want, but there's situations where a 9-iron or a putter is going to work better in that spot, depending on who you're facing. So that was kind of the adjustment, is like, how do I spread the deck and use everything that I have to my disposal, the slider, the changeup, and be able to, level things out and compete at a higher level.
How pleased were you just across the board, outing by outing, about your time in Indy?
Yeah, they weren't perfect, but they were opportunities to work on things where, here it's very much more results driven. There's still development, but to have the bandwidth down there in Indy to say, okay, results matter, but not as much as trying to execute this pitch in this situation. So I'm happy with that opportunity.
Who were some of the people you were working with to get you back to where you are now?
Yeah, just the normal coaches. Benny does a great job down there. I only saw Hop for a couple days, our coordinator. The last couple days he came to town, but your normal guys where you're having those conversations daily. How do we continue to take the next step?
How tough was it when you got told you were getting sent down back to Indy? Like, what did that feel like to you in that moment? Yeah, I mean, nobody's excited to get sent down, but seeing Betty go through what he went through last year and how he, was a professional through and through, in the midst of, something that everybody knew he didn't want to be there, but he understood what it was going to take to get back to the big leagues. And to his credit, he took those steps. So being able to see that last year really fed into, my mindset and trying to be the best version of myself.
So Isaac Mattson with reporters before the game. He's back up with the big club, and the Pirates are looking for anyone to step up and take the reins. All the positions are open. You want the 7th inning, you want high leverage, we've got it for you. They are taking applications, maybe even for the 9th inning. I don't know if Gregory Soto's position is necessarily set in stone, but Isaac Mattson, if he can return to what he was back in 2025, it would be a massive shot in the arm for a bullpen that needs all the help it can get, a pitching staff that needs all the help it can get. If you're just joining us, told you here over this stretch where the Pirates have lost 6 of their last 7 games, the rotation has an ERA of 6.98. The bullpen has given up 46 earned runs in their last 60 innings. And really, even on this homestand, you've seen the bullpen be essentially a culprit in the Pirates flushing away some games. Of course, 10 runs in the 7th inning, the first game on Tuesday night against the Dodgers, but hey, Pittsburgh falls down by a 5-0 score, and then they pull within 1 run, make it a 5-4 game, and then there was some give-back runs from Gregory Soto, they made it interesting in the middle game when the Pirates won, but again, some give-back runs in the 7th and 8th inning on Thursday, and then you go ahead to last night. That was a 2-2 game where the Pirates fall down, but then climb back with the Andy Rodriguez game-tying home run, and then 4 runs on 3 hits in the 7th inning for the Marlins, and then they add 2 more in the 8th inning. They put up 6 in 3 innings against Dotel and Kelly. Again, both of those guys are now off the roster. Dotel to the injured list, Kelly going back down to AAA Indianapolis. So add Isaac Mattson, who can be, I think, a big solution for Pittsburgh as they look to add externally. I would think, but Mattson, maybe we'll see some leverage, and it sounds like Mattson, who is so fastball reliant, especially top of the zone, he might be approaching guys a little bit differently, as the book over a year in the big leagues for Mattson seems to be out on him. In those last couple of outings, guys were jumping the fastballs. So we'll have to see Isaac Mattson and how much he can improve and be somebody that Don Kelly can rely on. Can Don Kelly rely on Bubba Chandler? That, I think, is one of the big questions that we're looking forward to tonight. And that's our look, that's going to be our look at our pitching matchup today, brought to you by Joe Ball GMC, where you could have it all at Joe Ball. Chandler, second highest average fastball velocity. We know all about the stuff. We know all about the walks. There's been way too many of those so far this year. He has issued 40 free passes in 62 and a third innings. And because of that, it's driven up his pitch counts. It's shortened his outing. He's averaging less than 5 innings per start. That's the fourth lowest among those who qualify in average length per outing for Bubba Chandler in Major League Baseball. So he's got to figure that out, bring it down, and then he's absolutely sublime. We talk about the average velocity. It's the second best. Only Jacob Misiorowski has a higher average fastball than Bubba Chandler in Major League Baseball. So he's got to get into a place that he was, I think, in his last outing, though it wasn't in a starter's setting. When Mason Montgomery opened for him, threw up a 0, was able to dance through some base running traffic from Atlanta in that first inning. In comes Chandler to start the second. He gets the first 2 hitters very easily, gives up an otherwise harmless 2-out base hit in the second inning, and then would proceed to retire the next 13 batters. 1, 2, 3, third, fourth, fifth, and then sixth inning. And if it wasn't for an error by Tyler Callahan throwing wide of first base to lead off the seventh inning, who knows how that Pirates 3-2 loss turns out. Atlanta grabs 3 runs in that seventh inning, and the Pirates 2-0 lead that they had in that final game of the series at Truist Park would turn out differently. Chandler then, once he was in the stretch for the first time in probably, an hour and a half, 2 hours, then would walk a pair of batters with 2 outs. And then we saw the bases loaded 3-run double with Evan Sisk coming on, inheriting those runs for Chandler, who was out of the game after the second walk. The 3 runs scored, Atlanta goes on to that 3-2 victory. So it was a really frustrating day for Chandler after he pitched so well. So now he's out there on the mound to start the game as opposed to going to Montgomery. And whatever works is what's going to work. I mean, I know that sounds like a silly thing to say, but I don't think that there's any one thing that we could say the Pirates need to do, or any one particular person that they need to move around in a certain role. I think it's all up for grabs. Anybody is there to take the wheel and to try to right this thing. So that includes Chandler in a starter's role. I'm okay with him being deployed this way. I think that there is some genuine curiosity on my part, and I'm not a huge fan of openers to try to do what they did against Atlanta. And the reason is because there's going to be a lot of left-handed hitters in the lineup again for Miami. And when you look at what Liam Hicks did last night, that's left on left, right? If you go with Montgomery to start the game. Hicks is leading off for the Marlins. Otto Lopez, he's a right-handed hitter, yes, but Kyle Stowers, Xavier Edwards, those guys are switching left, and there is a big part of me, because of what the Pirates have done and done well in using the opener, that would have been compelled to go with Montgomery today. And considering Montgomery hasn't thrown since Sunday, he didn't pitch at all in the Dodger series. I asked Don Kelly if Montgomery was fine, and he said, no issues there. Perhaps the circumstances and situations didn't permit for Montgomery to come into the game. Why not use him as an opener? I think that that's a fair question, especially with 3 of the first 4 hitters in Miami's lineup being left-handed or switch hitters. So those are really, really productive hitters. Otto Lopez, he leads baseball in batting average and hits, though he's right-handed. So maybe that's the matchup that they prioritize, and they want Chandler to face Lopez right on right in the first inning. But what about Hicks? Was a triple shy of the cycle yesterday, was on base 4 times. What about Stowers, who was on base 3 times? A couple of hits, including an RBI single. What about Xavier Edwards, who had some productive plate appearances? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they kicked it around, went back and forth on it. Again, I asked Don Kelly as to why they didn't want to go this route, considering the success they had with bringing Chandler out of the bullpen for that second inning, going with Montgomery to open. Again, they've done it with Montgomery because they wanted some of those left-on-left matchups, and I think that they would be presenting themselves here. But because I don't have the answers and I didn't get the question answered, unfortunately, I can't relay accurately what they want to do here. So anyway, it's going to be Chandler out of the gate, and we'll see how that goes. And listen, that's okay too, because I don't particularly like the opener. Starters need to start. They need to figure out how to do it the big boy way. And for, organizations and teams in the Pirates, it's one thing to handle with kid gloves, but it's also another thing to enable. You have to put the big boy pants on at some point. You have to play varsity baseball. You have to start a game in the traditional sense, and especially with the bullpen, I think, being a little shorthanded. As Don mentioned earlier today, I'm okay with how they're going about it, but I did want to lay out some of the circumstances that would be right there, and I think would favor the Pirates if you would open things up with Montgomery. All right, speaking of openers, that's what the Marlins are going to do. They're going to go with a right-hander in Lake Bacher. He's got a high-spin fastball. It's worked out. He's not going to be a one-inning guy. He's thrown 2 and 2/3, 3, and last time out against Arizona, 2 really solid outings. Each of his last 3 outings, he's not given up a run. In fact, he's given up just 2 hits in his last 3 outings. And it's a really high spin rate fastball, more than 2,700 RPM. He also has some really good breaking run value on the fastball, so pay attention to that, and that'll be a key to victory for the Pirates, how they handle that the first turn through the batting order. It sounds like Bacher is going to get 1 turn through, and that'll be that. All right, there's your keys to victory from Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Visit spitzertoyota.com. Now let's get into just the pitching staff at large, because I think that this is something that the Pirates need to absolutely figure out in a big way. Chandler against Bacher. All right, let's get you the starting lineups. Brought to you by Central Outreach Wellness Center. Cure your Hep C, no insurance necessary for care. It's Horowitz at first base, Lau second base. Reynolds will be in left field. He's got a 19-game on-base streak. That'll be his longest in a couple of years if he can extend it to 20. DH is O'Hearn today. Nick Gonzalez will hit 5 and play third base. Andy Rodriguez is back in the 6th spot of the batting order, catching, even though Henry Davis has returned from the paternity list. It's Tyler Callahan, right field, and hopefully the Callahan magic hasn't worn off. He was 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs yesterday. Jake Mangum hits 8th in center field, followed by Jared Triolo, the shortstop, hitting 9th for Don Kelly. So, pick to perform. I think I'll continue to go with Reynolds because he's been the hottest hitter, though Brandon Lau, 7 hits in the month of June. He's hitting just 189, but those 7 hits, all for extra bases. But I'll stick with Reynolds here because a 983 OPS over his last 20 games. How can you stray away from that? That's courtesy of Precision Pointing and Restoration, Pittsburgh's premier masonry company. All right, coming up here in just a moment, we'll have Joe Block, John Wayner. They've got the Pennsylvania One Call System call of the game. Dial 811 before you dig and know what's below. Coming up, I'll have post-game coverage. Brock will join me. We'll break it all down, see if the Pirates can get back on the winning side of things. 6 of their last 7 they've lost. They have not been under 500 since they were 2-3 in March. Pittsburgh at 35-35. That'll be on our Og Murphy and Prokosky postgame show. Signing off, pregame coverage. Dan Zangerli, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. JB and Rocker next. If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
It's summertime in Pittsburgh, baseball fans, and you know what that means. Humidity. sticky, gross. Refresh yourself with some delicious Busch Light Lime 30-packs and 12-pack cans available at Hampton Beer Outlet. That's right, this refreshing hint of lime just in time for these steamy summer days. Busch Light Lime 30-packs and 12-packs at Hampton Beer Outlet, where they've got the best customer service, the best selection, and oh yeah, the best prices. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 in Hampton.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
I should have listened to the home message first.
This broadcast is presented by Bet365, where winning is everything. Download the Bet365 app and lock in your picks before the game begins. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in select states only.
Broadcast commencing in 3.
This ball is gone.
2.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
1.
Grand slam for Brian Reynolds.
Your Pirates are on the air. Today's game of the Pirates Radio Network is brought to you by Highmark Health. Highmark is proud to sponsor Pirates everywhere, from home base to home away from home, because Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Pittsburgh Brewing Company. Pittsburgh Brewing